All right, we're back finally because I don't have to work today. I got a job. Fuck that, man.
Man, you know what? You having a job really fucked with our stream. I just gotta say.
Know.
Well, today we got the man. No, right there we go.
Yep, there. Wait, hold on. Damn it, I did it wrong.
That one here and this one here.
Yeah, we're the Brady Bunch here.
Wait,
Yeah,
do
we got
people know
nerds.
your real name?
Huh?
Do people know your real name?
Chris.
I know
yeah,
that. The other people know.
Yeah, it's either Chris or Nerys. People use both.
yeah, Nersey. So yeah, so we could go,
Yeah.
Chris.
Chris
Yeah,
Taylor, Nerys, in the house.
Yes, that's right. What's going on, man?
Not much. Keep my victims happy.
Yeah, and how's everything out in New Mexico?
Good.
Yeah.
Weather's
So I
beautiful.
usually-
Like 60 freaking degrees today. It's awesome.
Oh God, you're killing me, man. Now I usually start off the stream by asking everyone because it's usually the first question that's interesting.
Hello today.
How did you get into 3D printing? Like how did you get here? You got 14K subs. People send you printers. How did you become this guy?
In 2010, I think, or 2008, I was at NARM and I built my level 2 rocket on the field. And I needed to get a nose cone for the rocket. So I went up to the vendor and said, okay, I need a 6-inch nose cone. He's like, here you go. How much? $50. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. How much? He's like, Chris, it's $50. I was like, you're not kidding. He's like, no. He's like, welcome to high power. So I went home and I was
Welcome
like,
to the big rocket.
I was like, I'm never paying $50 for a nose cone ever again. And I bought my first 3D printer and now I can make my own nose cones for about 50 cents.
See, that totally makes sense. I always see you print rockets and rocket stuff, and it never really clicked before because you've never really, I don't think, as long as I read, you've never really had some rocket videos on your channel yet.
Oh, yeah.
Have you?
I have thousands of rocket videos.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's because I'm familiar with you through 3D printing. I've never gone that far back, right?
Go to naramlive.com or rocketrylive.com. I have 21 years of rocketry photography there.
Oh, that's awesome. Right on.
But now, a year earlier than that, it wouldn't have worked. Because a year earlier than that, the cheapest you could buy a 3D printer was like $3,000.
Yeah. So what was your first 3D printer?
MakerBot Mini. It was $600 on clearance on eBay, so I grabbed it.
Damn,
now, believe it or not, it's a fantastic printer as far as print quality goes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, besides the fact that you can't level the bed, so I always had to practice. You have to take your finger and because I don't want to use a raft. I hate rafts right from day one.
Yeah.
So I would get my finger in there and go and push on it a little bit until I got the first couple layers, and then you're good.
Really? You pushed on it?
That's terrible. Something I would totally do.
And now very shortly after that, I got a One Hell Duplicator i3 V2.
Yeah.
Except I got the monoprice version.
Okay.
And then I am a very pay it forward kind of person. I believe having knowledge is pointless if no one else has access to it. What's the point? You know, people say, why do you share all your pictures for free? Because I took 3,000 pictures. What the hell's the point if nobody can see them?
Yeah.
So I posted videos.
What's the point if I only put out 10 and I have 3,000 because only 10 people paid for them?
Yeah, exactly.
Makes no sense.
I posted, of course, videos on YouTube for whatever I was doing with my 3D printers. Not to monetize, not to make any money, just because that's what I do. I post everything on YouTube. I post everything on the internet. And then this guy contacts me just before Christmas that year. It was like Thanksgiving, a little earlier, things like October, November.
And what year was it?
5 years ago.
Okay, cool.
So whatever that was, the year of my first YouTube videos for 3D printing.
Gotcha.
The guy contacted us, hey, would you like a free 3D printer? I was like, yeah, sure, right.
Yeah, what's the catch?
He's like, no, seriously. I was like, yeah, well, what string? He's like, none. You just sign up for an affiliate account so we can track your sales. Because I didn't even want the affiliate account first because I didn't. How much money can I possibly make? And here I am living on it.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
So they sent me a CR10.
No.
And well, now I have 140 printers.
Damn. 100.
I thought Todd and I were bad. We each have like 30 or 35.
Yeah.
It's just they did keep sending them. I got 2 more on the way. I should have a Mars Pro on the way. I hope. And I have a FL Sun Q5 on the way.
Nice.
And I still have the monoprice D1 in there to do.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to get that new Easy 3 with the little tiny OLED screen. I love that.
OLED. Yeah. See,
That's the only thing that's missing.
I thought me and Chris were bad because both of us have
I know,
had,
we both have like 30-ish, 35.
and both of us haven't paid for printers in, let's just say, a little bit. I'm not trying to brag here, guys. I'm just saying I haven't paid for a printer in a while, all right? But at the same time, me and Chris, I don't know about Chris, but I know usually if I get one and if it's not going to go on my main line for whatever reason, not that it's not a good printer, I'll probably sell it at a very, a good cost to someone else. Other just going to sit there, right? I don't think my wife's nice enough as it is. I think with like the dining room and the basement being taken over, I don't think she'd 150 I'd be out the door. I'd be in the doghouse for sure.
Well, that's why I got the 3 Connex containers in the back.
Yeah, my wife.
That makes sense.
Build a shed.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, that's what I got. I got 1,000 square foot of metal boxes out back.
Nice.
I couldn't even do
That's
that.
sweet.
Oh yeah, you don't have space. I got an acre and a half.
Well,
here,
I mean,
so.
I have like reasonable space. The problem is, like, I live in this like poo-poo neighborhood that has like a bylaw for every fucking sneeze.
Oh fuck, God, I hate that shit.
Can't park here, can't do this, can't have this, can't change this. You have to fix this. You have to do this. This is our property. You have to
mow your lawn this way.
Like, yeah, and they're super douchey. So, and my neighbor, I have a neighbor who's like the biggest dick face on the planet. I swear to God, every time like you do anything, my grass in the front, like the city owns the grass in the front of my house between the sidewalk and the street.
Easement,
I'm responsible for mowing it.
No, you own it, but they have an easement on it.
No. They own it.
Not here. It's different here, man. In Canada.
Different here.
Yeah.
In the U.S., yes, you're right.
Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah.
So I don't even have a front lawn. So I don't even have a lawnmower. I had to go out and buy a fucking lawnmower so I could mow the city's property.
Oh, that's brutal. That sucks.
I would tell the city, you buy the lawnmower and I'll cut it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no doubt, right?
I bought like this like Chizo electric one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only, like 15 feet long by 4 feet wide.
Perfect. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So then I go buy this thing and I build it. And my next door neighbor, the other guy, who's actually really nice, decided he would just start mowing it for me while he mows his lawn because he has a front lawn.
So you have a lawnmower you don't need.
So now I have this lawnmower in my garage. It's brand new.
That's hilarious.
But like my neighbor on the other side, though, he's such a dick face. I'm not kidding you. Like there's bylaws about weeds. If you have weeds growing up like in between the cobblestone and your driveway, because all of our driveways are like cobblestone, right? If you have weeds growing up, if they get to be more than 4 inches tall, you can get a fine. Don't you know? 4.1 inches tall, I get a fucking letter. You need to trim these.
You see, here in the U.S., that's not a problem because when I catch you in my yard measuring my grass, I have Mr. 12 gauge to help me out.
Exactly.
Yeah. We can't do that here. So I'm seeing William. I'm seeing William, of course, in chat. I'm seeing all the guys.
Speaking of Bill.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So I'm not actually using it because I'll explain this. But check this out. Bill bought me a present, and I got it the other day.
Hashtag Optimus Prime.
Hashtag Optimus Prime. It's a mug.
Oh, I love the top thing, man. That's just awesome.
So I haven't actually figured out, like, this doesn't just pull out easily, so I haven't figured out how to get that out so I can wash it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm not actually using it, but I had to show it because it's fucking awesome.
That's cool.
So you started in Rockets. Chris, you started in Rockets, right? Mm-hmm. You got into 3D printing, and now you're here. How's that journey been? Like, did you, like you said in the beginning, you never really had plans for monetizing, or heck, did it even want to care what I'm doing? When did you kind of realize, like, shoot, people are kind of listening to me?
Well, it's kind of weird. I didn't monetize the YouTube channel at all in the beginning because I experimented with monetization a little earlier, a few years earlier with the Rocketry channel. Yeah. And, it says your income would be 23 cents. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to throw ads in front of the faces of all my viewers for 23 freaking cents.
No, you're rich.
What I didn't realize was that I was looking at it completely wrong. That is a running total for a certain period of time.
We'd have to do this. For
I
Don.
only monetized 4 videos.
Hold on, Don. Here you go. This is for you.
So then I found out that the total was actually in AdSense, not in YouTube.
Oh,
So
so that was the
just on
AdSense. Oh,
So just on a lark, I logged into AdSense, and there was $420 waiting for me.
oh no way!
I was like, oh my God, I could have been making so much money from these videos that I got 50,000 views on, 3,000 views on, and I didn't have them monetized.
And how many years were you running those videos?
Like a year and a half.
Oh, shit.
Because, monetization wasn't the primary motivator for me. you know.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
But then when my dad died and I got dumped with all the inherited debt, the
That's
city
right.
pulled some shenanigans to basically force me to inherit all of his debt.
Mhm.
They declared my house as part of his estate.
Mm.
And by doing that, all of his debt holders were able to put liens on my house
Oh,
for
on
his
your
debts.
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So you almost really went monetizing hardcore just to pay off some debt.
Hey, you know, it's really
The
rude to talk
YouTube
about-
monetization saved my ass, actually. I would have lost the house
Really?
without it. I was working
Wow,
3
man.
full-time jobs, 120 hours a week.
That sucks.
I was running my dad's porno shop. I was delivering pizza for 40 hours a week. And I was running my YouTube channel for 40 to 50 hours a week.
Wait. You can't just roll over.
You don't just roll over.
Here, let me show you how I roll over this. I had a troll come into my YouTube channel and says, "Why don't you 3D print a dildo and stick it up your ass?" And I pull out this 14-inch 3D printed dildo, and I go, wonk. I was like, "You mean like this one? I can customize it for you. How long? How thick?" I was like, dickhead, I own a porno shop. I make custom bespoke 3D dildos for people. He had nothing to say.
Yeah. What are you going to say, right?
How do you come back to that?
Say to that?
Exactly.
First of all, as soon as you said we own a porno shop, I would be like, "Can I be your friend?" What's up, buddy? Let's hang out.
You should have been my friend a year ago. For the cost of
Well.
shipping, I could have sent you 10,000 DVDs. I mean, I
knowing
threw
you-
so many. I threw so many in the dumpster. It's ridiculous. We had over
Oh, I bet
120,000 movies.
No,
I
you-
bet after-
anymore. It's all
No.
Blu-ray. Come on.
Well, actually, a lot of our we did it surprisingly well with DVDs.
Wait, sorry. Hi, Ivy. Hold on.
Oh,
Please
Ivy.
pause. Stop the stream.
Stop. Ivy's here.
Stream.
Ivy's
Ivy's
here.
in the room.
Who's Ivy?
Ivy is.
She's a dedicated.
She's a dedicated viewer. And she has boobs.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just boobs. Yeah.
She won't show them to me though.
You're a married man.
So? Boobs. My wife knows I still see other boobs sometimes. I don't touch them. Touching
Look,
is
don't touch.
cheating.
That's right. That's right.
Touching is cheating. Looking is not.
That's,
I mean, is it cheating to look at the Mona Lisa? No.
oh, I like that. That's good. That's good. I like that. That's real good. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No,
So,
I hated the business. It was just there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's a perfectly
Fine.
legitimate business. I ran the place like a supermax prison. If I caught a girl doing something she wasn't supposed to do, that was it. She was gone.
Yeah.
It's like, remember at the end it was just me and my sister. But
In there?
oh yeah, we had the BDSM, the
No
dungeon,
way,
all that
really?
crap. We had
Wow.
guys come in with $200,000 cars, $10,000 suit, and he'd
Yeah,
pay
go in the little
$600
room.
and say, "If you don't bruise me, I'm not coming back."
No way.
I guess
Man, that is crazy.
people are weird.
Well, then how did so let me get this straight. So your dad, you have a family porn shop. How did I don't even want to put the term.
My
between
dad
dildos and
loaned
rock-
somebody.
How
My
did
dad loaned
rockets
somebody
come?
money,
Yeah,
and the person couldn't pay and offered the store as payment. And
Really?
He just got stuck with it.
that's some mafioso.
Well, it was a business deal. They went
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
My dad. What do you call that when you I guess like Shark Tank kind of thing, where they provide financing for a piece of
Got
the
you.
result.
That's right, for the profit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he did that, and it failed.
Oh, okay.
And the guy says, "Okay, well, how about we call it even? I give you the business." And my dad said, "Yes."
There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it was a pain in the ass. We had plenty. You could watch some of my past videos if you're interested in that. But we've had plenty of encounters with the city trying to, like, we were gone. The city wanted us gone so bad. The things they did to try to get rid of us is mind blowing.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
You know, the reality distortion field they had to erect to do some of the things they did is just phenomenal. I mean, they would put Steve Jobs to shame.
Yeah, yeah. They were smart. Yeah, yeah.
They're idiots. But we were gone.
Yeah.
Wawa was coming into town. They wanted to put a super Wawa in. And Wawa wanted to buy our property because it was a gas station in the past, so it was already zoned for it. And it was right at the corners, right at the entrance to the city. Like, it was a nice, we owned the whole block, so they could put up a nice super Wawa with all the parking they could need. We had already shook hands. We were just waiting for the lawyers to finalize the paperwork, and we were going to be gone, out of there forever. Mm-hmm. And the city went to Wawa and says, no, don't sell to them. We'll get it for you cheaper. And they tried to close us down.
Oh, so the city was on the deal. That's grimy, hey?
And then Wawa, of course, once that shit hit the fan, Wawa said, "Look, we're out of this. We're not nothing to do with this."
They want nothing.
When we won in court, when the judge found out that they went back. Okay, in New Jersey, adult bookstores are basically illegal.
Okay.
Now, they can't actually make them illegal, and what they're doing now is unconstitutional, but you would have to go to the Supreme Court to challenge it. Because the city has an unlimited budget, you don't.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So they would just keep appealing it until you ran out of money. So they passed a law that was so restrictive on an adult business that it basically was not feasible. You couldn't operate.
Gotcha. It wasn't, yeah.
We were grandfathered in because we existed before the law. Okay? They tried to declare everything about our store illegal. And they says, well, prove you were grandfathered. It's like, first of all, that's not how the law works. You have to prove it.
Yeah, that's right.
So they actually destroyed all of our records all the way back to 1980.
No way.
And said, prove it. Prove you were a business in 1980. We actually went to the historian of the town, who, by the way, was a great guy because he says, I hate your business, but it's my job to do this, so I'm going to do the right thing. Yeah. We found the flyer from the Nuns Association saying, let's protest Adult World at 25 White Horse Pike under the Adult World sign, proving we were there before 1981.
So it was a nun flyer.
Yeah.
Wait,
so the judge. Well, apparently,
what's
I wasn't
a nun flyer.
No, a nun. A group of nuns was protesting our store.
What's a nun?
Hobbit church nuns.
Yeah.
They were protesting our store.
Wow.
Back in 1981.
That is hilarious. So literally, the nuns protesting back then saved it.
Yes. Now, thankfully, the judge wasn't corrupt.
Yeah.
When I wasn't there in court because only the lawyer was there because it wasn't our place to be there yet. But the lawyer told me he had never seen a judge so angry in his life when the judge found out what the city tried to pull to close us down.
Oh, yeah.
And he lost his shit. The city basically, I think 4 people in the city were canned over it. They were scapegoats, of course.
Yeah.
And there was a big reshuffling in the city because the judge just lost his shit. From that point forward, Egg Harbor City, New Jersey.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So at that point, they left us alone until I sold the place.
Oh, okay.
And so when we got out of court, I went up to the council people who were there. It was 2 council ladies and one of the councilmen, and I lost my shit right there. I was like, "Are you people fucking stupid? Are you?" I'm sorry, I should be cursing. I was like, "Are you the epitome of effing morons?" I was like, "You can't be this stupid." My dad's like, "Chris," I was like, "No." I was like, "You stop." I was like, "Do you understand we were gone? I hate this place. I don't want to own a goddamn porno shop. I want nothing to do with it, but I have to survive." I was like, "We were gone. We handshook on it. You would never see us again. And once this place was converted to a Wawa, it could never be converted back to an adult bookstore because the grandfathering would be broken." And I was like, "And you just screwed the pooch because your ego." What it is, they didn't want us to win.
So we have
us getting a payout from Wawa would be us winning, and they couldn't handle it.
So we have a question from Ivy. What the fuck is a Wawa?
A Wawa is the sweet juicy tears of God. Okay. Have you ever heard of a 7-Eleven?
Yeah, 7-Eleven. Yeah,
7-Eleven is the slime on the bottom of Satan's foot. Wawa is the tear out of God's eyes.
yeah. So they're no better.
Wawa's a convenience store.
Yeah.
It's just a very, very good one. They have a deli. They have fresh, hot food. So it's just a very, very. It's like the difference between Texas Roadhouse and Ponderosa.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
There's just a big quality difference, and they're only
Texas
East Coast.
Roadhouse has those rolls.
Oh, I know, with that pure evil cinnamon butter.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you just reviewed what was it called? The
WeDo
box? Yeah, the WeDo. Yeah, that's right. The WeDo. Now, I have a Cubicon style, okay, and when I got it 3-4 years ago, it's $1,600. Now it's 150 by 150 by 150, but I will and I've had it, like I said, for 4 years. Never replaced one part. Prints ABS like PLA, controlled chamber, all the bells, no filament sensor run out, but all the other bells and whistles, self levels and stuff. Do you because I think a lot of these companies, and we all know, they put ABS on their AliExpress listing, blah 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 blah. I think that's kind of where a lot of companies, because like CR10 and a lot of these companies are just coming out with really like the same frame, just with a couple bells and whistles. You know what I mean? I really think companies should really start moving forward to building printers with an enclosure, so you truly can print all the filaments. Because even like PETG, PLA, they all do better in an enclosure. From my personal experience, Chris, you?
Well, here's the problem. Is that when you go from
do you print ABS without an enclosure?
No.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can.
No,
but I'm not. Don't get me wrong, you can, but it's not easy.
No, I will tell you, my first Mega S that I got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did print it. Yeah,
printed ABS better than my Creator Pro.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that.
Beautiful.
Here's why you can't do that easily. Because think of this as a CR10 box.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you want an enclosure. Now you need a box this big.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
so all of a sudden, instead of $20 to ship something, it's $200 to ship it. Plus all the materials, plus the weight. That's why this is a $700 machine and not a $300 machine.
Well, that's the thing though. Listen, I have an Amazon return 4Max Pro from Anycubic, right? And it had a couple issues, of course, because it's an Amazon return, but I had to fix it. Now that printer for a D-Bot style, totally enclosed printer, it's freaking. I don't know why more people aren't buying it, because it's ridiculous. Chris has a 4Max. I think you have two, don't you?
Right
two
here.
of them, and yeah.
Another one. Hold on.
One of my favorite printers is a $1,550 printer. It's the FlashForge Guider 2.
Right? Yeah, I know. Right?
It's fully enclosed, and it's got a 300 cube build volume. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I printed a DNA helix this big with 100 millimeter bridging, perfectly in ABS.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think. Yeah, look and see. Yeah, there you go. And it's an amazing printer that literally almost no one knows about, which is really weird
because it's expensive.
Well, the thing is, say that again louder, Chris.
It's not expensive.
Well, compared to a $160 Ender 3, it is.
Well, totally. But then again, here's the thing. That's what I was trying to get across here. Is like, I think. So tell me, what do you think besides? Okay, 32-bit boards are already cheap, so we're past that now, okay? What's the next innovation? For me personally, I'm waiting for a true desktop filament maker. I'm waiting. This is what the industry needs. I'm not saying it's easy.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy, right? You know what I mean? But really, where are we going to go? It's a nozzle putting plastics through a nozzle. How much innovation can we get moving forward?
The problem is the same. Actually, it's the filament making problem is actually the same as the 3D problem. Most people, the way I explain it is I tell people 3D printers are dumb, deaf, and blind. They have no ability to sense. They have no ability to understand. Your 3D printer doesn't even understand the concept of put the filament on the print bed. It has no idea print bed even exists.
Yeah.
Only thing a 3D printer understands is turn this motor this many steps. Not even movement.
Yeah.
No, they don't even understand movement.
Yeah.
Your slicer has to convert movement into steps.
That's right. Yeah,
Okay?
steps.
And
Right.
that's all it understands.
Yeah.
You, the user, are the intelligence that trams the bed, puts the nozzle where it needs to be, puts the filament in the printer, make sure the filament's actually coming out, stuff like that.
So that's what I'm saying. For you, where would you like to see progression? Right? What would be like if right now, if you thought what if you are begging for a new innovation in 3D printing, what would it be?
Well, see, that's the hard part. These manufacturers don't innovate; they iterate.
Right?
Okay. It takes
I
someone
totally
like
agree.
it takes someone like G Create or Prusa or Canvas or Palette. It takes somebody like that to innovate. And then the Chinese can go, okay, what can we do with this?
Copy it. That's right. Yeah, for sure.
So right now we're seeing
totally agree with you.
We saw the race to the bottom. The race to the bottom is done. It's an Ender 3 for $160.
Yeah.
Now the question is, how much can we add without going too high in price?
And here's the thing though too. While I it's one of those things where you have 150, Chris has we have many different printers from many different companies, but yet my most expensive, smallest bed-sized printer still is the best because, like I said, I haven't had to replace a nozzle. I didn't replace a part, and actually the Cubicon Style, I don't even know what firmware they run. I've never changed the E-steps because you can't. Okay, I've never messed with I've only put firmware updates on it, but you know what? It runs well and always has. So does it come to a point where you now need to pay the piper, right? Because like when I opened the Cubicon Style from the first day, I've had no problem with it. There's not a lot of printers these days that you can say that I actually opened the box and I didn't have to tweak this. I calibrate E-steps flow rate. It doesn't come that way anymore. And I think that's where we kind of almost need to go, where it's going to be a very true automated process. Like you really do. Everyone talks about out of the box experience. There's not really that many these days. You know what I mean?
Well, because they're all the same.
And that's it. Yeah.
Okay. You're melting plastic and extruding it onto a plate. Okay. Yeah. There's not much you can do to automate that without dramatically increasing the cost. I mean, when you buy a Prusa or you buy a G Create or you buy a Lulzbot, what you're paying for is quality control and support.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
There really is not that much.
Especially support.
Yes. There's not that. There really is. I don't care what anybody says. A lot of people are not going to like this, but there is tangibly no meaningful difference between an Ender 3 and a Prusa Mark 3.
ABL
to me is a hindrance, not a help. It's a pain in the ass. I'm always fighting the goddamn ABL.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Wow.
I just wanted to show this.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, but that's twice the price of an Ender 3.
Right.
Yeah, but it's
also fully enclosed and a bigger build volume. And it's
actually it's a D-bot.
All right, so it's a D-bot, but it must be.
Same thing though. Not same, but still very.
The better. I would rather add $30 to that and buy an Ender 5.
See, the thing is, though, then again, you don't have an enclosure, right?
So what? Pay $40 to buy a freaking greenhouse thing and throw it on top of the printer. You're done.
It's also direct drive.
Yeah, and
you can make it direct drive. $30, you can upgrade the Ender 5 to direct drive.
Okay, so now what price are you at now?
I don't even have any Bowden.
Buy the aluminum plate on eBay. The guy sells them.
Oh, you know what? I did talking about that, Chris. Talking about the 4 Max. There is a guy on eBay that sells an aluminum plate to switch. Actually, for the 4 Max Pro, to switch it right over to any E3D clone. And it's actually, I was thinking about getting it, man. It looks really good. I'll send you the link.
That's where you're going to see. That's where you're going to see innovation. You're going to see innovation from niche makers like that guy.
Yeah, like that guy.
Now the market for 3D printers is large enough that it's equitable for these people to make these small runs of parts.
Custom little parts. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well, that's 2 years ago, not practical. Now it is practical.
Man, yeah. I mean, maybe people, not even a year ago, maybe.
Creality sold 500,000 Ender 3s in the first 2 weeks.
I know.
Now, they will not give us numbers. They will not tell us numbers. But I guarantee you it's approaching 8 to 10 million printers.
Oh, man. At least, if not that, man. At least, if not that. And then on top of that, you got to figure that Ender 3 sales flow down to every other company because people might not know about it, and then they're buying a printer just because of the raise in the market, right? 100%.
And now the quality level's going up.
Finally.
You know, well, quality takes money. And there's two ways to get money. There's only two ways to get money besides illegal ways. You can either increase the price or you can increase the volume.
Volume, that's right.
Okay. And we're now at the point where they can increase the volume, which means they can afford to increase the quality. Well, I mean, one of the reasons that I like Creality and to some extent, you know, TiVo a little bit, AnyCubic a little bit, but right now
I love TiVo.
Creality's leading.
Yeah.
They're starting to.
TiVo has fell behind. They were up there for a while, but they have fell behind now.
That's because they split and now they're restarting.
Yeah, I know. It's sad actually. It's sad. Yeah.
Because the Flash was amazing. The TiVo Flash was both of those printers. I got the souped up high end model and I got the base model, and both of those printers out of the box were balls to the wall amazing.
You know what? I even I have the Tarantula Pro, and
that was also good.
It was amazing. It was a great printer, man.
It's a basic printer, but it's very good.
Very good, man. And once again, it had a board that you could change the steppers. You know, it was easy to, to add stuff to and so forth. Great little printer. But now I was with TiVo when everyone was with Creality, right? You know what I mean? Not that I hated Creality. I just had bought a TiVo instead of a Creality, right? It
just happens to be what you had.
It just happened what I had, so I stuck with that company. And they did great stuff. They were always nice to me. Of course, like any company, they had problems and so forth. But they just seemed to stop, once again, innovating. They were just making reiterations of every other machine they had.
That's an incorrect assessment because they never innovated to begin with.
Well, no, you're right. No, you're totally true. No,
all they've been doing is how cheaply can we make this? And then once they hit the volume numbers, they simply iterate.
That's right. Yeah.
That's something that Creality was very good at. A lot of people got upset about that. And that's actually logical as well. I'll explain that in a second. But iteration is what this hobby needed. Okay. The Creality and now the other manufacturers to some extent, but mostly Creality at this point, is they're doing something nobody else does. It's what I call JIT iteration. JIT is a manufacturing called just-in-time production. Okay?
Yeah, I know who they are.
So 3D printing is JIT. Somebody orders, one of my, somebody orders a vase. I don't have any vases. They order it, I print it, I send it. Just-in-time production. Okay. Well, they're doing JIT manufacturing.
That's right.
So when they improve the printer, they introduce the improvement directly into the manufacturing stream. So every printer from that point forward has the improvement. Now, for end users, this is fantastic because you're getting constant improvements to the printer, and it's really not that hard to integrate the improvements retroactively.
The new improvements, that's right.
Now,
that's right.
Why do YouTubers get upset about that? Well, you get someone like Tom or Maker's Muse, Now you have to understand.
Don't get me started.
No, you have to understand these people. When I make a video, it's me setting up a webcam or a phone on a tripod. I hit record, I do my video, and I click submit to YouTube. Okay? When Tom Sanlanderer makes a video, it's a multi-week, multi-month production with thousands of hours of editing and paying an actual crew, cameramen, editors. They're paying people.
But 1 second,
it's an actual production. So
I want to say the difference between yours and their videos, and this is one reason why I started becoming a fan of yours, because I was getting sick of all, and I'm not hating on all the big YouTubers. That's not what I'm trying to say, but they were just trashing printers. When they open the box, when I watch your videos, you're like, you know what? You'd be like, you know what, TiVo, this would be really nice if you fix this, that. And then if it was wrong, you fix it live on stream, but you're not like, this is a piece of crap because of this. You show people, you know what, this isn't the best, but here's how you fix it. Or I just did this and it wasn't a problem. But these guys, the wires are tinned. Oh, that's a fire hazard. And next, you know what I mean? Like,
they're not wrong.
No,
getting me started.
Now they blow it out of proportion.
That's what I'm saying.
React a little bit, but the mistake is on the part of Creality and TiVo, not them.
Totally. No, and
I explained to TiVo, I was like, you do not send these printers to people like Tom or Joel or Maker's Muse. You send
Yep.
these printers to people like me.
Yep, that's
We
right.
work through the problems.
That's
we get
right.
things fixed. When the printer is done and working properly, then you send it
Then
to
you-
people like them.
That's
Because
right.
they don't want to
Exactly.
spend $5,000 on a production to make a video.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Tom makes more money on Amazon affiliate accounts before they can them. He makes
Yeah,
more
yeah.
money in a week than I make in a year.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I told TiVo, I told JG Aurora, I told all of those guys, listen, stop sending it to these major YouTubers, because while you may think this is going to be great, if there's one iteration wrong, then they're going to just overdraw it. You send to a guy like me or like Chris or like say you and stuff, I'm going to work with that until I know what it is, and then I'm going to make a video, and I'm not going to say, oh, well, this printer shit automatically because I'm reacting as I open the box. I've spent some time with it, right?
Well, I'll tell you the printer's shit,
printer-
and then I'll tell you how to fix it.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. That's right. Right. You don't have to bag on it and be like, oh, don't ever buy this thing. No.
Well,
no. Listen,
it was
it's a
kinda-
$2. Well,
it was-
let's not okay. It's not an A-net, right?
Although they're doing pretty good.
They are
Their
okay.
current
I know.
machines
Yeah.
are supposed to be pretty good.
No.
But here's the thing,
I know.
though. You have a company that's made millions of printers,
Yeah.
and they've iterated and corrected these printers for years. And then they come out with a printer and they call it the CR10S Pro with abysmal problems that should not be there because you already fixed those
Yeah.
problems on previous printers.
With the one before. Yeah.
So they kind of got bagged on and deserved it.
No, and they deserve it. Well, and that's honestly
Now,
like
Makers
talking
Muse
about
and
like.
them, they overreacted, and they understand
yeah.
they did.
Yeah,
They understand they overreacted.
Now, I will say there is times when I love it when like Tom on the Prusa Mini gave it to him. He's like, well, you've really did nothing innovative with this. So you got a E3D style hot end, like there, and that was and not that I agreed with them, but it was nice to see like, an honest opinion, because for a long time, let's all admit, and listen, I don't blame them, but everyone was up Prusa's yin yang and like, Prusa this, Prusa that. Like, that's all. They didn't even say any other printer. You know what I mean?
I tell people that Prusa is like, the reason that happens to Prusa is because Prusa is like Apple,
Oh my god, I always say that.
but without the evil horns.
yeah. He is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's got that loyalty and following and that zealotry that Apple has, not undeserved, I might add.
No.
I mean, his printers are too expensive to me, but they are
me
damn
too.
nice printers, and he does support them. Okay.
Here's my point. I think until the Mark II, they're still using zip ties. That's the end of my conversation there.
Who cares? Right tool for the job. If the goddamn
I
zip
know.
ties work, use them.
I know, but you know what I'm saying, though, right? Shoot. Go on, brother.
Now, the Mini is a little different. Tom, if he bagged on the Mini, it's because he didn't understand what the Mini was. Okay? The Mini was not a new innovative product for end users. The Mini was an internal product. The Mini, they designed the Mini for their farm.
Yeah, but come on.
And then said, hey, we've designed it. We might as well release it to everybody.
But the thing was, once again, it was nothing like, the thing is, I think the reason, once again, and like I said, I think it's just because, I like to see when you like the big YouTubers actually have a real opinion. So, and I honestly, I know it sounds like I'm hating on them. I watch them too, so don't get me wrong.
Channels.
Yeah, don't get
Tom
me
or
wrong.
Maker's
Right?
Muse released a channel. I'm right there watching it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong, right? But it was nice to be like, because honestly, it was like the mono price Mini. All these, they have the same type of frame. Not the electronics and but it wasn't something innovative. And I like that Tom brought that ahead. Like, but I will say, we heard it almost I can't remember how months ago. If they do come out with a legit Core XY, that will be something seriously I will look at, and that's the honest truth. I will.
That's something I will very seriously look at, and I'll never buy.
Yeah.
I don't got $1,200 to $1,500 to buy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
and people say, why doesn't Prusa send you a printer? Because Prusa has nothing to gain by sending me a printer.
No, well, and
remember, people remember, Prusa's a business.
Yeah.
Why would they blow a $1,500 printer when they're not going to get a return on it?
Well, the thing is, and it comes. I had people that like ask me that too, and like, oh, we got all these printers. You ever had a Prusa? I'm like, no, and they're like, why? I'm like, I've never been sent one.
My answer is I'm not a fanboy.
Yeah, and don't get
Nothing wrong with being a fanboy.
Listen,
I'm
my
an
brother,
Autobot fanboy.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
an Autobot fanboy.
Listen, I have a lot of friends that have them, and once again, I'm not saying they're not great printers and stuff, but like you said, when you can buy 106, like you said, it may not be the popular opinion, but if I get a well-tuned Ender 3, it's going to make the same prints as the Prusa. I'm saying the same thing. Like, that's legit. I'll put any of my printers' prints against a lot of like I used to hate the Ultimaker. Because it was so expensive, and I was like,
And the
"What?"
print quality is crap.
I don't hate it, but I would never buy one ever.
Okay,
Print
yeah, you're
quality-
right.
The print quality on the Ultimaker out of the box is crap.
Well,
Dude,
yeah.
what
I've seen
you
prints
know-
from it. It's like, that looks like crap.
Do you know what? And I don't know if anyone remembers or even knows about this. The Jenny. Do you know what I'm talking about? The
No.
Jenny was the first and still is like one of the legit 100% Ultimaker clones that you can buy on AliExpress, right? And it actually prints better than the Ultimaker, and it's like half the price, man. Now, don't get me wrong; it's a kit. You're building that. It doesn't come in a box, right? You know what I mean? You're building the sucker, but at the same time, it's pretty nice for what you're getting, right?
You know what I actually really loved about Ultimaker, and I forget which model it was, but they're newer, a few years ago, their newer dual extruder.
Who's this?
Oh, I love that modular nature of it.
Yeah, the thing where the nozzle actually lifted.
Yeah,
That was innovative.
yes,
wish
I
more
agree.
people did something like that.
I agree, because that's the problem with a lot of IDEX printers is both of those nozzles. Like, listen, I don't know if you have,
IDEX printer doesn't matter. It's like my Creator Pro
yeah,
has a single block with two nozzles on it.
yeah.
One nozzle, if they're leveled properly, one nozzle
That's
at
what
the
I
right
meant.
height is gonna
Yeah.
touch the print.
That's
where like my T-Rex 3, that second nozzle is way the fuck over here.
I didn't mean I didn't mean IDEX. I meant the same thing with the two nozzles locked together.
So I mean, that was innovative, and I can't believe no one jumped all over that.
It's because there's an easier solution. You do something like the CRX, 2 in, 1 out. Now you have no problems anymore.
Yeah, but now you're talking about purge blocks, and it's the same reason.
Yeah, which is true too.
Only an IDEX gets rid of the purge block.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
and that's what you know.
Well, no.
And
You can
then
have
even then, you need a freaking
purge bucket.
You need a purge bucket and a wipe wall.
No.
Well, yeah,
What I'm talking about is so the Ultimaker had the one where it actually raised the nozzle. So you had two filaments in, two separate nozzles. One would lift up, one would print. The other one would lift up, and one would print.
That's how they kept them out of the way.
Yeah, there's no purge block involved in that because there's two different nozzles.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
There
But
may
you
have
still
been
have to have a purge because you're going to get hydrolyzing filament and
right.
you're going to get oozing.
but a little tiny wipe tower will take care of that.
That's right. Yeah.
Square, whatever.
Yeah.
Now, the innovation I'm waiting for that I heard of a couple
See,
years
this is
ago,
that's what I was asking. What's
what
going on?
nobody has done is somebody had the idea of actually having no purge and no oozing by having an actual needle that would be in the nozzle and it would actually block the nozzle.
Okay. Yeah.
So the nozzle would actually close. Now you
Got
can't
you.
ooze. There's no opening.
Ooh, that would be.
And then it would
that
open up
is
again
brilliant.
and continue printing. I'm really surprised that never went anywhere.
That's actually a great whoever if anyone's in the
Probably
industry,
complexity, probably easy to jam. That's my guess would be.
It
Got
seems like
you.
it would be a great functionality, but terrible to actually have.
Yeah, well,
It might
that's
actually be easier on something like my Chiron with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. It might be easier on something like that.
with the bigger nozzle. It would be easier. You're right, 100%. Oh, you have a 1. Oh, that's right. You have that 1.2, so you can pump.
I
out
love the
plastic.
1.2s. Oh yeah. Yeah. I haven't freed it up yet, but here's that katana sword.
Here, push that close to see those 1.2 layer lines. Look at those layers.
Oh,
Those
these are no, those aren't layer lines. That's actually
No, that's
designed
actually-
into it.
Oh, that's yeah. Oh,
but
that
here
is
the layer lines.
Oh, so
right
that's
there.
not bad at all.
Is
Look
that
at
point?
that.
This is 0.4
You know what?
millimeter layer height.
If you just calibrate it properly,
It's
you're not
true.
gonna
Yeah.
feel it. You know that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're using a 0.2 or a 0.1 or a 1.2.
Well,
Yeah,
a
that's
1.2 has an issue where you can't do a single wall print.
No.
Makes sense.
You can do
Yeah.
a vase mode print.
That.
But
Yeah.
you can't do a single wall print
Got
because
you.
so far, well, I guess you can compensate, but you'd have to compensate per print per layer.
That's right.
Because of the size of the nozzle, even when there's no visible oozing, it does not extrude filament for the first 3 millimeters of travel.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So you always end up with that little gap.
Little gap.
So you have to have 2 perimeters so you can cover up that missing gap.
Yeah.
And I haven't figured out a way to consistently get rid of that gap. And it just hasn't been necessary. I just do 2 walls.
So we got all our friends here in chat. They're all dying with COVID. They're like, my kids are gonna drive me nuts. So Chris, I know you got kids.
No, I don't.
Not you, the
Okay.
other Chris, the other one. And how are you doing with the kids being home and everything going crazy?
They're not dead yet.
Yeah, they're not dead yet. Yeah. And there's, do you have a roommate or a partner with you at your new place? Your sister?
Yep.
Yeah. And how are you guys dealing with all of this being down there in New Mexico? Because actually, to be honest with you, I hear a lot of stuff about the States, but I haven't really heard a lot about down in your area.
Well, we live rural. So, for
Okay.
example, in my town, it's actually not even possible to buy less than an acre. It's in the town charter. All property has to be 1 acre or larger.
Okay.
So we're very rural. There's like 2 stores. There's a Walmart and there's a Smith's for grocery, and that's it. Otherwise, you got to drive 30 minutes into Albuquerque.
Okay. All right. So it's not
which
too
is
bad.
Part of why I chose here.
Yeah,
so
nice.
there's not a whole lot going on here as far as that kind of stuff.
There wasn't beforehand either.
Yeah.
I'm
And I work
actually-
from home, so it doesn't really affect me. I'm pretty sure Michelle and I both caught it because
Yeah.
we have the low level fever and the cough,
Oh, yeah.
but thankfully no respiratory problem, so I'm not too worried about
Gotcha.
it.
And Chris, you're in a pretty
City.
yeah, you're in the city, right? And how is it
No.
there? Like I went to the other Chris.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna call you Nersey, okay? We'll just get that out of the way so that this way we don't get confused. But you're in a bigger city. Like I went to I live in a city of 2,500 people. I went to the grocery store. They
We have,
do
like-
have it. They do have it very organized and stuff. But it was like 2 minutes wait in line. I was in. What about you? How's it there in the city? Like getting
Oh, it's
grocery.
Honestly, I mean, I've grocery shopped a lot because I have 2 teenage boys.
Mm-hmm.
So I grocery shop like every other day still.
Yeah.
That's
But-
why I do this.
People have been really good about, keeping like the social distancing. The grocery
good.
stores have installed
Yeah.
like plexi,
Yeah, so did ours. Yeah.
and they've got like tape lines. So you like one person stands here and the next person
That's
stands
right.
back here.
Yeah, we have that here too. Yeah.
But people are fucking retarded and don't know how to follow tape lines.
No, I know. Yeah, people are dumb. I was gonna say, William.
But
Just
I'm ready though. Look at this.
Are you? Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a great book. I gotta get that book.
This shit.
I didn't know that
Amazon.
existed.
I didn't know it existed either.
Well, it's funny. So there's I'm
That's a
I'm,
great book.
I'm an admin in the Predator Advanced group,
Okay,
and we have our own chat for all the admins.
got you. Yeah.
And one of Matt, who's actually I wouldn't be surprised if he's on right now. Matt, he always watches our stream. He's in the UK, and I posted something about like how pissed off I was because I actually needed toilet paper, and I couldn't get any.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, I posted something on Facebook like a week and a half ago that was like, I see one of 2 ways this is gonna go. Number one, all these idiots who went out and bought 500 rolls of toilet paper are gonna be, after everything goes back to normal, are gonna be all like, well, shit. Now what do I do with 500 rolls of toilet paper?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, see, I'm
Yeah.
getting ready to buy about 10 years worth of toilet paper.
Well, you can do that. though.
No, I'm going to do it,
I
and
don't
it's going to make me smile like a little kid in a candy shop because
The
karma's a bitch.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
right.
when this coronavirus is over with, and these morons who bought up thousands of rolls of toilet paper oh shit, how do I get rid of all this toilet paper? I'm going to smile as I buy it for half what they paid for it.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the other part. So the second thing was it's actually the zombie apocalypse, and people who spend all of their money on 500 rolls of toilet paper are going to be kicking themselves in the ass because they didn't buy crossbows and katanas.
Well, I got Mr. 12 gauge, so I'm okay.
Yeah, so Matt made a funny comment and he showed a picture of this book, and I was like, I need that. So 4 days later, thank you, Amazon. I have the book.
I'm going to look that up.
It's on, well, I got it on Amazon Canada, but I'm sure they have it on Amazon US.
Yeah, I'm totally looking up that book too. And you're lucky because he lives right by like an Amazon warehouse
actually,
where he could just go pick it up.
Ah,
No, they don't.
So,
see, I
well,
missed
not
that.
right now. Not right now.
No, but they never did.
When I
Oh,
lived
no?
outside Philly, I could place an order.
I
at
get
10
like
o'clock at
same
night.
day shipping or same day delivery. It's like order by
Yeah.
12 out by and have it by 9.
Yeah, I've placed an order at 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning. It was on my doorstep. It was very addictive.
I know, right? Oh, I can just order this now. Right on.
And tomorrow morning it's there. It's like
Mhm.
wow.
Yeah. Oh
But
no,
out here,
I can order
no.
something at 9 a.m. and have it sometimes by 2 p.m.
Oh God, I wish.
That's addictive. Yep.
Yeah, no, actually, it's probably better that that doesn't happen. Because I would just be like,
Spend.
oh man, it'd be horrible. My wife would be like, what is with all these Amazon orders? Oh, babe, I got you something too.
The problem we're having out here in rural New Mexico is actually the roving bands of the zombies running around.
I thought you were gonna say coyotes.
What happens, we don't our shelves did not empty of product until the stores in Albuquerque ran out. And then all the
so
people
they
in
came down?
Albuquerque started
Oh, yeah.
traveling like a plague outside of the
Yeah,
city
yeah.
and cleaning out all the surrounding stores.
yeah. That is zombie. Like you're right. That's funny.
Here, like, so the funny thing is, so like I said, I'm in a city. We have about 300,000 people, and at first, it was ridiculous. I walked into the grocery store to buy like 4 things to make the kids dinner, and I spent 45 minutes and couldn't find shit. Now, when you go, they have pretty much everything.
But all
I
the
agree,
cheap
yeah.
stuff is gone.
A lot of the major grocery stores now are limiting. You can't buy more than 2 of this or more than 2 of this.
Yeah,
If I walked into the major, I mean, I'm not kidding. I say I have 5 major grocery stores within 5 minutes of my house. It's true. You would walk into one and they would have no pasta and no canned goods and no milk. You would walk into another one and they have all that stuff. They have absolutely no meat and no frozen pizza and stuff like that. Like, who the fuck buys frozen pizza when this is on?
I do. I do, man. That's me. I'm that guy. And not only that, here's a funny thing. In Nova Scotia, they even Nova Scotians make fun of it, right? Because I'm not originally from here, but even they make fun of it, right? They're like, okay, like because we'll have a storm every once in a while here where it's a bad storm. It only happens once in a while, but the 2 things you get is booze and chips. Like you go to the grocery store, they have everything, but try to find a goddamn bag of chips.
They see here, the chip aisle's full.
Oh, really?
But like the bread and the meat aisle, like you go in one day, it's empty. You go in the next day, it's full. Then you go in the next day, it's empty again.
Yeah. That's what
See,
you're going to be kidding me. So now they literally have, you can't buy more than 2 of something.
same here. And
they
same
see
here.
that's also a
All
problem
of the
in
cows
and of itself.
and the pigs and the
Oh, it
chickens
is totally.
did not just disappear overnight. There's going to be more.
Well, it's people are panicking.
And and that's understandable though. You know what I mean? Like
There's a difference between panicking and scalping.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about the panickers. They're just uneducated. They're scared.
That's right.
The scalpers, I want to eat them.
Yeah, no, I hear you. These guys, I see like just someone posted the other day, and like on my local Facebook community bulletin board, this chick selling like 20 rolls of toilet paper for like $100, and it's like, you really post on your Facebook? Do you know what's going to happen now? Like people are going to
You're screwed.
Like you are doing yourself no good by doing this. You really are not, right?
Now, you see, here they're doing it right.
Banned it.
Here they're doing it right.
If
Okay.
you get caught, you face like massive.
Oh yeah. Now here the government shut that down. If you do that, you're screwed. Yeah, for sure.
Like
Well,
massive fines.
I don't know about Canada, but in the U.S., I disagree with criminalizing that. A business scalping, that should be illegal.
Well, that's
But
it. Yeah.
But a citizen scalping should never be illegal. It should be societally shunned and frowned upon,
Well, no. Not
but it shouldn't be illegal.
individuals. The businesses are not
Here, they're
allowed
actually
to
some
take
places
Yeah,
are
the
actually finding
business.
individuals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, individuals here, you just get shamed.
Yeah, that's what should happen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think people are actually dumb enough to do it here because they'll get so shamed.
Oh, you mean the guy
No.
who had 17,000 bottles from Canada?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Went across the goddamn border, bought it all up.
Oh my god! Well, here in Albuquerque, they're doing it right though. So I saw an ad on Facebook for a roll of toilet paper for sale. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm looking for an F-250 heavy duty.
Yeah, I saw. I
And
had
then
a guy too.
the guy has little crack bags with little sheets of toilet paper.
Yeah, I seen.
They're making fun of it. They're making fun
That's
of
right.
it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. Oh, shoot.
I got
That's
200 rolls
hilarious.
of toilet paper. I don't care.
Listen, the thing is once
Well,
again,
I'm a cheap son of a bitch, so I buy cheap. Now,
Yeah.
I don't. And people say, why the hell do you have so much toilet paper? Because I don't buy it in less than a 96 roll case.
yeah.
Like I buy one case and it's 96 rolls. Okay, it's on
Well,
Amazon,
that's pretty
35 to $40. 96
Wow.
rolls, 1,000 sheets a roll. That's just the way I buy it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
But
surprised
you're
me
not
too.
changing the way you buy things. That's how you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah,
I find it very surprising too with all the people that have Amazon Prime don't realize about all the Prime discounts, not just for electronics, for diapers, for all these things. They have all these things that you can get that with your Prime membership. Like you don't have to go to the grocery store, like you said, and clear out the goddamn shelf. Just
That's
order it
panicking.
Yeah, that's panicking.
well, no,
Yeah,
you can't order it online. Go on Amazon,
Yeah.
try to buy toilet paper. You
A
can't.
lot of
Mm.
Amazon stuff is
You can't do it now.
No,
yeah,
go on.
like
No,
it's either sold out or the release expected delivery date is like April
Oh,
9th.
got you. Yeah.
Even for Prime stuff.
Now, people say,
Yeah.
why do you have so much? There's 800 cans of veggies here. There's 200 cans of tuna fish there. I did not buy any of this since I moved here to New Mexico. This is all
That's
more
right.
than a year old. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So,
right. Yeah.
Now, how do you avoid paying full price for something? My concern
shit
isn't
ton.
how much I pay at the grocery store for that. It's how much I have to keep paying.
That's right.
It's how much I have to pay per unit. So when
That's
my
right.
local grocery store put tuna fish on sale for 33 cents a can, I bought every single goddamn can they had. Okay? Because how do you never pay full price? You
Yeah, that's
buy
right.
enough to make it to the next sale.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because if you say, oh, it's 33 cents a can, I'll buy 10 cans. And in 3 weeks, you have to pay full price because you're out.
Yeah. That's true, though. That is true. That's
Okay.
a good way to think about it.
When I run out of tuna fish, if it's not on sale again, we don't eat tuna fish.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Because I can afford to buy 200 cans of tuna fish. If you're poor, how can you afford that? Because now I don't have to buy it for another 3 years.
That's right. Yeah.
And that
that's
tuna
right,
fish will
yeah.
last 20 years. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
my per can price is low.
You got any army rations back there? Too,
Actually, I
or
do.
what?
I actually have 2 cases. They kind of suck though. They're garbage.
You're killing me here, man. You're killing me. That's funny. I thought you were gonna be like, "Shut the fuck up." I know I do actually.
Back in Pennsylvania, I could get food very cheap. Like
Yeah,
I bought thick cut, boneless center cut pork chops. $1 a pound.
Yeah. I hear
bought
you.
40 pounds.
Nothing is $1 a pound in Canada.
Yeah,
will
I know.
When-
Nothing's $1 a pound here either.
When me and my wife because it's we live in a small little place, there's no discount grocers, and but when we lived out in west in Canada, and once again we're a little bit broker than we were now. That's all. Like we'd go to this place and all it had was these giant trucks, back ends, and it was just freezers. And it was just discount, and they'd have different things every weekend. But we'd go there, and when me and my wife were talking not too long ago, we're like, "How did we eat so good, being so poor?" And it's because
You had
we went
access to those stores.
Yeah, we had access, and and not only that, like we were lucky enough at that time to have a vehicle, and we would drive to each of those discount stores because even with the gas, it was still hundreds of dollars cheaper than going to, Superstore or whatever it was, right?
I had a guy giggle at me because I was loading up cans of veggies onto the little trailer behind my Geo Metro. Okay.
First of all,
I drove
if
home.
you were loading veggies on a trailer, I would giggle too. Okay.
I looked at him and I said, Yukon Denali, 8 miles per gallon. Geo Metro, 65 miles per gallon. How's that working out for you? He stopped laughing.
Yeah, it's not that funny anymore.
I went to Ben Salem Wholesale and they had canned veggies, like actual 14-ounce cans of green beans and corn, $5 for $1, $6 for $1. I mean, even Walmart on sale, these are 50 cents a can. And I was getting them for 15 cents a can. I went home, got my trailer, came back and bought 600 cans of veggies.
600 cans.
600 cans. I bought about 400 cans of corn and about 200 cans of green beans.
Well,
And
now
we didn't have to buy green beans or corn for 4 years.
Yeah,
And I paid 15 cents a can. That's why.
I would buy all.
I bought everything. I bought everything I had.
Yeah, you're prepared for this. Now, now let's get a little bit back to like 3D printing. You're here now. Now this is what you do for a living.
Yes.
So with your affiliate links and YouTube and everything else, you can make a living now to survive, right? You know,
kind of.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for sure.
Now, part of the reason I moved here was because of the low cost of living.
Low cost, awesome, and that's why there's multiple reasons.
Why didn't you move to Nebraska?
Because there's no resources there, and the weather sucks.
But
the weather does, yeah. Weather sucks.
Okay,
a house in Nebraska, like probably 25 years ago.
Yeah.
That in Massachusetts, it's still that house probably would have been like 900,000. And again, we're talking like, actually, my God, probably 30 years ago.
Gotcha. Yeah.
He bought the same house in Nebraska, but way bigger, for like 60 grand.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
She's like, well, it's 40 minutes to the nearest grocery store. Like, fuck that.
Well, see,
what?
When I was figuring out where to move to, it's interesting. This might sound a little grim, but it's really not. It's just it's scouting. You be prepared, okay?
Yeah.
So my brother asked me, what I was doing, because he saw my whiteboard open, and I had a lot of shit on that whiteboard. And he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm planning my death." I want it to be a little shocker. He's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, this is what happens if I die at 50. This is what happens if I die at 55, and this is what happens if I die at 60." And he's like, "Why are you doing that?" And I was like, "Because I have a responsibility to take care of you guys."
Yeah.
And so I have limited resources, so I have to plan years ahead. What can I do assuming I only live to 50? What can I do assuming I only live to 55? And what can I do if I assume I live to 60? Okay, I have to try to, all of this is for you, because I'm only going to live another 20 years.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to live another 40. And so I have a responsibility to do the best I can to prepare for that. Now, I have a limited means of making income. I'm getting burned out. I'm working 3 full-time jobs. I can't keep doing that. Yeah. I mean, my property taxes in Pennsylvania were $8,500 a year. I did not live in a McMansion. I lived in a goddamn Levittown house. The taxes were just insane. My taxes here are $509 a year, and I have an acre and a half.
See, and I like that, because I always tell people, like, me and my wife we've moved many times over the last, since we've been dating and married. And that's because we moved where opportunity was, right? It wasn't about, is this, a good, this a bad. It's about opportunity. What is the best for us years ahead of time? Do I want to pay $1,800 a month for a condo that I rent and I have a 3x3 square yard? Or do I want to move somewhere and take the chance and actually have a chance to make something myself? And I think a lot of people these days don't want it, because, my family lives here and da-da-da-da. Well, if you don't want it, no, it is. But if you don't want to change, you're the only one that could change your life, right? And if it's not working for you, you're the only one. No one can change your life but you.
No, that's absolutely not true.
Totally. Who else is going to change your life?
Your life is being changed every day by people you don't even know. And you have no say in the matter.
Of course. That's not what we all affect each other. But what I'm saying is, if you need to make a real change in life, the decision is yours.
The only reason I could even make the change I made, I consider myself part of the 1%. I consider myself not the 1% in wealth. I make $900 a month. Yeah. Okay, for 2 of us. By the way, that's for 2. Okay, because she's I have to take care of her. She doesn't make any money. I consider myself one of the lucky 1% because I had an opportunity most people do not get. Yeah. I owned a porn shop I could sell, and that allowed me to move. Because without that, I couldn't move.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the same thing. And I agree with you on that point, because me and my wife, we're about to buy a house here in the end of May-ish, right? We moved here 3 years ago, and we live with her mom. And if it wasn't for her mom, there's no way we'd have this opportunity. There's no way. So I understand what you're saying. It's not always my decision, right?
No. You
If
have
her
to
mom-
take the initiative
if her mo- if
when
her
the
mom's-
opportunity presents. I'm sorry.
If her mom said no, then you're right. That's not my choice. Now that's not my choice, right? So
Now-
I understand what you're saying from that point of view.
Grabbing the initiative when it's presented, that
That's
is
what
your
yeah.
choice.
That's what
Okay,
I'm talking about.
but-
yeah,
The opportunity has to be presented.
that's true too.
Okay.
Well, that's like Chris,
And you don't
Chris,
control that.
Yeah, that's like Chris. You got the opportunity to work with AnyCubic, and you were like, "Yes, I will take that opportunity." Right?
Hell yes.
Well, yes,
some
thank you
guys,
very much. I will work for you.
yeah, and some guys might say, and here's the other thing I find though too is sometimes people say yes to an opportunity when they're not ready for it. Do you know what I mean? So they're
Yep.
not even prepared, right? And
Grabbing
so when
more than they can chew.
and then they're in a worse situation, right? You know what I mean? And that's what I find too. Don't get yourself ahead, right? As much as you want to be ahead in life, you jump to the top and you're not ready for it. You're going to crash. You're going to crash hard, big time.
So when he asked about this map that I was looking at, I had about 30 different cities that I was picking to move to. And there's a lot of factors involved when you're trying to move on a budget.
No, I don't want to see on camera.
Oh, is
No.
Julia coming to visit?
Yeah, Julie's coming. Chris is like, I'm trying to get
Don't
her
be
to come
shy.
and visit. I know, I'm trying to come again. She's like all comfy and she's.
Hi.
I can't hear anything, so it's.
Oh, you can't hear anything. Oh yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I got to take my headphones off
No,
so
but
she
then
can hear
there'll
us.
be an echo.
Oh, there will be an echo. You're right.
We
right,
like
just wave
all
and
of
say
our
hi.
victims happy.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right.
He's still got Christmas lights up.
I
He's still
know.
got Christmas lights up. I love decorating.
Oh, I hate it.
I love decorating.
I used to love it, and then Ned, one of my cats, my first Canadian cat, when we had my first Christmas here, we had just gotten Ned, so he was a baby, and we had a tree, and the kids were still little. They're my wife's kids, so the kids were still little. So we had a tree, and we couldn't find the cat. Kept looking for the cat. Where is the damn kitten? Oh, found him. He was eye level, smack dab, laying on the branches in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and when I moved here, I had my 3 cats and my dog. So we're now up to 4 cats and a dog. And all of the balls that were on the tree, because we were like, well, we have children, and we're not going to put anything, and animals, we're not going to put anything expensive on the tree. So we just bought like a whole bunch of cheapo plastic Christmas balls.
Yep.
The entire bottom third of the tree was wiped clean.
That's impressive. I mean, 'cause
Last Christmas tree.
it should have been more.
That was the
Okay,
last tree.
I
I'm still
decorated.
finding them.
I
5 years-
decorated the tree. There were 3 balls left on the tree.
I'm still finding them
Do
5
you know?
years
Do you know how we cleaned up? I walked around with a dustpan and a broom and swept them up off the floor.
That's what I did. I threw them all in. I was like, fuck this.
Because they had to me it's fun. We just make sure we don't put glass balls on the tree because we don't want them breaking. It's just all plastic, and the cats just have a blast climbing up the tree. It's like an objective of theirs to get every single ball off that tree.
Yeah, but see, I would have to clean them all up, so I'm just like, no,
Who cares?
too much
It's
work.
fun.
Too much work.
Yeah, I don't mind. But like I bought 66-foot long LED light strings, and I have I think 8 of them or 9 of them, different colors, and I'm gonna put all of them up on the building. So one big thick bundle of lights going across the entire front of the building,
Nice.
and then they're all going to go into a watertight box with a power strip, a 10 outlet power strip, where each power strip has its own power button.
Oh, there you go.
So now I just go outside and go, okay, it's Valentine's. Click red. It's Easter, purple and pink.
Done.
So I just leave them up year round, and then I just pick whatever color I need for whatever holiday. So
Not a bad idea.
That's what I plan to do. I think it'd be fun. I like decorating.
I
Except,
like
I like using blow-ups because the air blow decorations, because they're relatively affordable for their giant size. The problem is they don't work too well here because the
They don't
winds
really
are so.
work well. It's really windy here.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's windy
So,
and it just
yeah,
tears
they
them
don't
up.
work that well here.
All right.
Like I have a gigantic 6-foot tall, 10-foot long black cat for Halloween that sits like this and his head turns back and forth like this, but the wind just I had to take him down because the wind was going to destroy him.
people put the Christmas ones up all the time on my street, and it's not worth it.
Yeah. Well, one thing I plan to do is to put gates on both ends of my house, like a little section of fence coming out from the house, to create basically a turbulator to break up the wind coming along the length of the house.
Hey, Chris, put up William's comment on the X-Wing.
What's that?
Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, live comments. I didn't have that up there.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. We just had a decorated discussion today on building
X-Wing for the front yard. Nice.
Right on. Wicked. See, my wife would be like, maybe not so much the X-Wing, but my wife loves Halloween. She'd love it if we had like a neighborhood haunted house. Like, legit.
Yes.
She would love that shit big time.
But I have a personal vendetta against Halloween. I protest Halloween every year because
That doesn't surprise me.
I am an equal opportunity, non-discriminating spook. I torture my victims year round, not on one day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I know my wife would have it that my wife would probably have like half the year like Halloween and the rest Christmas. You can see the lights behind me, right? Now,
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Oh, were you? Well, 'cause this is so in like once again we live in a small town and we have our little neighborhoods and stuff. So people are talking about, why not put Christmas lights up just to be more, and like, people would look at it. So my wife, as soon as she heard, I'm putting up the she's like, they're doing it on Facebook, Telly. I'm like, oh, well, I guess if they're doing it on Facebook, right on.
I would have half the year Halloween, half the year Christmas, but in the middle for Canada Day.
Oh, my wife just came down to tell me, she said, I'd have half the year Halloween, half the year Christmas, but one day in the middle there, you got to have Canada Day. It's like July 24th, right? You got to have that. You got to have that freaking, that country day in there, right?
As far as why I picked Midwest here to Southwest to move, as I was picking different cities to move to, it finally dawned on me. I was like, wait a minute. Show me a map of the U.S. by rainfall. Yeah. I never thought to look that up because I hate rain. And as soon as I saw that line going down through Kansas and Oklahoma, I was like, okay, we're living on that side of the country.
We're on this side, yeah. Non-rainy side, yeah.
I couldn't afford Colorado because the only place I could afford to live in would be like Pueblo.
Yeah.
And it was just not very many houses available there. I was looking at Tucson and Sierra Vista.
Oh, yeah.
Which I could kind of afford a house outside Tucson or Sierra Vista, but the tax situation is a little higher in Tucson or in Arizona, while the property taxes are actually lower than here. They charge property tax on your cars, and I have 4 cars. Yeah, you pay property tax on your cars. Yeah.
That's it.
There's actually a surprising number of states that do that.
Do you pay excise tax on your cars?
How does that work? So you get charged.
Do you pay like excise tax?
You pay like your property tax on your house, but on your cars.
Right, but do you pay? All right, so I guess it depends what state you live in. So in Massachusetts, they had excise tax, so you'd have to pay an excise tax on your car every year. Up here, they just bend you over for registration every year.
Yeah. Here they're banging you for registration. Yeah, that's right.
Here, registration is $40 a year.
Oh,
There's no inspection.
Oh, no, not here. No.
Registration in Ontario is like $160 a year.
Yeah.
That's actually not that bad.
No, because you know what? I don't know about where you are, Chris, but the insurance here is pretty low. Like I don't, and I have full coverage. I have full coverage, right? And
I have full coverage on 1 car. I have liability only on 3. In Pennsylvania, underinsured protection is $15. In New Mexico, uninsured is $230.
Yeah, because it's not really insured.
Well, no, because here there's a lot of hit and run and no insurance.
Oh, got you.
So uninsured is a lot higher. Gotcha. Even with that, 20-fold increase in the cost of UMI, my insurance is still half what it costs in Pennsylvania.
Well, how much are you paying for insurance, Chris?
Sarah pays it. Could we have a family plan? Because here's my insurance story. So when I moved to Canada, right, from Massachusetts, so Ontario and Massachusetts have what they call a license exchange program. So I basically took my Massachusetts driver's license when I moved here, and I went to
I know what you're talking about.
Service Ontario, which is basically like the DMV plus other stuff. So for those non-Canadians. So I went there and said, hi, I have a Massachusetts driver's license. I need to get an Ontario one. They said, okay, stand right there. Take off your glasses. Don't smile. Snap. Okay. Did you want, and they were like, did you want to keep your motorcycle license? I'm like, yes, please. So they just gave me a new license. They gave me an Ontario one. That's how they do it. But now when I went to insure my Grand Cherokee that I owned outright in Massachusetts, I was paying $60 a month for 9 months out of the year, 3 months, no payments. I had full coverage up to $1 million.
Yeah.
In Canada, when I moved, and I had a pristine driving record, no tickets, no accidents, nothing.
No points or anything.
Nothing. So in Canada, they wanted $470 a month from me.
Oh shit!
I'm like, are you fucking for real?
You're paying the purchase price of the car every year.
Well,
Yeah,
you're paying.
like,
You're paying your monthly payment. Yeah.
And that wasn't even for remotely the same coverage I had. That was
Crazy.
for less coverage. I'm like,
And that's
So-
when I
because
go ahead, Chris.
I was a new resident in Canada, and I was
Okay.
new to the insurance company.
Yeah.
They told me,
Mhm.
well, because you're a new client. Well, wouldn't you want my business by giving me
That is the way it works here. You're right.
Yeah. Well, I guess they're a little more socialized there.
Yeah. So my wife has been with this same company. Her whole family has, like, since for probably 40 years.
Yeah.
So we put my car in her name.
Yeah. How much you paying?
And so now we have, and I'm listed as a secondary driver on the car.
Yeah, that's right.
I pay like a quarter of, we pay, like, we just have a combined insurance bill now. But
Yeah.
we pay like a quarter of what they wanted.
Yeah.
I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Insurance is a ripoff.
Oh, it's so bad, man. It's
Insurance
so bad.
should not even be a private thing.
No, it
Insurance
should
should be
not be.
state run. We
Yeah,
could
I
ease now not full coverage. Full coverage should remain private because that's extra. But liability, underinsured, uninsured should be socialized. It should be state run. Everybody pays $100 a year on their license. Done.
I'm done.
You're insured.
Yeah.
You don't insure the cars, you insure the people.
Is that your Optimus Prime? Hashtag Optimus Prime.
I could insure Optimus Prime cheaper in Massachusetts than I could insure a shitbox.
See, and that's the thing here. Because I'm originally from California myself, but I've lived now in Canada I'm 45. I've lived more than half of my life here. But I don't remember back in the day if it's that way, but here in Canada, province to province, like I know people that will drive to another province, get their car. Now you can't do that now, but back in the day you could get it insured because it was that much difference in insurance price between. So we have provinces here, same thing as states. It's that different. Is it the same in the States now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
car
could be-
insurance, like,
You could be like in Texas and then go to California and totally
And get fucked.
oh yeah.
Okay.
I think
Well, California is not a state.
Yeah,
California is another nation. We call it the PRC,
Yeah, that's right.
People's Republic
That's right.
of California.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They also have the biggest non-military air force in the world.
But no, I think California has the actual highest car insurance rates in the U.S.
Well, okay, so speaking
Higher
of
than
California-
Michigan?
Yeah, because and the reason for this is because once again I was born is because in the last 25 years because of the environmental laws, and that has raised insurance through the roof for vehicles, right? So that's why California has such high insurance rates. They don't want you to drive, and to be honest, a lot of people in California. Well, yes, it's because it's.
Oh no, Michigan, you're right.
Is it Michigan?
I asked.
Oh
Uncle-
yeah. I'll go Google.
Yep. Oh holy shit! California doesn't even make the list.
What?
Hold on.
Hold
Yeah, that's it.
on.
Oh, wait,
There's a
Hold
lot
on.
of northeastern states where insurance is very
this
expensive.
is classic car insurance.
Look at New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, anywhere in freaking New York, insure a vehicle. Oh,
So it goes Michigan, Louisiana, Rhode Island, Florida, Nevada, Kentucky, Delaware, Texas,
wow.
California, New York.
Wow.
See, I thought New York would have been way up there with the hit and run rates there, and like I would have thought it would have been way.
But so many people in like New York City area.
Mhm.
Well, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
In California too, they usually transit, ride a bike, whatever they do, right? And walk,
Yeah, that's
walk.
probably why. I mean, Florida, I get. Rhode Island, what the fuck?
That's weird.
There's like 4 people that live there.
Yeah, seriously, Rhode
That's why it's
Island.
so high.
Yeah, man, yeah. Those 4 people are paying out their yin yang. That's why.
Louisiana, I can see after Hurricane Katrina,
Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah.
but Nevada, well, yeah, Vegas,
Oh yeah,
Okay,
for
I
sure.
mean,
I wanted to-
Delaware. Well, okay, it's Delaware. I get
I
it.
wanted to move to Nevada because
Yeah.
Nevada has some of the lowest cost of living in the entire country.
Well, it depends.
I'm talking about property taxes were $100 a year.
Oh yeah,
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Okay, the you had access to. Well, the thing is, you had to live in certain areas.
Mhm.
Just actually, it's not that dissimilar from New Mexico, but worse
Yeah.
because I'm not rich. That means I have to live near resources. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're like, for example, I found a house in Tucumcari, New Mexico,
Yeah.
and it was there's only Tucumcari.
Passamaquoddy. What?
Tucumcari.
Kumakata.
I don't even know if I'm saying it right. That's just what it looks like phonetically. I actually
Yeah.
passed it coming in from Pennsylvania. So
Yeah.
I looked at it. I was like, wow, it's got a 2,400 square foot house with a 3,600 square foot workshop.
Nice.
And now the house was a shithole. It needed a lot of work.
No. Yeah.
I was like, but it was only $35,000. So I just
Oh,
dropped
dude,
20
yeah.
grand into it. And,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
and then I was like, so
I would
now
buy
there's no, you wouldn't.
Yep.
No, you wouldn't. Now, there's a certain thing I do whenever I find a place. Now, I have to make sure I can access resources. I can access jobs. I can access
Yeah.
things.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
certain
yeah.
things you need if you're not
Yeah.
wealthy. If you're wealthy and living on retirement, you can live anywhere you want.
That's
Okay.
right. Yeah.
But if you're not, you have to live near resources.
That's when I moved to Arizona.
So first thing I do is I type in Walmart. Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, I personally don't like Walmart, but
No.
wherever
If there's
there's
a
a
Walmart
Walmart,
there,
there's
yeah,
everything
yeah.
else.
That's right. Yeah, great. Yeah. I got
So I
you.
typed in Walmart and the map jumped over to here. I was like, what the fuck? I don't want to go there. Google does that every now and then. Like I'll be doing a search in Arizona, it'll jump back to Pennsylvania and do the search. I was like, you fucking asshole, I want to do the search there. So I have to go back and do the search again, and it jumped over here again. I was like, why does it keep jumping over here? And I was like, wait a minute. I zoom out the map and say, show me all Walmarts. Yeah, the nearest Walmart was 82 miles away.
Oh shit! Okay, I don't know about that.
The only store in the entire town was a Dollar General.
Oh no!
Yep. Yeah, I can't move there.
Okay, I wouldn't do that.
Hey, wait 1 second here, guys. I don't mean to interrupt everyone. Bill or William, I know you, Bill. What's the new news on S3D? I have not heard the new news on their bloody Software Savage update. What's going on? Type it in there.
Have they released something?
Apparently, something's happened here. William's saying there's some news going on. Hit us up with the news. Hit us up with the link, man. Or we're all gonna just type in
Look at the
Simplify.
website right now.
Yeah. How about we do that right now? Yeah. Simplify3d.com. Let's see.
Yep, I'm still showing.
Dollar General is fine. There's nothing wrong with Dollar General. The problem is you're going to get ass raped because that's the only store in town.
Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's look. Let me see on their blog here. What have they released on their blog?
Such a cute kitty.
Here's my little baby Ty. This is Tyrion Lannister Raguchi.
William, sorry, Bill, I don't see nothing on the what's the news. Give us the news. Because listen, I know personally, Nerd, you use Simplify 3D. Chris, you use Simplify 3D. It's for me. It's not even that I don't think other slicers are good. It's just what I've always used. So.
I think other slicers, some of the newer slicers out there are fantastic. They
are. Here's my thing. I'm gonna tell you why I like Simplify 3D is because it's in its name, simplified. Even now, even Cure for me was not bad back in the 3-point-something days, but now they have so many options, dude. You get lost in them, man.
Yeah, but if you go into the advanced options, there are a lot of options.
I don't want to go into the advanced option. I want to be able to open up the tab, put my settings in, and know exactly what I'm going to get every single time. That's why I use Simplify 3D. Consistent, reliable results.
And that's my whole point.
Exactly.
Sorry. Yeah.
My results are always reliable. Once I calibrate my machine and calibrate my profile, I don't have to change that profile for anything unless I'm using like an oddball filament that might react differently.
And even
honestly,
if I have to change something, I know what the change is going to do.
And not only
Exactly.
A consistent,
Yeah,
reliable
that's right.
result.
That's right.
But like,
And not only that, when I make a basic PLA profile, unless it's TPU for no retraction, PET, G, and a lot of other materials, I'm just changing the temp and cooling.
you're changing temps.
I'm not really changing all these million settings, right? I'm just changing
so if you're
minute
PLA
settings.
to PET G in S3D, I will change, and I have profiles for them separately. For like, I have a profile for every machine. For like, some of them are like, some machines I only print PLA on, so I only have a PLA profile. But then other ones where I do like a lot of polycarbonate, like PC Plus.
Yeah.
So I'll have like a PLA setting, and then I'll have a PC setting. Temps, speeds, fan. All it's different.
That's all that's different. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah. Like I said, the only time
Sometimes retraction.
Only time I change retraction is normally when it's a TPU because it doesn't like, if Flexi doesn't like retraction. So that's the only time I really don't change it.
I don't change my profile from printer to printer besides the mechanical differences.
Yeah.
I change my profile from print to print.
That's my man. See, that's why I tell people, they're like, oh, this Benchy looks like crap. I'm like, you know what? Print something that you want to print on your printer and tune it to that.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, a Benchy's nice, but here's the other thing. A lot of people use Benchy wrong. They don't understand there's exact measurements on every single part of that thing to tell you what's going on. People just print one and it's like, does it look good? They're not even putting calipers and measuring.
You don't need calipers.
But Benchy has those in there. It's like printing
for people who want that, yes.
Yeah, and it's
you
like
can just print a Benchy, and if it looks decent, you're good.
But here's the thing. I'll admit, we've all printed many Benchies, right? But I've got to the point with some printers where I'm like, that Benchy, it's okay, all right? But the parts that I want to print on that printer look fantastic, right?
Well, that's specialized.
Because the thing is, too, is we have to remember, I think some people don't think about, like, when they're doing these things.
You're Geordie LaForge.
But things like Benchy is like a stress, like a stress.
With Captain Picard.
Oh, the Picard's nice, man.
Nice.
Oh, pump that up on big screen.
My data.
Oh, pump that up on big screen.
Oh, come on. It's going to take another hand.
Yeah, come on. Pump it up on big screen.
Hold on.
Let's really, there we go.
All right, so this one, I just finished this today.
That is amazing.
If you guys don't know who Wexter is,
Good
I don't know
color
what rock
choices.
you're under, but this is one of Wexter's newer mini dudes. This is Geordie.
Yeah.
And Captain Picard. And Lieutenant Commander Data. I searched for a week to find a skin color for him, which I found is delightful. And if you want to use it, it is Eson PLA Plus Bone White.
I also wanted to say, to put on top of that, check out Fred, the 3D printing on Patreon. He makes some of the most amazing dioramas to go with the mini dudes. That he has made a Star Trek, he's made freaking a Star Wars, these dioramas to go with Wesker's with mini dudes.
God.
And they are sick. They're amazing, man. They're amazing.
So, I know you saw today, so Wexter pulls me into this stream he was doing today. And with Fred. And so we were shooting the shit. And I was telling Fred, because in the Discord chat, he posted a picture of his Sonic diorama.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, that Sonic is unreal. So then he showed me the actual print, and I was like, are you going to make that MMU compatible? Please? Can you please? I don't have time to paint that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well,
hang on, let me find the picture. He has it in his Discord.
The great thing about that, too, is that he really does think sometimes about, I love when designers, nerds, you got to love this, too. When, like, designers, like the Kermit the Frog, you got to know the model I'm talking about, where the Kermit the Frog is Kermit the Frog, but every piece you print it to the color, and it just fits into the model. Right, you don't need a multi-material machine. They design it so that each piece could be printed in a different color. I love when designers do that because not all of us are lucky enough to have the palette, Chris.
Shut up.
I wish.
no.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah. I'm gonna share my screen. This is actually
Okay, cool.
this is Fred's. Where the hell is it?
Are you showing his Patreon there?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
so many things open. This one? Yeah, this one.
Got it?
So this is Fred's diorama for Wexter's Sonic.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, right. So the Sonic figure is Wesker's, and then he based the diorama around it. And it's a great relationship these guys got. It's amazing, honestly. Wesker comes out with these cool little figures, and then he kind of builds, the environment around it. It's amazing,
Yeah,
actually.
he really does such a great job. And his
Yeah,
Patreon
yeah,
is so cheap. He only charges like $5 a month.
Oh, dude, he's actually, I think, right now one of the most underrated Patreons.
I know, and he's
right?
such a good
Because he's
guy.
not doing these huge masks and crazy props. He's making these killer dioramas for models, but they're like sick. They're amazing.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna share this. This
Yeah,
is
share that. Yeah, share his Patreon. We'll put that in the YouTube link, of course, everybody.
I'm gonna share my Discord window,
Mm-hmm.
just so you guys can see some of his stuff because he really does like such great work.
Oh, he's doing. Hey, nerds, are you a Stargate fan?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh man, he's doing some great Stargate stuff that's coming up. It's just freaking on me. I'm a monster Stargate. Well, that's so. Oh, okay. So
All right, so here's some of his stuff. Like this is part of his Star Wars diorama here.
you got to zoom that up. We can't see it. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that the
And then
channel?
This is his Discord.
Yeah.
No, I mean the channel Star Wars. That's the channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the channel. Yeah, that's the channel. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
X-wing ran to fire the
That's right. Yeah,
torpedoes.
that's right.
This is
exactly.
his Ninja Turtles diorama.
Nice.
Yeah. That is so sick. Dude. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Stargate.
The Hatak.
Oh no, it
Yeah.
gets better.
Oh, it gets better. Where is it? It's coming. Oh yeah.
So, oh yeah. So for Wexter's mini Batman dude.
Yo, look at
Nice.
that. Oh, that's gonna be sick.
Nice.
Yeah, that's gonna be super sick. And then where is it?
All
Oh,
right.
yeah.
It's all right. So wait, hold on.
You gotta go up. Yeah, you gotta go up. Yeah.
Let me go up. Oh, here's his Jordan Picard.
Yeah.
I'm printing Worf tomorrow. I just have not had time, and it's got two
Oh,
colors.
I can't wait to see you print Worf. Worf will turn out just as good as Geordi.
Oh, this is his Fifth Element one.
I love the Fifth Element.
So Wesker has Lilu, and that thing he built. That's an amazing diorama too. We're wicked. Where did I put? God damn.
Here's the Ninja Turtles. What it's gonna look like when it's completely done.
Nice.
That's all. Where's his Stargate? He has a Stargate. Hold on. Let me see. If
Oh yeah, where is it? I'll find it quick. Oh,
It might be in like our general chat. Let me find
here,
it.
I got it. I was just bugging them about it. Here we go. Oh yeah, I got it right here. All right. Let me share my screen. All right, share screen. Which one am I sharing? Yeah, share. Okay, what are we doing here? Application window. Of course, it's not showing my. How about entire screen? There we go. No, I can't do that. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, now if I bring this up, can you see it now?
Yep. Hang on.
All right, cool.
There we
There.
go.
So this is.
Oh, the
his-
gate room. I remember this.
Yeah,
I remember someone
yeah.
posted this.
Yeah, that's him.
So
And
he's working on that right now.
Yeah, and then he's just showing. There's the nice little close up of that. Oh, look at the nice little details in that. It's so sweet.
What I want
that's-
is for somebody to print an ultra high resolution Stargate where the chevrons are separate pieces.
that's what I want too.
Someone
Because
did that.
I want to. It's going to take me probably a couple of years to do, but I want to put a plywood circle at my driveway entrance, and then bit by bit print the pieces of the Stargate and epoxy them to that plywood circle, so that when you drive into my house, instead of the ranch style thing with the sign on front, it's a Stargate.
That'd be amazing. Someone
Yeah.
actually did do that though. Someone printed. It was
There's a couple guys
It was
that have
fully
some
functional,
Stargates.
it
Yeah.
actually moved.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
that'd
there-
be amazing. I
there's
just
a
want the one
couple
up top to light up.
no, I know, Chris. I know you're talking about the 3D model one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there is. This guy hooked up to a Dreamo.
Motorized, everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's motor, and it goes and it one boop, Chevron lights up.
Yep.
Bro,
Yep.
and it was so sick. It was amazing.
Ah,
Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? Was it
2 or 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep us down.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, I want to build it." And then at that time, I'll admit, I'm not an Arduino guy. Okay, it's just not my thing. I'd love to learn, and who knows? We got lots of time now. But when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, I could print that easily." And then I saw all the stuff you had to do, and I was like, "Oh, no."
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and because it is a very small model, though, too. That's the freaking Chappa Eye, right?
Yep. I love Stargate though. It's my favorite series.
Oh
You know what's
man,
amazing? Do you know what
I
killed
love
Stargate?
Stargate so much.
Do you know what killed Stargate?
Yeah.
The company
Tell me.
went bankrupt and it just got missed in New York.
Come on.
Okay, so if you know Stargate, so Nursey, you know who Lilykill is?
No.
Okay, so he's a patron designer that designs some amazing weapons, right? So
Mhm.
I got hit, and he doesn't do commissions very often, but luckily I've talked to him and stuff, and he did this. Are you ready? So this is V1. We're up to V3. This is my personal project. This is Ronan Dex's.
Yeah, blaster.
Okay, now are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you here? Here we go. You ready? Oh, and that's right. It swivels out. And of course, you have the power cell. Oh, and also the trigger works. And inside here is space for all the electronics. This is a personal project I'm working on right now. This is how much I love Stargate. And look at the size of this thing.
It's
Like, Jesus,
I'm gonna
man.
a hand cannon.
Yeah,
Hang on a second.
oh my God, it's crazy. I remember when I printed this. This is the V1. When I printed it, I was like a little kid in a candy store. I was just walking around like this. My wife said, "Are you gonna put that down?" I'm like, "Nope."
I'm gonna link these because
Oh yeah, yeah,
this is Fred's,
yeah,
the guy who does the dioramas.
yeah,
That's his Patreon,
yeah.
and then they work extraordinarily well with Wexter's stuff.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. So if
they're-
you're a
they're kind
Patreon
of
of him, you have to be a Patreon of this guy almost. Like,
See, here's a part of the problem I have with these things is that I want to print some of these guys' works,
yeah,
but I can't
yeah,
because I don't make enough money to support people on Patreon.
yeah. Well,
I just don't. Okay, and I can't ask them for the stuff. A lot of them would probably say
Right.
yes, but I can't ask
Yeah,
them
yeah.
because
I
that's their
got you.
income
Yeah,
source.
Oh,
All right, so I can't do that. I also can't sign up for 1 month, take all their stuff, and then cancel because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
immoral.
No, that's right.
I would
And
feel
you
like a
know,
sleazeball, even though you're
and that's-
allowed to. I would feel
Yeah.
like a sleazeball.
And that's,
Oh,
good.
people do it.
That's good. No, and that's good on you because we, like I said, me and Chris know lots of guys that have, pretty good, not famous, but big Patreons. And you talk to them, they're like, oh, this
Dude,
goddamn guy.
that's
Like
Patreon.
literally, they literally, as soon as the PayPal goes through, they watch them download the whole goddamn library, right? Like the PayPal, and like within 30 seconds, they can just see them sucking it back, right? It's like, oh man. And then of
That's
course,
the nature of it.
then of course they cancel the subscription literally 5 minutes after they downloaded the whole thing, so they don't get charged for the next month. And that does suck.
That
know?
sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it does.
here's how bad I am. Like,
But what can I do?
I don't know who you're
Spend 50% of my income on people's Patreons? I can't.
No,
do it.
no. I hear you. Like my wife, she's like, what is this Patreon bill? And it was like $60-$80, right? I'm like, yeah, okay, babe, you're right. I need to get that under a little bit control, right? You know what I mean?
Here's
So
how
I just,
I'll know that I've succeeded on YouTube.
Yeah.
My metric for success on YouTube is when I can sign up for Wexter's Patreon.
yeah.
When
Oh,
I'm
there you
making
go.
enough money on
Yeah, that's
YouTube, then I
right.
can say
Yeah.
I can afford a Patreon now.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when I'll know that I'm doing okay.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The first Patreon I signed up was for Jeff Wicks, and that's because he's been a longtime friend with mine. And the second one was Eastman, and that's only because I
Eastman.
printed
Mhm.
thousands, like all his busts. I was printing them out like mad. Yeah, what's up, brother?
No, Telly and I were like Eastman's like second and third Patreon subscribers.
Yeah,
Nice.
literally. As soon as he pumped it out, I was like, boom, because I printed. He was. If you looked, and if you still look at like,
My
the
Mini
top
Factory,
five,
like, all of it.
Mini Factory, it's all his bust, man. Like it's the first top 10 easily.
Yeah, it's like him and Fotis. It's like all their stuff.
Yeah, all their stuff. Well, here, let's talk about this since we're talking about guys. Thingiverse's new GUI or GUI, depends, how technical you are, with no model designer showcase. How does
Is
everyone
that
feel about
something permanent or is that something coming?
that? Is permanent. That
Really?
this is the third time they've put the same new interface out. And every single time, this new interface has no model of the month, no showcase.
But is that something they're going to add once they figure out the new site?
Well, they did it. They've premiered it 3 times, and it's never been there.
Exactly,
So
and it's failed 3 times, so they're not going to add extra stuff until it's working.
maybe
I'm
you
hoping.
could be right, but by putting it through and having it on for months with no showcases, it's just, I don't know. It kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing that people have to understand with Thingiverse. Okay, Thingiverse is probably one of the most valuable resources in 3D printing.
Oh,
I
massive.
have about half of Thingiverse downloaded by year, not by
Yeah, yeah.
size.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It fills a 512 gigabyte thumb drive.
Oh, dude, I'm
Okay.
sure I could have a terabyte if
It's
I
an,
had
it's
all
a
the models.
oh,
on it.
well over
Yeah,
a
yeah.
terabyte.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
for
a
sure.
exponential growth.
Yeah.
The first models that were put up, the first year of Thingiverse was 8 megabytes.
Oh, it was crazy. I remember.
The last year I downloaded, I think it was like, was it 2011? I want to say.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It was like 37 gigabytes.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And we're
that's
10
right.
years further along.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
right.
It's huge. Now,
Look
here's
at-
the problem, though.
The thing that irritates me about Thingiverse is everybody and their brother designs a cube and posts it 7
Who
times.
cares?
Who
Who cares?
But
Nothing wrong with
yeah,
that. Here's
Yeah,
the
but
problem, though. You
sifting
have
through
this
them is what-
incredibly valuable, extraordinarily large resource, and it costs you a fortune to run it, and you're not making any money.
yeah, but of course they're making money, dude.
Not on
They're
Thingiverse.
making- Yeah, Thingiverse, dude. do
People
you
who
not
go to
see-
Thingiverse aren't buying MakerBot printers.
Of course, yeah. But that's I'm talking about the website itself. It has
They're trying.
ads, it has
No,
tons of
that's something
stuff.
new they're
Like,
adding right now, and it doesn't work. I mean, most of us have ad blockers installed.
Yeah. Well,
Because
I
most
don't, but
people,
yeah.
most people, what do you call it? With it enough to use Thingiverse,
Yeah,
or also with it enough to have ad blockers.
And here's a little background on me. I've been a web developer for over 25 years. I still have my own web server with Bluehost. So I'm not trying to pump them out, but I've had it for 25 years. I'm going to tell you right now, I've run many websites. Websites don't. People think they cost all this massive money.
They
They don't. They don't, man. They
But
don't.
bandwidth
It's not
does.
that- Bandwidth does. But
And
the
that's
thing is,
Thingiverse's problem.
but here's now in
Bandwidth.
this but here now in this day and age, to be honest, there's a lot of big bandwidth commercial companies that you can get great
It's
deals
still
with.
going to
that-
cost you a fortune.
That's not going to cost you
I
that much.
guarantee
dude.
you, I would not be surprised if they have petabyte bandwidth bills per month.
Oh, I'm sure triple that, man.
Come my
on.
website is
Come on, man,
$9 a month. Okay,
Yeah,
I pay
yeah,
$8.75. I wouldn't be surprised if they're paying thousands a month.
Now, I don't think it's so much about well, yes, you're right. I was going to say the storage and you're right, the bandwidth.
Storage is nothing. Storage is cheap.
The bandwidth on the uploading and because the uploading's got to can you imagine, like Chris said, there's guys every single day uploading a cube. Just that alone, like fuck, the stress on a server, it's got to be ridiculous.
So here's the position from MakerBot. Do we put money into something we can't get a recovery from? How much do we put into it? You see the problem?
Or here's the thing, though. I think
But it's too valuable to let go.
I think they should sell it.
Yeah, but who's going to buy it? Who can afford to buy it?
I think there's
Facebook.
many.
Do you really want Facebook owning
Okay.
this? Okay,
guys.
Goodbye.
I know you guys don't want to hear this. I know. I bet the chat's gonna go, ooh, Prusa could probably
Prusa's
buy
too
it.
small. They don't have enough money.
But they got the resources, and I think
I don't think Prusa could afford the bandwidth requirements.
I don't know, man, because he started his own, right?
Yeah, but his site's this big. Thingiverse is this big.
I got you. But let's not fool around. Prusa got some money.
Not that much. He's got money relative to us, but he doesn't have money relative to Stratasys.
Well, that's true too, though. That's true too. Yeah.
That's like comparing.
Okay. But my whole point was, and that's the point here. I guess my point was, okay, so they're not making any money. Okay, the whole point is, so they want to bring people to use their website. If you stop having a showcase series, like now when I go to it, because I don't go to like these days, if I want to print something, I already probably have the model, to be honest with you, right? You know what I mean? If I go to Thingiverse, it's more to see what's new and what people have newly put out, right? And now that they don't that's why I used to hate on My Mini Factory going the store way. But I think My Mini Factory is more organized and nicer now, and snappier than it's ever been. And not only that, is they got so many nice categories. If I want to see anything new by a free designer, I go to Free Designer New, right?
Well,
and not only that, they have showcases of paid models, but they also have showcases for the free designers too, which gives the opportunity for them to be a paid designer. And on Thingiverse, they have the tip thing. I'll admit, I've tipped a few guys, but I should have tipped a bazillion dudes, right? And none of these guys are getting tipped, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yep. Well, it's
it's a thin line, I guess.
People
it's a
buy
thin
a
line.
3D printer to not spend money.
Mm.
And if put it this way, if
I'm
I had to pay,
high-fiving you on that. I'm air high-fiving you on that, brother.
if I had to buy every model that I print,
oh god,
my channel would be over in a month.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, I would have sold my first 3D printer because it would have cost me 60,000 times more than the 3D printer did, right?
So that's kind of a vicious thing, though, because
It's a
I
vicious
want these
circle,
artists
yeah.
to be rewarded. I want these artists
I
to be
do
able to make
too,
a living, but I
Yeah.
can't afford to buy 30 models a month at $5. I can't do it.
I hear you. Which, at the same time, is amazing. Because and I'm sure you've seen the sites, these guys get together and they're like, okay, we're taking a pre-order. We need 50 guys at $15 each just to release the model. So imagine how much money. And I'm not saying that they don't listen. I'm not saying they could have spent 100 hours on that model. Maybe
1,000 hours.
Yeah, maybe they deserve that money. But once again, in the type of market it is, when I can go to Patreon and pay $10 a month, and I'm getting it. Not only am I getting new models every month, I'm getting a whole archive for the whole time this person's been on there. Well, shit, man, that's an amazing deal. And I think that's why Patreon's taken off for a lot of guys, and why, even non-modeling guys, look at Joel Telling, right? His Patreon. No. Oh, I thought you were telling me.
No.
Look at Joel Telling, and even YouTubers and stuff that are top of the guys. Their Patreon, Chris.
In the bag.
Chris, tell me how many followers does Joel Telling have on Patreon? Here, let me look that up. Are you? Yeah.
3.
How many?
And
593.
That means he's making at least $2,000 on Patreon at minimum.
That's understandable.
He's making $2,385 a month.
I was damn close. I was close.
Man, and that's on top. And that's
Do you know
that's
what
not even-
$2,300 a month could do for me?
Oh fuck! Oh man,
It would
come
triple
on.
my income.
I was going to say quadruple your income.
Triple, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Now,
it's crazy, right?
I'm in a really
Now,
scary position. I'm in
Yeah,
a very,
okay.
very precarious, scary position. I'm like standing on top of the meniscus of a soap bubble, and it could pop at any moment.
Got you.
Because
I got you.
I make about $260 to $300 on Patreon each month. Right now, it's about $280.
Cool.
I make between $400 and $700 on Amazon each month, and
wow,
about
right on.
and about $100 a month from
YouTube?
Google AdSense. Okay.
Good God.
And then I
Okay,
get like every 6 months, I'll get like $100 from GearBest or $100 from Banggood.
Yeah.
I used to make $1,100 a month from GearBest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In the heyday, I was
In the heyday.
every
I mean,
month
it
there
was
was a $1,100 payment from them. But
it was
now,
like the Wild Wild West.
Amazon. No, I didn't lose my GearBest customers. They just switched to Amazon.
That's right. Yeah, got you.
And the problem is Amazon doesn't send you printers.
Yeah, that's right. Or anything that. Here's the other thing. I'm finding.
But what's scary
Go
is
ahead.
that
Sorry, brother.
I have 15,000 subscribers,
I know, right?
and I make anywhere between $700 and $1,100 a month. That's unheard of. A person with 15,000 subscribers has no business making that kind of money. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but that's a lot of money relative to my number of subscribers. And it scares the hell out of me because that bubble could pop at any moment.
It's really funny that you say that because my channel. So I know we're streaming on this channel and your channel. My other channel, the one that I actually started a long time ago, versus
3D. Yeah.
It's in the link in the box down there.
Yeah, they're all down there.
I have about 1,500 subscribers, and I always said I'm not gonna monetize, and I did, because I did, I monetized, but I don't make. I mean, I got my first check after like months and months.
Yeah.
And I don't care. It's nice because I put that money back into better equipment so I can make better videos.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I do the buy me a coffee thing. I don't do Patreon. What's funny is I am averaging almost 13,000 views a month.
Okay. Well, I thought you were going to say per video.
No. Just per month. Like per every, 28 days when you look at your analytics.
Yeah.
Every 28 days.
I have no idea what I'm making.
An average of just under 13,000 views for 1,500 subscribers.
I have no idea what I'm getting. It looks like, how do you see your views for the whole channel and not just one video?
Go to
analytics.
Studio.
I'm there. And it's showing me for the last video.
And then go to analytics.
I'm there.
And then it shows the channel analytics.
Wait a minute, wrong channel.
Scroll down. Wrong channel.
Yeah. The overview.
Why am I even on this? Oh, this is the wrong browser.
I'm in one on one and one on the other. I totally do the same thing.
So I don't have to worry about it. Chrome is for Life of Nerys. Firefox is for 3D print.
I do Chrome for Versus 3D and Firefox for this channel.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that's why I never have to worry about it.
So I have 36,000 views in the last 28 days.
Damn.
So that's
9,000.
So that's more than double your subscribers.
See, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, but I release 2 videos a week.
Yeah,
and videos
not only that, I remember when I first Chris, nothing against Chris, but everyone can't know every YouTuber out there, but Chris wasn't very familiar with you, and it's like, hey man, this guy, because I followed you for a long time. I like your videos. You're a character. I love people that are just themselves. They don't care like what people think. I'm gonna be myself no matter what on this camera. Whatever. That's why
I have no goddamn clue why people like watching me. I just pray I don't fuck it up.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then Chris is like, holy crap, this guy's got 5-hour streams. Like, man, he's got 8-hour streams. Like, and not only that, you have a very active, your chat. It's not like you're just there talking to yourself. Your chat's very active. So here's my thing. So I think you kind of feel that you're not at the top, but I personally consider you one of the top guys. Why do you think you have such a legit following? Is it because you're just you?
I don't know. I wish I did know, and I wish I knew how to enhance it. Because the problem is,
you wish you knew how to make more money on that?
At 15, well, this is my job.
Yeah.
I mean, this electricity is paid for by my viewers. This food is paid for by my viewers. I'm PBS. I am public broadcast. My viewers pay me.
Yeah.
And that's something. A lot of people ask me, how do you do YouTube? And I really can't answer that because I don't even know what it is that I'm doing that makes it work. But what I can tell people is this: you have to remember who the boss is.
Yeah.
And the boss is not Creality. It's not Amazon. It's not GearBest. The boss is your viewers. Because moment you lose the trust of your viewers, you're done.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
if you want to catch out in a year, Okay,
Yeah.
you go suck reality in TiVo's dick. Okay,
Yeah.
and you'll
Well,
cash out in
and-
a year.
well,
If you,
not
I want
only
to be
that-
doing this for 20 years.
Or like
Or-
somebody
or-
else that
or-
we mentioned earlier, and
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna say, so you could mentor, or you could be the opposite. Listen, I remember back in the day when Tom had every video of his had like amazing amount of views. If you look at his last few videos, because of his demeanor, I don't want to say attitude because that sounds negative, his demeanor on things over the last few years with the whole TiVo thing, with a lot of other companies, his viewership went
dude, he lost
down, man.
a
Tons.
shit ton
Tons,
Yeah,
on
man.
that
but
form bot.
channels like Tom Sandlatterer and Maker's Muse, Angus and Joel, they have something that I need and I don't have. And that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
makes what I do so scary. They have
I got
inertia.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
well, and they have
If
a little
I
bit of
stop making
stability.
videos, if I miss one video, my income
Yeah,
drops 20%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey,
Okay.
that's true too.
Because
Yeah.
people aren't being reminded, hey, there's those links, click those links. Okay. They forget, they stop clicking the links, I stop making money. Tom, Joel, and Angus, they could stop making videos for a month and they'll still keep getting that paycheck.
Yeah, because people are still watching
Because
those videos. That's
They
right.
have inertia. I don't
Yeah,
have
that's right,
inertia.
Yeah,
You
but
basically need like 50, 60,000 viewers before you even
Mhm.
begin to have inertia.
It is true. I hear you.
here's the thing though. Like, I can't speak for Tom because I don't want to.
Thank you,
because
Dan.
I'm so irritated about something he did recently.
Yeah.
And I don't know Angus, but I do know Joel.
Yeah.
And Joel works his ass off.
Oh, yeah.
You know
Joel's
what I mean?
problem
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
Joel
yeah,
is
yeah.
Joel's problem is he's clueless with a huge heart.
Mm.
So now he's starting to become not clueless. In the beginning, you can see it. He
Yeah.
took off. His
Totally.
channel
I agree.
exploded.
Well,
He
he has a
got
manager.
300,000 subscribers, and
He
he's
has
like,
He has
he's like,
a producer.
you could
He has-
clearly see he had no clue what he was
No,
doing.
you're
He
right.
didn't know how
I
to
agree.
grab this horse by the reins. He's a good guy. He's got great attitude. He's got
He is
great demeanor.
nicest.
I'm very
nicest
happy
guy.
that he figured it out. I'm very
Yeah,
happy
like-
he was able to
yeah.
grab those reins and go.
No, he did. You know what? I agree. You could see in those, even in the first like year or two, he
Thank
was
you,
like,
Chief.
what the hell is going on? And then he realized I'm a brand, and he grabbed a held of that and went.
Yes,
And
Yeah,
I
and
can't.
he
And
was smart.
listen,
I was biting my
Something.
nails
I'm not
waiting for his
hating
channel to self-implode because he couldn't figure out how to jump.
Come
And
on,
thank God he
Listen,
figured it out.
Yeah, and honestly,
'Cause he's a
there's
good
lot of
guy.
people- No, he's a good guy. Listen, honestly, if you look at back of one of his original videos where he printed out the Hellboy baby boy,
Yeah.
he had a contest for that, right? Okay, I was the winner of that, and that's when I had just got my Wanho V1. I was still in 3D printing a long time, but 3D printing when I got into it was just on forums. There was no YouTube and stuff. So I was so stoked. He sent it to me. I was like, oh my God, Joel Telling sent me the fucking gun. Like, I was stoked. I'm not trying to hate on the guy, right? But I will say, though, when you see, I think there's a lot of guys like you. I think RC On is one of the most underrated.
RC Life On? Hell yeah, he's
He
awesome.
is amazing. Love that kid. One of the most underrated YouTubers out there. That kid
He's
is
doing pretty
amazing.
good.
Yeah. But I still don't think I don't think people, if you like, hey, name your top guys, they're gonna say RC Life On. They're gonna say
I would. My top guys are
I would,
RC
I
Life
would.
On, Devin Montez, the Perfect Printing guy. He's doing some amazing stuff.
David Montez, the guy with the accent that does the big tank.
No,
Ivan-
that's Ivan Miranda.
Oh God, I love that guy.
He's awesome.
I
He's
love
pure
that
gold.
guy. Do you know who we're talking about, Chris?
He's like Joel
No
Telling.
idea.
You
Oh,
can't
dude,
possibly
no.
not know who Ivan Miranda is. Stop
No,
what
you
you're doing right now. Type
Yeah.
Ivan Miranda into YouTube.
Yeah, in YouTube, yeah. He builds these big like
Don't question it. Hit subscribe.
What's
his
his-
videos?
what's
Ivan
his name?
Miranda.
Yeah, and his accent, don't let him fool you. Get into it because he is like a cartoon.
He has
almost.
so much. He has
He has
so much.
156,000 subscribers.
I'm telling
He
you,
has
he's
heart.
gold. Don't
All right,
question
well, now
it.
he
Hit
has
subscribe.
157,000.
Yeah, and we're gonna actually
156,001. Sorry.
let's actually put that in our.
Spicers!
Put that in,
Oh, I've seen him.
Yeah. He's amazing, man.
He's amazing.
Right now, he's building this big 3D like functional tank. It's
that he's gonna
amazing.
sit in and it's gonna have a turret.
And not only that, he built this monster fucking Core X
And
machine.
don't forget your hammer.
If you check out his videos, he built this monster printer to print all these
No, I've
cards.
seen him.
You
Oh,
watch
it's
his
amazing.
videos
It's
and
amazing.
you know he's
He
enjoying
loves
life.
it. Oh, he loves it. Oh,
That he is thrilled with what he's doing and he loves it, and that just it bleeds out of him into his videos like honey from heaven. It's just incredible.
and with his
He has so much fun.
accent and stuff, and he giggles all the time because he
You can
just
tell
loves
he's
what
having
he-
fun. Yes.
exactly.
You can tell he truly enjoys what he's doing.
And that's why I like, and see, I think that's why now, and maybe, maybe, I don't know, maybe because I know a lot of the background stuff over like the last 10, 12 years now, and blah, 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 maybe
Thank you, Dave.
it's like seeing a lot of violence. You kind of get like, you don't really see it anymore, but I love seeing these guys like that, like him and like Arceon and actually, if you look back and talking about maker music, if you look back at his early videos, that guy's a legit maker and he's a smart cookie. Like, let's not get things messed up. That guy's a smart dude, right? You know what I mean?
If you like makers, another video for you to check out is Peter Schriepel.
Peter Schriepel. Okay, I'll check that out for sure.
Seen him.
Put that in right now. Peter.
You know, actually, who I really like, and they're finally getting like I would say real recognition is Garrett and Chelsea from Chaos Courtside.
Oh
if,
yeah.
If I had the skill
God,
that he
him.
has in the tip of his pinky nail, the things I could do. Did you see his Iron Giant diorama robot?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
God, I want to make that so bad.
And his wife's painting is just
Yeah. Well, I
phenomenal.
was talking to them for like officially for Anycubic to get them some of the new machines.
Nice. Especially
And
a Mega X.
They are such nice people.
Oh yeah, they are.
That's
You
what I
can
love
tell.
to see. Like,
You can tell once again, like Nerdsy was saying, even through their videos, you can tell like he's just a nice guy, right? He's just this guy that he likes to do this, and people happen to like to watch his videos, so he keeps making them.
Because what he
Well, it was
does
funny,
is
too.
incredible. I mean, he's like a wizard.
yeah. Like
Here's the model. It's just
his Optimus Prime is amazing.
we get Optimus Prime.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
So-
and I got first hooked on him, like really hooked on him. I saw him few, but his Disney teacup,
Yeah, Mrs. Potts and
the candlestick character he made,
Lumiere. They're amazing.
off the chain, man.
What really want to hear a funny story? So like, I mean, I don't want to say I was fanboying out when I was talking to them because we did a video chat to talk about the stuff, and I was like. It was introducing myself, and they were like, "We know who you are." I'm like, "What?" Like, yeah, we know who you are. We've seen your videos. So it's like, "What? You have? Really?"
We'll find you.
I was like totally like at that point I was like a little fanboy. Like, you did? Really? Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So,
Well,
but yeah,
how about honestly, like I don't know about you guys, but listen, I'm a background guy. I don't, I have a YouTube video here or there. I mean, my wife has made a YouTube video, blah blah blah. But I'm not upfront. And like I said, I do have the largest Facebook Canadian group, on Facebook. I'm not really out there, right? I'm really in the background. I've been on a lot of R&D teams for like TiVo and other companies and stuff. But I always find it weird when out of the blue, you guys got to know this. You see this like, okay, this is Chris Yao, right? Chris Yao messaged you, says, hey, would you like to try out our printer? How do you even know me? How did you private message me? Like, how do you even know me? I'm a nobody, man. You know what I mean? Like, sure I'd like that.
Give
How
Kyle
much?
a poke for me.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, how much do you want for it? No, we'd like to send it to you for free. Okay, like, even to this day, like, seriously, like I said, we've talked earlier, like, I'm not trying to brag. I haven't paid for printers in a very long time, but every single time even when it's a company that I have a very good relationship with, I don't expect them just to automatically send me their new printer that they're coming out with, right? I don't expect that. And like when they do, or even if they don't and stuff, like so I'll still pump that out and rock and roll with it. But when they do, I'm super grateful because I'm the guy that tests it, gives them my feedback. I pump it out on a lot of groups, but that's all I do. I'm not on YouTube, so for them to like bring it to me, it's like, wow. Thank you. I really appreciate it, because I couldn't afford. I have, like you got 120 printers. Let's say let's just like at the minimum cost, they cost $200. Well, shit, that's a ton of money, right? Yeah, you got stacked in your house.
And I can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
I tried selling them. You can't do it.
You can't do. See, in Canada,
printers that are worth buying, I keep.
Like
printers that are worth selling, nobody wants to pay a reasonable price for.
Oh man, in
like
Canada, you could the second you put it out there, man, it's bought right up, man. No,
I can't sell them.
Oh, no.
I think about it. I have a printer that's worth $200 new.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, okay, I'll sell it for $100.
Yeah, that's right.
But then it costs $100 shipping. So why in the hell would they buy it from me when they could buy the brand new one for $200?
See, and once again, I don't know about you, Chris, but I'm very lucky. When I put a printer out there, it gets bought up locally like that.
Oh yeah, I don't ship.
See, back in Philadelphia,
ship.
that might have been possible. I had a pretty good deal trading for
printers.
printers.
But you're right. You're in a little bit more rural right now.
But here, nobody wants to pay shit for anything.
Yeah. Your neighbor doesn't want to pay shipping.
No, I only ship if it's like somebody I know that wants it, like Joe.
Yeah.
So Joe did the show he did the prop show with us. Wanted a photon, so I was like, yeah, no problem. And it was like $34 to ship it from here to Calgary. So I, but I don't normally do that stuff.
But now try to ship something this big.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
I got a quote. I got a quote to ship a CR10, halfway across the country, not even across the whole country. It was $172. It was $172, and that was broken down.
Yeah, but I got to tell you something. You want to hear a funny story about U.S. versus Canada? So I grew up in Boston. I lived in Boston until I was 44.
3D PMP is watching 3 streams simultaneously.
Right on, buddy.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't do that.
I had to remind myself. I had to go to your chat too, just to make sure. Because I know it's just not ours because we're streaming.
Well, no, yeah, but
it puts both chats here.
All showing up in our chat.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Oh, well, that's wicked. Oh, okay. Right on.
So, when I moved to Canada, so my wife and I started vaping, and my wife and I actually started an e-juice company. So when I was
I remember that. That's right.
So I was sending out samples to some stores in other provinces, and it was the first time I ever had any experience with Canada Post. So I had this little padded envelope, like the 6x8 one that's like this big, and it weighed like, I don't know, 6 ounces. And I walked in and I was shipping it someplace that was like maybe a 2-hour drive. It was like $17 to ship it. And it would take 5 to 8 business days. I was like, I could walk into a post office in Boston and overnight this to LA for $7. What the fuck is happening here? Like, for real.
Well, see, letter is very cheap. That's
No,
one
but
of the
it
reasons.
wasn't.
That's
I
one of
know,
the reasons I put these in envelopes, because it only costs, with the packaging and everything, it's like $1.20 to
No,
ship.
dude, you don't.
If I put this in a box,
It's
$4.
ridiculous here.
Oh, not here.
No, it's ridiculous here.
If I put it in a box, I'm not even joking. If I put it in a box,
Tiny
like this big,
box.
and I ship it just 2 provinces over, that's $25, man. I'm not even joking. It's ridiculous here.
All right.
I don't know how these companies must have some very good.
Right? So I just got a new iPad Pro. This box, iPad Pro, right? Not super big. Let's say the iPad's not even in it, so it weighs maybe a quarter of a pound.
Yeah.
For me to ship this someplace, again, 2-hour drive would probably be close to $20.
Yeah,
Or more.
Dude, if I and that's what sucks, because like a lot of the companies that are United States bound and they want to send me something, they're like, okay, listen, you have to pay shipping. And once again, I'm not one of those guys. Oh, I'm not paying shipping. But then the shipping's literally almost. It's like, well, how much does your printer cost? Well, the printer's $400. you got to pay $200 shipping. I can't.
50% of the price. Yeah.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
I'm doing
you know
the same
what I mean,
thing with
right?
Formbot right now.
Yeah,
So I mean, Formbot pretty much sends me all of their printers, right?
yeah.
So
Yeah, Brian, but for me to
They
ship
have-
that same package from the US to the UK would be like $40.
oh yeah, US to UK is crazy.
See,
Um,
I'm lucky because I'm right on the very east coast of Canada.
Yeah,
For-
you're cheaper.
For
to
me
go
to send
across.
something to the UK, it's like it's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, but
That
from
way I am
for
lucky.
me, it's
Oh
brutal.
no, you're screwed. Yeah,
But
yeah, you're screwed.
Formbot or Vivadino, they want to send me the new Trudon, the 400 by 400 one, because I've reviewed all of their other machines.
You love their machines. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I do. I love their machines.
I know
They're
you do. You do.
Oh, I wish I could get it in with them.
Yeah.
They make some nice stuff.
Again, air high five.
I have the Raptor 2, the new one.
Yeah.
I got it right when they released it. They sent it to me.
Oh, it is a nice machine too. God damn it.
I have a T-Rex 2 that they sent me the upgrade kit for the T-Rex 3. So they want to send me their Trudon, and I really want it because I'm a fanboy. I like their machines.
You love their stuff.
So,
Yeah, yeah, I know.
well, they're expensive,
Mhm.
but they're the only printers that I own that I've never had to upgrade.
Yeah, and that's what I dig it. See, that's what I was talking about earlier
But
before.
I can't.
Go ahead.
They want me to pay shipping, which
Yeah.
normally I'd be like, hey, no problem. But the Trudon,
It's so big.
$450 US.
Oh, fuck. So you got to remember.
Wow.
So you got to remember though. Okay, so what did you say? 400 and what?
For like
450
$450 US. So that's like
450
$700.
Yeah, USD to CAD is right now on the market.
Then-
That's 600. That's $631, Nursey.
But then I'm gonna have to pay duties on it,
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
gonna be another probably $150.
yeah. So you're looking at like $700-800 by the time.
So-
Even.
I mean, it's worth it,
Yeah,
but
But you ain't
right
got it. You ain't got it.
yeah,
now it's not worth it to me because I don't need it.
yeah, yeah.
You know, like I have so many printers that I don't use already. I would love to review that machine because I really do love Core XYs, and that's really like a Voron.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
the
yeah.
most part.
That's right. It's a Voron. You're right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's enclosed and it's a beautiful machine. I don't, especially where I didn't hear anything officially today, but I believe I'm getting laid off on Monday,
Oh no.
Great.
which
Oh,
whatever, you know.
For,
Yeah.
For the viral thing or for something
yeah,
else?
yeah.
Well,
That's right. Viral.
I ran the printing company for the last like I don't know 3-4 years, whatever, and that's all I've been doing. So I wanted to get out of the house. So I used to work in downtown Boston in high tech, and so I was like, well, screw it. Let me find a fun job that's kind of local to my house. Just like I need to get out of my house.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a job as like a senior manager in at a restaurant that's kind of like like a really upscale Dave and Buster's.
Oh yeah.
Dave
So
Buster's nice.
I'm the games and entertainment manager there. So we have like private karaoke rooms and
Virtual golf.
like it's really awesome. So I really love being there. But now, of course, we closed the Monday, and then the government announced on Tuesday that we had to
All
close.
bars. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So all restaurants and bars
Close.
that don't offer takeout, like they can they can have like any restaurant that does takeout can still be
That's
open
right.
for takeout.
That's
But we
right.
just opened, like we literally opened 2 weeks before this happened.
Oh, grand opening. Oh.
So it was like we just started building up momentum, and people like we were mobbed.
Yeah,
and then
it got
oh,
shut
we're closed.
down. Oh, that's good for a businessman.
So, they've been really great, and they've all the senior management they've been paying us.
Now, I will say something, like even for like you, Chris, because you said, like if I lose a job at Nerdsy, and I know like me and my wife, we're very lucky. My wife has a government. She's an environmental scientist. She works for the government because of her position. She gets to work from home. My 3D printing company, I get to work from home. Honestly, I wake up every day. I'm very lucky because this, financially, this hasn't hurt me too much. And I got to almost for like Unity, with everyone being home, this almost has to help you a little bit, like a little more view, because people got nothing else to do but go on the internet and hang out, right? You know what I mean? Have you seen any growth in the last little bit?
I've seen a 70% drop in income.
Really?
Because people can't buy on Amazon, and 70% of my income is Amazon. I made $2 on Amazon yesterday.
Oh,
see, I don't do that. That's the thing for me. Like,
I see.
Anything I make.
Now, a quick note. Something one of my viewers mentioned. Dave Joycelyn.
I see that. Yeah.
The USPS is one of the best run parts of the United States government. The USPS is 100% self-funded. They don't take one single tax dollar. Their postage alone pays for everything. The reason the USPS is in so much trouble is for the same reason Social Security is in so much trouble. They're seen as a cash cow, and they want to be bled dry. So they passed legislation, and they're the only company in the entire country who has to comply with this legislation, that they have to pre-fund retirement and health care for 75 years into the future, and they have to pay it now.
Yeah, that's true.
They have
to
pre-fund health care and retirement for people who are not even born yet, and that is bleeding them dry, because that money is going into a slush fund, and it's going to be slurped up. If that
they already have to have it
happening,
in the bank. Yeah.
If that wasn't happening, the USPS was perfectly fine. They don't use any taxpayer money, and they are completely self-funded on postage alone. It is one of the best examples of a properly run government organization that we have in this country, and they're being raped alive. It is. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's not entirely USPS's fault. There's not a whole lot they can do.
No,
about
it's
that.
not. And that's the thing. I always like. It's like when I'm talking to the companies from the States stuff. It's like, oh man, I know it's not your fault. They're like, dude, it's not our fault. That's how much it costs. Like, we're trying to give you a good deal. I'm like, I know you're trying to give me a good deal. I feel bad for saying no, but I can't afford $400. Delivery charge. It's just I can't. Like, when I got sent the Mega X, I'll be honest, that was $40 custom charge. That's how much the printer cost me, right? You know what I mean?
The reason China can ship stuff to you so cheap is because the Chinese government subsidizes the shipping for tech companies in China. It's not a bad thing from their perspective, but it distorts our view of what shipping actually costs.
It does. It totally. I know when people are like, "Well, I could just get it off AliExpress." Well, yeah, but there's like you said, there's a reason for that.
We bought a T-shirt for my sister's old boyfriend. It was a nurse T-shirt. He loves nurse stuff, doctor stuff. So we bought a T-shirt for him. We had to buy two.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you could just buy one.
Do you know why we had to buy two?
To get free shipping.
No, because the one we had would cost more to ship from here to Pennsylvania than it would be to just go on Amazon to buy another one and have it shipped there.
Oh, yeah.
It was $18 for me to ship that shirt from here to Pennsylvania. The shirt cost $14. So we just went on Amazon and bought another one and said, deliver to him.
I know. Yeah, that's it. And here's my thing, too, is like, I don't get me wrong. It might be, in your chat and our chat, might not be the popular opinion. But when these days, and I know, listen, there's great companies out there like FistTech, TriLabs. It's not. I hate. Here's my point. I'm sorry. I'm trying to ramble, and my point is I hate when people talk about, oh well, it's from China. It's crap. To be honest, there's
no such thing as crap from China.
Yeah,
China makes everything.
Okay, and
to whatever specification you ask for.
And that's my first point.
So when you tell them to make you crap, they will make you crap.
Yeah.
You tell them to make ISO certified spacecraft equipment, they'll make you ISO certified spacecraft equipment.
Yeah, and that's my cheap equipment. They'll use cheap materials.
And that's my second point. Because yes, all right, 6-7 years ago, all the printer kits and stuff, they're made out of the crappiest, the cheapest shit, blah 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 blah. But now you know what? I can go on Amazon and I can buy Clone Mosquito. I can buy nice stuff that is just as good. Or sometimes, like now, like you see these AliExpress all metal BMG clones. Damn! Oh, metal.
Speaking of BMG,
and they're still only $40, right? You know what I mean?
BMG clones.
I have one.
I'm not trying to hate. Come on now. And they're but you're not supporting the original company.
The original company made it open source.
That's right.
What open source is about.
BMG did. Now, that's what a lot of people don't realize.
And I
And-
applaud them for that.
Yeah. Now, it is, they still do on their website have the
Hey, Red
original
Light.
step files, but they've buried it deep. It used to, even like 2 years ago, it was very easy to find BMG step files on their website. Now you really have to go you have to go deep in their website to find it now. It's hard.
That's okay though.
No, that's okay. Yeah. They're already out there, so it doesn't matter, right?
But speaking of BMG clones,
Mm-hmm.
the BMG clone on the Mega Zero,
Beautiful.
fantastic.
Yeah, works
It's
great.
probably the best clone I've seen.
Yeah, it works great, man. Yeah, I love
And
it.
for like $15, you could buy a 25-watt heater pad for like your oil block on your car.
Yeah.
Slap that bitch right on the bottom of the Mega Zero, plug it into the AC port, you're done. They have
Really?
heat
That's what he did. Yeah, he put one on his
I need to do that.
Yeah.
I went up. I got
did the same thing to the TiVo Michelangelo. Same thing.
Yeah, I got a
You
mirror.
put out a video on that. You put a little mini video out on that, didn't you, Nerdsy, about how you
I
put the
didn't
heater
do the
bed
heat
on it?
pad yet. On the Michelangelo I did, but not for the Mega Zero yet. I needed to do
Oh,
that.
okay.
And I
But
put a
you-
piece of Wham Bam on there.
Oh, it was an update video. That's what it was. You told people that you had did that. That's what it was. Yeah.
Now the only problem is it's easy to forget that you have it on. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's not now. It's not enough power to cause a problem. It's only 25 watts.
That's right. Yeah.
But I've left it on the entire weekend once. I put my hand on the printer. And go. Oh, that's warm. Oh shit,
Oh.
that's been on the whole weekend.
I forgot that 2 days ago. Damn.
I have preheated printers and then come back to them 2 days later and gone, oh shit.
So what I
Oh
do
man,
now-
okay. Well, listen, it's no secret that I like in Canada, cannabis is legal. I like to smoke cannabis. I've been there where I've like turned on the printer to start a project, right? I preheat it. I go to sit down on my computer to slice the model, right? 2 to 3 hours later, because I've gotten to Facebook or something, right? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I was slicing something. I go back, I'm like, oh god damn, this printer's been preheating for 3 hours. God damn it.
Well, I do my S4. I always preheat if I know I'm going to print on it because it's still. I insulated the bed. It's the only printer. Well, I just used. I got insulation, so it holds the heat much better. It takes less time to heat now, but it still takes like 6 or 7 minutes to get to 60.
Big shout out to Brian Davidson, $10 on PayPal. Thank you.
Go, Brian.
Don't ever, ever, ever belittle yourself for the amount you can give. You chose to give me something you did not have to give. If it's $1, I appreciate it.
You can buy me a coffee for only $3. But yeah, so like on my S5, I didn't even bother. I immediately put a Kinovo bed on there because it's an S5. It's a 500 millimeter bed with a 300 millimeter heater.
Yep.
We all know that story. What?
Fine for PLA and PET-G, but not for anything else.
Yeah.
Um,
And here, I will say once again, talking about the Mega Zero, I know a lot of people are hating it because of the non-heated bed. I got it literally 3 weeks before. Once again, not bragging, I'm just telling you the story. 2-3 weeks before it was even on the market, and I've literally ran it 24 hours a day because I have a small lithophane business. It has did perfectly fine, no warping, and I've printed other stuff.
I've had tons of warping without a heat bed.
here,
Then
this,
again, I print complex models. So
this is the test model from my Mega.
Yeah, here.
oh,
Okay.
yeah, as long as you slow it down, the quality is phenomenal.
No, this is
I've been running that Mega Zero continuously for over a month now, and
this
it
is
has
their
never failed.
precise file.
So this is a model by Jeff Wicks from, of course, Dragon Ball Z. All right, and you can see, all right, this was at once again. I only print lithos very slow. So this is at 35 millimeters. It is it's a local made stone filament or whatever you want to call it. But this thing, look at that. The overhangs. That's just with the cooler.
It's got good cooling. Yep.
Yeah, this turned out phenomenal. And like I said, but I'm not lying. I know we all said it. It's the one printer in 12 years I use RAS with.
Use what?
Not RAS. Brimmed skirts with it. I have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Want it-
You have to.
have to. Yeah. So you can see it right. Yeah, you can see it right there. That one's still There you go. Yeah, that one's
The only
still on
changes I made to my Mega Zero, besides the heat bed and the Wham Bam, of course, is
Yeah, yeah.
Capricorn tubing, because the
Yeah,
glitter
yeah.
filament I was using just tore apart the PTFE tube.
there.
And
Yeah.
I put a 0.5 millimeter solid copper.
You love your
nozzle
bigger
on there.
nozzles. You love your bigger nozzles, man.
Well, it makes it faster. I mean, I'm extruding. If I put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on a printer and I use a 0.4 millimeter layer height and I print at 35 millimeters per second, I'm extruding 6 times the volume of plastic per millimeter and 3 times more plastic than you are at 60 millimeters per second with your 0.4.
I know, but that's the whole thing. You're pumping out a lot of plastic.
I buy 5 kilogram rolls of plastic and pray it doesn't pull itself out of the spool holder.
Oh, wait a second. Well, no. First of all, you don't buy nothing. Don't you have like 800 kilograms of?
But when you want to do a
He
big
buys,
print,
it, he buys it by the shipping container. That's where they all came from.
The fucking guy does, like,
that's actually kind of
That's right.
funny.
He
That's
gets
right.
those shipping
That's right.
containers delivered and they're full of PLA.
If
Yeah,
you would
that's
have
right.
And
asked
he
me,
leaves them in his backyard while he empties them out.
if you would have
right.
asked me last May, how much
Yeah.
filament do you have, Chris? I would have said, I don't know, 100 rolls, 150 rolls.
Yeah.
I never, in my wildest dreams, would have said I have 700 rolls of filament.
Holy fuck! So that's
I had
1,400
no,
kilograms.
I had no idea how many rolls of filament I had until we started filling the bus. After I filled a pallet crate, a folding pallet crate, okay, it holds about 250 kilograms of filament. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, how much do I have?
I just googled that shit. Do you know how many pounds that is?
Yeah, I have what,
It's like
1,700
3,000
pounds?
No, 1,400 kilograms.
No,
right? 'Cause
700 kilograms. 700
So,
kilograms.
700. Okay, so 7. Yeah, that's 1,500 pounds.
Yeah, I
You
did
know,
the
what it
same
is,
thing,
though, is you remember when I used to run the filament alert videos?
Yeah.
Okay, back then you can get filament for $10 or less, and that was every now and
Yeah,
then.
that's right.
And
Yeah.
you know,
And you did a bunch
when
of those.
when I would find
Baker
filament for
Boss.
$3 a kilogram, I bought 40 rolls without a second thought.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, for the cost of 2 protopasta rolls, I bought 40 rolls.
And
So
I will
of course
say
I did.
Yeah. And I will say something. Yes, I will admit, over the years, I was like, fuck expensive filament. Now, is there filament that's expensive and just prints goddamn amazing? Sure.
Yes.
Is there filament that costs like 3/4 the lower cost and print almost as good? Yes.
No.
You know what I mean, right?
No.
Yeah.
Do you know
Oh,
what
yeah.
difference? Do you know what difference I've seen between the expensive filament and cheap filament?
The price?
0.
See, I used to think that.
No, there is 0 difference.
I
The difference is
used
not
to think that.
printability. The difference is not printability. The printability is the same. The manufacturing, now 2, 3, 4 years ago, there was a big difference between expensive filament and cheap filament. But
See,
these
that's what
last
I'm
couple of
saying.
years, there's no
There's no
difference.
difference. Oh, you're
They're
right. I
all
agree.
within 0.03. They're all consistent. They're all fun. I mean, I buy the $9 roll of filament. It prints just as good as Prusament and prints just as good as Protopasta. Okay. I see
say,
no
though,
difference in print quality. Now, where
Chris,
you do
what
see
is that,
a massive difference, a huge difference, the dyes, the colors.
Yeah, the colors.
Huge
Yeah, I agree.
difference.
Yeah. If they say it's red and
I mean,
it's kind of light pink.
This is all filamentum or filament 1
Yeah.
colors. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you
Yeah.
grab these same 4 rolls in cheap $10 rolls, it's not going to look anywhere near as nice. It'll
Well,
print
is
just as
it-
nice. It'll
You
work
know-
just as nice, but the colors won't be as nice.
And here's one thing that does make me mad. I'm sure this it has made any of us mad. When you're working on a project, right? And you say, let's just for example, I'm not saying this is the way it was, but I'm just using their company name. Let's say Hatchbox. I ordered Hatchbox Red, okay? I ordered 2 fucking rolls of it. I'm doing this big project. I run out of Hatchbox Red. I order another roll or 2 rolls of Hatchbox Red. I start printing, and it's totally
different.
a different fucking color, man. Right?
Now, if you buy from Protopasta or
It's always-
Prusament
That's
or
right. Yeah.
Paramount
Yeah, yeah.
3D,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
color
yeah.
will be exactly the same every single time, and it'll be a consistent quality.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So,
I will
but you know
say,
something?
though, too,
When you're going to
Chris-
paint the print, who cares? Buy
Yeah.
the cheapest stuff available.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing, you know, really, who gives a shit, right? You know what I mean? Chris, what is that that Galaxy Blue? What company is that? That Filament.ca sent you some of that too. What company is that?
Futura.
What? No, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
Give me. I don't know. Galaxy Blue. Give me a different name.
No, it's called Orion Blue.
Oh, I have no idea.
It's
Blue.
Forza
It's from,
Futura.
oh, it's Forza Futura. Yeah, sorry. It's just because you got food in your mouth. Forza. Say it again.
That's pretty
Chris.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that glitter?
And
Yep.
Yeah.
That looks like CC Trees glitter blue. You can buy that pretty cheap.
It's actually gold glitter though.
Nice.
And not only that, but I will say, like, you know, I've used other because glitter filament naturally will hide lines and stuff like that.
Yes.
And like you said, I found some will just chew through stuff. This stuff I printed. I'm still running on the same nails after.
It's butter.
It's
so
butter.
beautifully.
And
It's like right up there with polyalchemy.
once again, I'm going to say it got sent to me. I didn't pay for it. Did I buy another roll? No, because it's 40 fucking bucks a roll.
They see,
And it's only 700 grams.
Yeah.
Now, see, that's something where I do not get companies sending me. And I don't know why. I wish I could, but they, for whatever reason, they don't. I don't get free filament.
Really? Oh, man. See, you need to get hooked up with some filament companies.
I wish.
Yeah. Well, wait a second.
I don't get free filament.
No, let's wait a second. We've already said you got 1,500 pounds of filament. So
You see, here's the problem, though. I need to stop buying filament because I can't afford it and I have plenty. But
Yeah.
here's the problem. I have to buy filament.
yeah,
Because
Well,
people want to see the new color.
that's true. Oh, it's true too. But you used to subscribe. Now, you know what I feel is something that almost every filament company hasn't done right. Filament monthly box subscriptions. All right. There's tons of nerd companies from ThinkGeek to Pop. They've all got these, and they've did amazing billion-dollar companies. Every filament box program I've seen as eventually failed. They don't. It stops, and it's
It's a lot of
sad.
work. It's
But
a
I
huge
think-
amount of work.
Oh, I agree, but I think though it's a big thing for promotion and stuff because, like you said, like right now you're like, oh, like there's so many filament companies out there that we don't know about. It's ridiculous, dude. Right? You know what I mean? Like when I
Remember-
have like,
Most of these filament companies, they don't get the filament for free. They buy them.
Oh,
MakerBox
no.
buys it.
Yeah.
Alien
Oh,
3D
yeah.
buys it. They don't get it for free.
Yeah. No, there's and that's another thing I think that a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of these companies that sell filament, they're not making it in house. They don't have industrial machines.
It's
They're getting
OEM'd.
it from. Yeah, it's OEM. They're getting it from a company in China. You know what I mean, right? You know, and yes, they're getting it to certain colors and blah blah blah. But they're still getting it made there. You know, and now we are lucky. We have here in Nova Scotia. There's a guy, and he's like the smallest dude. Like, not a lot of people know about him. He has like the best toys in his shop. He's got laser cutters, instant engravers. But last year, he bought 2 industrial filament machines from China, had to rent his next door space and cut the front out of the space because the pallets would not fit in any other way. And now he makes local filament, and to me that's amazing. I'm like, and he says he knows in 10 years he might break even, right? That wasn't the point of it. It was to like he could supply local. He's a big 3D printing guy now on the East Coast. Why would he pay all these guys? Like, because he's already been open for 5 years. He's not going anywhere. The 3D printing, the laser cutting is not going anywhere. He's going to be open, right? So if he can invest in them, yeah, sure, 10 years it pays itself off. Well, that means he just got 10 years of customers of local filament, which for me is amazing. That's crazy because that's a big thing to take on, and that's why most big companies don't take that on. Could you imagine in running a 22-foot industrial filament machine in your shop?
I would put it right back in there.
Well, see, the problem with filament, we were actually talking about this at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
The problem with filament is that right now it's still a lot art. It's not. There is no such thing as buy a machine, hit a button, and it makes you filament.
Yeah,
you'll be out of
right.
business in a week because your filament's going to suck.
Yeah,
there's a lot of art to it. There's a lot of finesse to it, and that's hard to automate right now.
No, and
cheaply.
Yeah, And honestly, like a lot of like legit, you have to have a good machine because there's a lot of science behind that. The temperature, just to change the diameter of the filament, has to be so precise.
How much you're pulling, what's the roll length, what's the temperature in the room. There's so many variables. That's why it's so impressive what Prusament does with their 0.02 tolerance for an entire roll. That's amazing.
Well, not only that, but I find it very impressive, especially like we were saying, like when I was buying even filament 5 years ago, and you would like in my slicer back in the days, I set my filament size to 7.3, or depending on what company I bought it for, 7.6 for the variable, because that's how bad back then that variable was in filament. Now I don't even. It's 7.5. I don't change it because. Now they finally caught up to it. Oh, kitty!
This is Rose. This is Rose. He is like my super shy cat.
Look at those! Look at his little white mitts. He's got white mitts.
Hi,
What's
kitty.
It's that little girl. He has a twin sister. So this is Rose.
We all got our kitties.
And she has a twin sister named Storm, but Storm has longer fur.
This is my guy right here.
Oh, we got all our critters.
Hi, Peanut.
Say hi to everyone.
This
is Vinny.
He got his ACE certification.
Oh, look, everyone's showing up now.
Yeah, he's officially an ACE. He got 3 mice.
Nice.
Oh, ooh.
He's a good boy. Yes, he is.
Look at all you cat guys.
I have a dog too, and a hedgehog. He's a douche.
Oh, that's funny. My wife loves hedgehogs, man. She loves them.
You want mine? He's an asshole.
Yeah.
2 pets I would love to have, but I know it's not practical. I'd love to have a squirrel and an otter.
Oh my God! Don't even say otter. My wife would come there and kiss you.
You know what? I'm not joking. Do you know what?
She wants an otter so bad.
Oh, they're amazing.
Me and my wife lived in Yellowknife, which, if you don't know where that is, it's above 60, right? Above 60. And they have foxes up there. I would literally love to have a pet fox. I know it's not right. I'm not saying.
Oh, trust me. Unless you like horrible smells, you don't want a fox.
This is Zildjian.
Hi, kitty.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a big kitty.
This is my handsome boy. He's actually half Maine Coon.
That's why he's so big.
Yeah, he's a big kitty. Yeah,
he's an old man. He just turned 12.
Yes, Timothy. The Knights War Red is an amazing color.
Okay, so you guys see Vinny right now, right? Like he looks like he's being all calm, but he's like, really, man? Like what? Can you leave me alone? Can you just leave me alone? I know.
He's literally like he's giving you the let me go face.
I know. He's like, come on, man.
Dog story for you. We could actually learn a lot from our own pets.
I wonder when
totally.
I kind of wish we would, because what's funny is we taught our pets this, and now our pets need to teach us it again. My dog taught me the meaning of true love.
Oh, unconditional.
And I mean unconditional, no questions asked, true love. He was getting older, little arthritis. He was whining a little bit, and I realized, okay, he's hungry. Okay, so I put some food in a bowl, and he went over and started eating it. I turned off the light, and I started going upstairs. And I stopped halfway up the stairs because the crunching stopped.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what's going on? I go back downstairs and look, and the dog is standing there, and he's doing this. He's looking at the bowl of food. He's looking up at me. He's looking at the bowl of food. He's looking up at me. That dog was deciding between following me upstairs and eating food.
Aries does that all the time.
So I grabbed a chair, sat down there next to that bowl, and let that dog eat that food.
So, that's what, you know what's funny?
That's unconditional true love.
Aries does the exact same thing. My husky. He always wants to eat like right when I'm going to go to bed. But then if I go to bed, he
wants to go to bed with you.
Past me and goes up and jumps in my bed.
Yeah.
So when he's eating, I just sit back on the couch and I just wait for him to finish eating, and then I go to bed.
And cats love your owners just as much. Cats just are willing to say, "Go fuck yourself."
Not mine so much.
It's funny that you.
But they still love you.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Chris. Same thing, like this guy, because we have other dogs too, right? When he eats, we gotta like protect him, like other dogs. It's not because he cares. He's just like, no, leave me alone. And not only that, like it's like, okay, we're gonna go. Like he'll sit here. It's 9:00 at night, and he'll look at you and just be like, "You going to bed yet, man?" don't you know it's bedtime? Like, let's go, man. Like, it's like, no, just lay down, dude. It's Friday night. Like, Jesus.
You know, the cats will be sleeping here on my requisitioned Creality enclosure. It's no longer mine. The cats now own it. So I'll get up, throw up lights, and go into my room, and both cats will come running into the room to go to bed with me.
Yeah,
and then like a couple hours later, they'll run into Michelle's room and torture her a little bit. Then they'll run back into my room and torture me a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I eventually, because we have 2 dogs, so I got my husky here, and I got a Valley Bull, which is local here. So it's an Old English and Boxer cross. It's a breed that was made here in Nova Scotia, and she's a thick dog. And like, you know, we have a nice bed, but these 2 dogs on there, it's like sooner or later, I'm like, get off the bed. There's no room for anyone. Like, get off. That's a good thing about cats. You know, I think they come and hang out with you. They're not taking that much space up.
Except when they go where they're not supposed to go, and you gotta get the squirt gun out.
Or like wake up and they're laying on your head.
I have actual verbal arguments. I have back and forth 2-way conversations with my cat. I'll be sitting on the toilet taking a dump, and I had to move it because he kept taking it down. I had a little thermometer hanging up in the room because I was checking the temperature throughout the house, and he loved going up there and just knocking that thing off. And I started yelling at him for doing it. No, get down. And so he goes up there and he looks up at the thermometer, and I go, no, because I know exactly what he's going to do. And he looks at me and goes, meow. And I go, no. And he goes, meow. And I'm like, no. And he jumps up and takes it down anyway.
Yeah. Oh.
And of course, I'm ready with the water bottle.
Yeah. Chris, I don't know about your husky, but my husky talks back to me all the time. I'm like, he's laying down on the couch, taking the whole couch up, right? So I'm like, move over. You're like, who are you talking to?
Huskies are very, very moody. They're very vocal and back and forth. Yeah, they'll throw temper tantrums. They'll freak out.
My dog, his name's Vinny. We call him Fragile because he's also very fragile. He's like I'm a husky. Like, oh, shut your shit up. You're a dog.
Hey, this works just as well in 100-pound dogs.
Yeah, that's right. It does. That's right. Spray bottle. Yeah.
Unless you have one of those freaking weird golden retrievers that likes drinking it as a spray.
It's funny. So my wife and her mom have a YouTube channel that's very popular here in Nova Scotia and stuff. And so they did like a COVID because her mom's a pharmacist. So they did like just a basic COVID because they can't go out. They usually go out to local businesses and film a YouTube show and stuff, right? Yeah. Just let them know they can't do that. And now they're going to film one too. And my wife, because of the COVID, she's trying to stop chewing her nails. So she set it up that every time she bites her nails, our son Logan can squirt her with a squirt gun. And not only that, we get to film it for the show.
Nice.
That's great, dude.
You got to get one of those body cameras on the squirt gun so you get the first person.
So now my son, like every 2 minutes, like, Mom, did you bite your nails? he doesn't want to squirt the shit out of her, right? It's funny as hell. Man.
I used to. I don't do it anymore today because I'd probably get shot if I did it today. But 20 years ago, I used to keep Mr. Pinky in the car with me.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Pinky was a bright neon pink and green super soaker.
Oh, yeah.
And when I used to drive a lot of miles. It's the reason I have an electric car. You know, my commute, I did 130 miles a day delivering pizza. My commute back and forth to Egg Harbor was 110 miles just for the commute itself. So I was spending $7,000 a year in gas.
Damn.
That's why I bought an electric car, because the payment and insurance premium increase for the electric car was actually $100 cheaper than the gas.
You bought then? Hey, I'm very
Nissan
interested
Leaf.
in that. Really? Okay, cool.
I can't afford anything else.
Yeah.
I would love to have a Tesla.
You bought the economy electric car.
After it was used 2 years because the price was half new. Okay, I got a 2016 Nissan Leaf. I paid $17,000 for it. It's $38,000 new. I could never afford that.
Hey, that's good though. Yeah, right on. Okay, so go on. Sorry, man.
So 20 years ago, you know, I'm driving 55,000 miles a year. It's not me driving. It's just I drive so many miles that I just encounter more people on the road. And I have some weird road rage incidents where it's like, what did I do?
were driving a goddamn electric car. No.
No, this is well before I had the electric car.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay.
of course, whenever you get into one of these rotary, I'm like, I play with my toys, and I fuck with them, and I ride them hard. So, and inevitably you get half of them who pull up alongside you and want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And they'll pull up alongside of me and roll down the window, and I'll roll down the window and go, what do you want? And as soon as they open their mouth, I take Mr. Peaky and go,
just spray them. Oh, God.
I had one guy go to get out of his car. He took his seatbelt off, and I was like, you get out of that car. I switched from water to lead. Your choice. Oh, my God. It was so funny.
Where was that at? Where was that at?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, shit. So he's like, oh, maybe I'll step back in my car. Yeah.
In Jersey, that doesn't work, but in Pennsylvania, that works. I was in line at the bank once, and this is when I was younger, doing stupid things I shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw a guy dump his cigarette butts out the window, like the whole tray.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off. It's like, you got that filthy habit. The least you could do is take care of your trash.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm the guy. If I see somebody flick a cigarette butt out the window, I give him a 2 to the horn.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, pig. I saw that. So this guy dumps his whole entire ashtray out of the car. So I get up, I scoop up the entire pile of ashes and cigarette butts, and I go through the crack in his window.
Oh, nasty.
Wow.
I'm lucky he didn't have a gun because he probably would have shot me.
You fucking
he went to get out of the car, and I'm a little bit of a pacifist, not a pacifist. I don't like fighting if I don't have to, and I'm not going to look for a fight, and I'm going to try hard to avoid fighting. But if you push me to it, I will do it.
Who is it?
So well, a lot of people jump right into that, but I look like I could eat your face off, especially when I get angry. So he went to get out of the car, and I just puffed up and hovered over his door like this. I'm like, what are you gonna do?
Oh, that was scared shit out of me.
I mean, I was frothing out the mouth, angry. I mean, I'm not gonna hurt the guy, but he doesn't know that. He's scared shitless.
Tell me now, what is the future? What's going on? What are you going on campaigns? Like you said, you want to step up another level. I think through the stream that we've talked about a lot of shit. But I think a really thing that you've kind of mentioned through this whole thing, you're looking to step up to the next level. So what's the plan? And how can we, as your viewers and stuff, how can we help you get to that next level?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing now. That's right. My biggest fear is I change something, lose whatever it is that made me successful, and then it all disappears.
Yeah.
I know I need to diversify.
Okay.
Because right now I'm pretty much bipolar in income stream. Yeah. I basically have Patreon and YouTube and Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, if either of those,
like you said, you're in a bubble. Yeah.
That's right. I'm in deep shit. Okay, so I need to diversify.
Yeah. Got you.
So I started in Etsy.
Okay.
To
cool.
try to do a little bit there.
Yeah.
But I'm very bad at mailing stuff, so I have to make sure I'm very careful not to screw that up.
Yeah.
I know I need to switch to. Eventually, I'm going to run out of printers. They'll keep trickling in as manufacturers make new printers, but eventually, I'm not going to be able to revolve the channel around
opening a box opening. Yeah, got you. Yeah.
And so I know I need to switch to projects.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised. I'm going to be honest with you. I am so surprised, like, you're not almost like on the RC Life tip, how he does quads and stuff, that you're not doing the 3D printing rocket stuff, because I think that would blow up massive, man. I really do.
You got to remember, for the last 3 years, as of this August, I was working 3 full-time jobs, 120 hours a week. People say bullshit. I was like, I am well aware of the fact that there's only 168 hours a week. Trust me.
Yeah.
When you work 120 hours, you become intimately aware of how many hours there are in a week.
You know the hour a day you're sleeping. Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
So there wasn't time. Okay.
Yeah.
The last time I flew a rocket was before my dad died.
Oh, really? So you haven't flown a rocket in a few years?
Yeah.
How long then?
In 3.5 years.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
You know, when would I get time? I went to NARAM for 21 years, and I haven't been to a NARAM in 3 years because.
So now,
How?
are you looking towards that? Are you?
That's what I'm hoping. For the
Cool,
next
right
year, it's going to be rough because I bought this house sight unseen, as is, where is foreclosure.
Gotcha.
And the bank lied about a lot of things.
Yeah. Which they do.
But,
But you're there now.
Yep.
You got to get a little settled, a little stable.
I'm almost done with the house. It's in a livable condition. Now, this is one of the reasons I tell people where you move to becomes important.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I could have bought a larger house, not as much land, but a larger house near more resources if I stayed in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
But then my taxes would be $2,000 a year instead of $500.
Affordability.
And I also have to consider there are other costs of living that people aren't used to encountering. For example, I have a massive roof leak above my kitchen sink here. I don't even know where it's coming from. If there's enough snow on the roof and it begins to melt, it like pours in through my window. Okay. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Because that'll happen once or twice a year, and it's so dry out here. I have time.
Right.
Okay.
You have time. That's right.
In Pennsylvania, you get a leak, you have to fix it now because your house is going to rot in 2 months.
That's right. Yeah. Well, your whole wall is going to rot out. Yeah.
Because it's going to be it's hot, it's humid, it's wet, mold, fungus. It's going to destroy your house in like months. Here, you can go years. Okay, so I get time. All right, things don't rot here. Things don't rust here. The summers are milder. The winters are milder. So cost of living is lower.
Now you said you have property out there too, right?
Well, I own 1.25 acres.
So now you will have space to maybe light some rockets off and
not from my own property.
Okay.
They're all fenced. So how would I get the rocket back?
Okay. Got you. Okay. Oh, yeah, because it would land on someone else's property. I got you. Yeah.
And most of them probably wouldn't care if I went and go get my rocket, but there's fences.
Now, I know you like also design things too. Anything coming up that you've designed that you've been working on? Like, you got anything
lately, I've been playing around with the laser thing. Just because it's the newest thing I got. Like I designed. Oh, here. This is fun. I'm actually going to do a video on this because this is the kind of thing people can learn to do very easily. Somebody had a product for using your registers in your floor as putting golf.
Oh,
so it's a plastic thing. He says, "Well, we need an STL for this." I was like, "Hold my beer." And 20 minutes, I came back with this.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. Right on. Cool.
This uses 50 grams of plastic, and you could print it in 40 minutes.
Nice.
And you just stick that in your register, and there you go. Now you have golf. Okay. Just don't turn your heater on in the winter because it'll melt.
That's right. Yeah, that'll melt. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
But things like that are pretty easy to do. And I did a whole video on how I made this. This is my OBS setup.
Nice.
So this is a programmable keypad. So I can program these for my different views and stuff like that on my video and turning things on and off. Get out of here. And there's my microphone. See, this is a lav mic. A lav mic has to be pretty close to your mouth for it to work. The problem is I can't wear it.
Yeah. Oh, I got you.
I move around too much. I mean, I would destroy this laptop in one stream. I would turn, it would yank, it would break the jack in the laptop.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I can't lay it on the table. I can't hook it up here with the camera because you're too far away. Listen to the difference in audio when I do this. All right,
and you said you just did a video on this one?
Yeah. So I have a video up on this on how I designed this reasonably complex vase mode printed object in Tinkercad.
That's cool, man.
So now the microphone sits where I need it.
Yeah, and you know what I love is because I know everyone, and I'm one of those guys. I never did CAD, nothing, right? And my first introduction to CAD was Tinkercad, and then I moved on to Fusion 360. But I always tell people that
Michael.
If you really don't understand the power of Tinkercad, you can design, like, honestly, very simply, you make a shape, you take a hole out, you can make some amazing stuff in Tinkercad. And I love how that you keep always like, no, I just designed it in Tinkercad. This is what I'm doing.
Tinkercad's advantage is not its power. It's pretty weak. It's a very basic CAD program. It's a pain in the ass, but the UI is awesome.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
If
the
they could integrate
usability.
that UI into Fusion 360, I'd be a master of Fusion 360
Oh,
by the
God.
weekend.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was going to say is that I like that you show that. Listen, you're not a designer. You're not making. You're not Malix. You're not Wesker. But at the same time, if you need to make something that you need to use, you can make it.
Yep.
Right.
Fast and easy.
Honestly, and anyone really can do that. You know,
This is 4 pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, you have this piece, this
Yeah.
piece, this piece, and then the little hole that you cut out down here to make sure that this is not filled in with infill.
Yeah.
That's it.
A
4 pieces.
rectangle, circle, cone, you're done. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. And Chris, I know you design a lot too, right?
Usually,
And now, when you started out, did you start out in Tinkercad, or were you a CAD guy before?
Yes
Were
and
you
no.
a CAD guy? Okay.
So, I mean, I've been 3D designing for really like 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah, because by trade you're a graphic designer, isn't
Yeah.
that? Isn't that? Yeah.
So, I mean, I go back to like the old like render stuff days.
Yeah.
Like Bryce.
God, oh,
Bryce.
shit, that's some old school shit.
Ray Dream, stuff like that. So it was, I don't know, I guess it was kind of evolutionary for me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I started 3D printing, I jumped right into Tinkercad,
Gotcha.
you know, when it was still pretty terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just couldn't do what I was trying to do. So then I was like, oh, what's this Fusion 360 thing all about?
I know. Yeah.
It's just a big learning curve.
And I am by no means a master of Fusion, but I know how to do what I need to do.
And I will say there is, I'm going to look it up right now because I know you're saying you're not a master of Fusion. And there used to be, and he still is, he was on Udemy, his Desktop Makes.
Yeah,
he had one of the Vlad. And still, honestly,
I got a new one for today.
It's the best. And I will say this, and I've talked to him about this before. It was the best Fusion 360 course out there ever. But absolutely. I asked him, but he needs to update it to the new GUI. But I will say, and I'm going to pump this out on your chat there, Nerzy, Fusion 360 in 30. Yeah, this guy, honestly, he has the most amazing course. It's ridiculous.
See, here's the problem. I know exactly what I need to do. I need to sit down for a month and grind Fusion 360 lessons.
Yeah, but see, this is the great one.
I don't have the time.
Honestly, but you don't though. See, you don't though, and that's what I was. 10
hours.
I do though.
I'm going
to learn something like this. I know I'm going to need to. I'm going to have to do it over and over and over again so that I remember it.
Right there. I hope that's allowed in your chat.
If you have a question, you can email him, and he emails you right back.
So I was going to say the same thing, and I'm going to pump this out on our chat too. He has a course. It's called right now. I just pumped out the link. I got to pump it back out to myself. His channel is. There it is. His name is Product Design Online, and he has a course called Fusion 360 in 30 days. And man, is it amazing! It's very simple. Every little course, and they only take a half an hour each. So even though he says 30 days, you could do the whole thing in 2 weeks. And by that 2 weeks, you're gonna have a great foundation. And here's the other thing I was gonna say, Nerzy. I know it's like sometimes overwhelming and you think it's going to take a long time, but when you have literally the basics, because it is very much like Tinkercad, draw a square, take it out, and you have those basics, you can just do amazing. I went from 1 week, dude, all right, 1 week, never did a CAD design, and I'm talking about the Udemy course, which is the same as the course I pumped out right now. Within a week, I made my own rubber band gun.
Well, see, for example, I did my nose cone in Fusion 360. I did my T300 nose cone in Fusion 360. If I loaded Fusion 360 right now and tried to make that nose cone again, I couldn't do it.
Oh,
so I'm the kind of person where I have to do the lesson over and over again until it sticks.
I'm right with you there, and that's why, like the link I pumped in your chat, Fusion 360. in 30 days. I literally keep that on my list because I will. I'm the same way. I'll design something and then I won't go back to Fusion 360 until I need to do something else, and I kind of forget. So I just keep that in my playlist. Like, how do I need to do that? Boom, that's how I need to do it.
Like, here's
right?
an example. Most of the things that I build are centerline based. Okay.
Yeah.
That is so easy to do in Tinkercad and so hard to do in Fusion 360.
It's not though. It's easy though. It's easy, dude.
It's like 2 steps in Tinkercad and it's like 15 steps in Fusion 360.
But it's not though. See, that's the thing. People think through Fusion 360 is very difficult. It's once you learn how to sketch, put a line in the middle, you could do anything.
Find the middle.
The middle's already, it snaps in automatically for you.
If it's snapped.
It always snaps.
It's always snaps.
Mine did. I had to align the parts.
Don't get me wrong. I know when you're coming from Tinkercad, there's all these tools and constraints. It's really, like I said, I pumped it out in your thing. Please book that, Mark.
It didn't go through.
Oh, it didn't go through?
Yeah, it didn't allow the link.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
He's got a few extra beers, I think. He's missing. He's missing.
No, YouTube would just randomly reject some links.
I just said if it allows me to put it in your chat channel. Yeah. But then I will give that to Chris, so he'll pump it in our link after the show. Great course. The first thing you make is a Lego square. And it's a real Lego square. It's awesome. Yeah. And it takes you.
I got two copyright notices on my YouTube channel today.
No way, did you?
Okay. Now I loaded the videos. So Gloria Estefan 123. I loaded the video. There's no fucking audio in the video.
That's right, Gloria 123.
I'm not kidding. There's no audio.
Oh, you got an audio violation?
I got a song violation for a video that has no audio. The only audio in the video is that there's a little electromagnetic noise interference static because the video didn't work on my dash cam. It's so how did that algorithm pull a song out of literally nothing?
I know. Well, that's like when Facebook, like I post something on Facebook and they're like, this doesn't comply to our thing. And I'm like, it's a Batman bust. What are you talking? It's Batman bust. How does that violate
the algorithm
anything?
grabbed it and you're screwed. It won't let you get around
it's true. Yeah. I know. Sometimes it's true, right?
So I disputed both of them, of course, and I disputed them with WTAF. There is literally no audio in this video.
How did I violate anything?
Like, no one's talking. There's just no audio. The dash cam failed to record audio. There's just electronic static.
Yeah.
It's like.
So what's going on for everyone tomorrow? Chris, what's going on with you tomorrow? Family, kids, wife?
Yes.
Yeah.
Work stuff.
So everyone, being you are dad, Nerdy single. So how about I got a tip, all right, as a father and a family member. Don't look at the negativity of what's going on. Look at the positive. You get to spend more time with your family. And while I'm trying to be honest here, you get more spend time. And you know what? That's not a bad thing. Chris, what's your tip for the COVID and hanging out, being, locked up?
I tell people it's very, very simple.
Go out.
You need a pad and a paper.
Yeah.
And you make a list of dinner. Right? So any politicians you don't like or anybody who is mean to you, you just write them down. And when the zombie apocalypse occurs, you know who to eat and who not to eat.
Nice. Chris, what are you doing?
I have to. Jody is lonely.
I don't know what I'm fucking doing, man. I have
Jody
no
is
fucking
lonely.
clue.
He needs a wharf.
Oh, yeah.
Chris is going to post. Chris is going to poke palette and say, "Hey, look at today's 3D print."
I know what Chris needs
You know what I
to
should do? I need to edit my Mega Zero video so I can.
Post. And Chris, you know what you need to do? You need to start pumping out some of those dioramas for those wicked Star Trek characters. Link down there, guys. Yeah, that's what I want to see, Chris. I want to see you next time have those guys are right because those prints with that. By the way, Chris is the master of the palette. He makes the most amazing prints. Because you make such those nice prints, I want to see those in a nice diorama. Those would look so sick, dude. Honestly. Who's playing with something? I can hear you. Ah, it is you.
I printed a
I
small
can-
section of the sword so I can experiment with settings to try to get them to come free. I
Oh,
got the
yeah.
outside, but not the inside.
Oh, someone's going to go set up a live. Oh, church broadcast. All right.
I finally got a good deal on SD cards.
Oh,
my
God, man.
So I got a whole
always
bunch
find
of
a good deal on
cheap
SD
4
cards.
gigabyte SD cards for all the printers. I take
Man,
the full-size ones.
Man, I don't know if you know, Chris. You know DigiKey. DigiKey is a company here in Canada. Man, they freaking every time they have flash sales, and they'll like have flash sales on like 32 gigabyte cards, $10. I'll literally. I'm just,
I don't buy 32
Smash.
gigabyte cards until they're 5. I don't. I wait till they're $5. I guess it's about
Chris, I
8
wanna
Canadian.
well, that's what I just said. Oh, I know, $10 is not too bad, man.
Yeah,
Not too
no,
bad.
it's
Not too bad. It's not too bad, and that's with shipping, right? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
So
you
it's
guys
not
got
too bad.
VAT, so that hurts.
Yeah, that's that's right. Yeah. Oh,
Chris,
and
I'm gonna share
GST,
something really quick on
and
my
GST.
screen.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. What's going on?
I just want to. We were just talking about Fusion. So
Yeah,
Is there any way I can make this full screen? I guess I
You
can't,
can't.
can I?
no, you can't.
Yeah.
on our side we can. On our side we can.
Well, this is the bit. Well, I can make this full screen like this,
Yeah.
but that's.
I
not
mean,
it.
on my end, make it
no.
full screen. Yeah.
oh, on your end. Oh no. Yeah.
So
Actually, I can.
super easy, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to create a sketch on this plane.
Yeah.
Now, there's a sketch shortcuts key. It's the S key.
Yeah.
Right.
For square.
You hit S,
Square.
and you get this window. You add whatever you want to it. You can search for things. So if I want to say rectangle,
We can't see it.
oh shit, why not?
I didn't know.
I
All
figured
right.
out I could just play the stream, mute the audio, and make it full screen.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can
Hey,
do that.
did you said you muted us? What the?
Well, I have to. Otherwise, I'd hear you twice.
I know. I did. I was wondering. I was sitting here actually, and I was like, "Why is there an echo?" And I realized because I had us this live, and then I had our live stream, then your live stream. It was like triple echo. I was like, "Holy!" I almost felt like saying, "Hello." I almost did. It was funny.
Wait,
Okay,
so
just make us. Yeah,
you can
make a
see my
square.
move.
Yeah, we can see your cursor. We just
All right.
can't see the shortcut. Yeah,
All right, you can't see the shortcut window. All right, so anyway, so I'm choosing
matter.
center rectangle.
yeah,
So-
rectangle.
I'll create
See-
rectangle. Yeah, you don't see
Yeah.
that either. What the hell? All right, anyway, so I'm going to create a center rectangle right here
Yeah.
from center point.
Yeah, do it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
there you
say
go.
It's going to be 50 by 20.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Now, if I want to make this say a Lego,
Zoom in. Wait. Now just snap into the middle. Yeah, boom. Snap.
well, I'm not. It doesn't do anything because I don't have a tool selected. So, but now let's say I want to make another line. So I'm going to hit L for a line, and I'm going to
Right
just draw
down
a
the
straight
middle.
line.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to hit D, and I'm going to dimension it from there to there. Now I made this. What did I make this?
50 by 20, I think you said.
Yeah.
20. So I want this to be
Something like
5. So I'm just going to punch in 5, and now that's. This is exact. This line right here is exactly halfway between here and the center point.
That's right. It's
Right?
super easy.
You with me?
Uh-huh.
Now, if I want to draw a circle, I can start at any point and say I want the circle to be 5 millimeters. Now, then I can do a pattern. So I'm going to hit S again, although you won't see it. And I'm going to choose rectangular pattern. And then I'm going to click on here.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to drag this down.
You're doing array?
Yeah.
So I'm basically making a pattern.
Oh, you're doing this linear array. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And then if I wanted to move it over here, I could.
That's right.
But I
Yeah.
don't.
Now, how do you center that on that center line?
Okay, so that's
Say
what's
right
trying to
now,
tell.
those 3
Show
circles
the center
aren't
line
centered.
stuff. Yeah. So
Right.
show them snapping to the center line. You're going off the center line. Show them to snap to the center line.
No, how do you snap the group to a center?
That's the snapping groups is sketchy. The way I found a way around it is
Okay, what do you wait 1 second, Nerdsy, what are you talking about groups?
Make the 3 again. Do the linear array, make 3.
Okay, yeah. There's
All right.
3. Okay.
Okay, now that set of 3 is not centered along that red horizontal line. How do you center
Okay.
it?
Okay. So first of all, he drew the
I didn't
wrong
do any
line.
math.
No, dude. Oh, you're doing this. All he wants you, Chris. All he wants you to do is draw a center line and put those 3 holes in the center. Do that.
No. I want the 3 as a group to be
okay.
centered on that red line horizontally.
All right, so you would do it a different way, which is the way I
Yeah.
should have done it to begin with.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
So you
I'm
can't
gonna
actually
start
center it.
on
You have
center.
to start
Yes,
it centered.
you can. Yeah. He didn't start at center. Yeah.
Okay, so now I do that, and then I do the same thing. I do the horizontal, the rectangular pattern,
Yeah.
and I move up. But then you can't.
You could
see
also move sideways though.
But
Right.
now I need the one down below. How do you get that?
right, but you can't see the window. But the window up for the pattern, you can change it from one direction
Mm-hmm.
Bi-directional. Okay.
to
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
symmetric.
That's
So I just
right.
change it
Boom.
to symmetric, and boom, now
Now,
we're at exact.
does that center line going through that square remain universal,
Yes.
or does it
'Cause you
change
can-
as you create asymmetric shape?
No.
No,
This,
no. I know what you just asked. It does say center if you constrain it, or it can stay universal if you don't constrain it, and that's just a
No, what I
trick.
mean is,
no, the
if I
red
add-
center line is
if
the
I-
plane. That's
I
the
know,
story. That's
but
the
that
plane.
That's
little
right.
dot in the middle is the center of that rectangle.
That's
this
right.
dot-
Okay. Now, if I
That's
add
symmetric.
a 3-dimensional object on the right-hand side of that rectangle, but not on the left-hand side of that rectangle,
Yeah.
technically the center point of the entire object is now different. But I want it to maintain
Nope.
the original center
Nope.
point.
No.
It'll maintain the center point.
This
Good, okay.
this center point won't
Yeah, yeah.
move as long as it's anchored.
It will
right.
never move. Never.
And I can lock all the other shapes relative to
Yes.
that center point.
Yep.
So
exactly.
if I do an array and a rotation, or if I
Yes.
add a piano line here but not here,
One-
it's not going
Yes.
to shift it. Okay.
It's not going to shift it. That's right.
Because that's a problem I have in Tinkercad. In Tinkercad, I have to actually
That's
keep
right.
everything symmetrical. If
Yeah,
I want to do a
yeah.
pentagon, I actually
Yeah.
have to create a heptagon of 10
That's
and then delete the extra 5 after I center it.
you don't have to do that here.
Okay.
So even easier. So I make a straight center line just to have one for reference, and then if I want to mirror these, so I
Yeah.
hit M to mirror. I'm going to mirror these 3,
Pick
And
the
I'm
center
gonna-
line.
and I'm going to choose.
Yeah, center
What am
line.
I doing? Oh my god! Oh, I hit
You are
move. I'm like, why is it not working right?
You are the worst Fusion 360 tutorial
I know.
guy. God,
Well-
where's my mouse? Let me do this.
I'm
Jesus.
tired. Leave me alone. So I'm going to choose the line,
Yeah.
which is this line, and
There
there
you
it
go. There you go.
So now there's this. So now if I want to make this into, say, a pretend Lego, I'm going to do an offset. So I hit O, and I'm going to make this a 2 millimeter offset. So now I have this box inside the box. I'm going to delete this line because I no longer need it. Now I'm going to extrude these. So I'm going to extrude this
Yeah.
-2.
You forgot a lot. You forgot a circle.
Huh? No, I didn't. I'm going to
Nah,
extrude
but-
this
Yeah.
-2. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
Then I'm going to extrude
All the holes.
the holes.
Yeah. Another 2 or
2.
6. 6.
Positive
Yeah,
2.
yeah, there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Then the last one, I'm going to extrude the outer part -10.
Yeah, that's right. Lego. We just did that in literally
Now
less
I
than
hide
3
the
minutes.
sketch, and there's my Lego.
Less
Now,
than 3
obviously-
minutes.
Obviously, the dimensions aren't right, but that's how easy it is.
All right. Now, here's a question for you. How would I do
Yeah.
something like this?
Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to take a nose cone,
Yeah. Bring him to big screen.
where it shaped like that.
Yeah.
Easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
And then I'm going to cut out an
Yeah.
interior wall like that.
Yeah.
Again, easy. Now comes the complicated part.
Okay.
Looking from down below,
Yeah. So the bottom of the cone.
you're going to have an inside and an outside wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I need to cut a plane through the nose cone to the center point
Yeah.
like that. So that's a cut. So that makes that
Yeah.
an opening there. And then
Okay.
I need to do multiple cuts from the inside
Yeah.
going out but not going all the way to the wall. I need
Yeah.
a consistent distance between the end of those cuts
Yeah.
and the outside wall, and it has to be the same distance throughout the shape of the object.
It's actually
You just use the
Not hard.
pattern, and you just use the pattern and then cut it out.
Ellie,
Yeah.
breathe. Let me take them one step at a time. It's really easy.
I don't have an example to show you. They're all out in the minivan.
All right,
But that's all. Actually, here I can show you.
I'm going to use this plane.
I modified
I'm going to
Prusa's
create
visor. Okay, see, I modified Prusa's visor.
Yeah.
I modified the whole thing to be vase mode printable. So now it takes 50 minutes to print instead of 3 hours and 23 grams of plastic. So the way this works, if you can see this cut right here goes all the way through.
Yeah,
That bisects the inside and the outside and makes it one continuous plane. Now the rest of these cuts here, they cut from the inside out, but don't go all the way to the outside.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easily
And the
doable.
distance from that cut. Now this is easy because these are all straight walls.
Yeah,
It's a little harder when it's a curve
It's
because
not,
the
though.
cut has
Yes,
to conform to the curve.
But now, so watch. All right, so I just made a 100-millimeter line, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to just hit X. I'm going to make that a construction line so it doesn't affect anything. So now I'm going to make a 3-point arc. And again, I'm just guessing
Spline.
with whatever numbers.
You're just gonna spline a curve, right?
No, this is an arc. All right, so
Same thing. It's just a 3-point
yeah,
spline.
well,
It's not the same though.
So all right, so there's my arc, okay?
Yep.
Now,
Then you revolve it.
exactly. So then I'm gonna go create. I never remember where any of these things are since they moved everything.
I know. I hate that they moved
You
everything.
go, isn't it? Don't you go to extrude and then you pick revolve?
Mm.
No, they changed everything. Hang on.
Because I can do all this, but it's a pain in the ass in Tinkercad.
It's actually very simple in Fusion 360.
I'm hoping I can automate a lot of that in Fusion 360.
You can. That's the thing, especially with the patterns and your.
So I know you
plane
can do
cuts.
offsets.
Yeah, I
Like, for
love
example,
offset.
I would love to make this shape a dual wall vase mode print, but yeah, that would take freaking forever in Tinkercad to do.
Let's go. Yeah. Forever.
Because basically what I do is I take a plane and I squish the object down and I use it as a cut plane.
Oh, really? Oh, no, you can't do
All right.
that.
So here's what I just did.
Yep.
Okay. Now let me see where they moved this one to. Oh, there it is. It's under create still. They moved all my shit. Now I can just thicken it to whatever size I want. So let's go.
Okay. So instead of creating a solid and cutting out the interior, you just thicken the wall.
Right.
That's
So you
right.
create-
Yeah. You're putting
That's
a
actually
shell
pretty cool.
on it.
Yeah,
you're
making it
putting
into
a
a
shell
shell.
on it.
So
Yeah,
there's
that's right.
two-
You're putting.
So now I have a 2-millimeter shell.
Mm-hmm.
So
See,
then-
exactly. Boom.
Make it a 5mm shell.
Make it a 5.
he's like, while you're here.
Well, no, because you really can't do it with a 2mm shell. It's
That's
just,
true. Yeah, all right, got you. Yeah, got you.
and we wouldn't be able to see the details because it'd be so skinny.
And that's another thing, great thing about the one thing that everyone does love about Fusion 360 is the history. So you could go back in your timeline,
Go to the
change
beginning,
anything.
make a change, and then apply.
Yeah,
all the
it applies it all the way
I can
through,
change
right?
this, and it will, once I've got more shit all the way down to the end.
Now, can I constrain the top of the inside cone so it's not a point like the other shape is? So it has a flat top on the inside?
No, but you could change it to a flat top.
That's what I mean. How would you do that? How would you make... So basically, the outside would be shaped like this, but the inside would be shaped like this.
Let me see. I can't see. Yeah. Oh, so you just want the tip?
Yeah.
Let's see. What I would do
Because
there is
having two tips inside would be hard to print.
okay. So me personally, what I would do
Yeah.
is this. I would create another sketch
Yeah.
on the same plane, and then I would hide the body. Oh wait, that's the wrong plane. All right, so I'll delete this sketch. So then I'll create a new sketch on the same plane. And then I would actually use the project function and make that same line.
Uh-huh.
And then this same line. So I'll project those. So now I can hide that first sketch.
Can you
And
offset that line from the other line?
Yes.
Yep. Of course you
And
can.
then all I
Yeah,
have to do
yeah.
is add the finishing top and then
No,
extrude
all
the
you
two.
have to do, literally,
That's right. Extruded it. That's right.
is draw a line from here
Yep.
Mhm.
to here.
Yep. Exactly. And then you could even delete those top lines too.
Well, no, because you want this. So then what you'll do is you'll
Oh,
want
sorry. You're right.
Oh, you're going to create the flat as part of the revolve.
another revolve.
Yes, that's right.
Ah.
And you could have did that actually from the beginning on the revolve.
Yeah, you could have.
You could have, yeah, but
But
we're
built
just
it
doing
right
it.
in.
You could have did it from the beginning, but we're just doing it. We
So-
just thought about it now,
So
so
I'm going to use the same axis.
Now,
Yeah.
when you thicken it, will it have a
I'm going
flat
to
top?
join it.
it will.
We'll hide
wait
the
a-
sketches.
Now I know what you want.
And
Okay.
now
It looks
you
like
see-
it's flat. Yeah, it looks like it's flat.
It is flat.
I want to. Yeah.
Any way
yeah.
to make it transparent so we can see through it?
Yes.
So I can see the structure from the
You wanna-
outside? There we go. Yep, that's exactly it. Okay.
Boom.
Now, how do I put those conformal cuts in place?
Easy.
Yeah.
So you get to the bottom.
On that plane. Yeah, that's right.
All right. Hang on. Let me put this back
So you can see the body.
to this.
Yeah, there you go.
So now you add another sketch on the bottom.
You're gonna stick
Now
that
you-
bottom plane.
So everything has been focused on this center point.
Yeah, but
Yep.
now.
So now if I want to make, so I'll do the same thing. I'm going to hit L and then X. So I make a construction line.
Yeah, down the middle.
And
For
I'm
a
gonna,
reference. It's a
Right.
reference point.
yeah, and it's literally just for reference.
Construction is just for you.
I'm just going to
Yes, right. And that's why it's a dotted line, because it's just for reference.
All right. So then,
So now how do I put a 0.15 millimeter cutout in that wall, and it has to stop 0.85 millimeters from the outer wall?
okay.
then you
so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
hit P and you project
Yeah.
the body. Okay. Wait, sorry. You want to do specify entities. Did I do it?
I don't know.
Nope, I didn't. Hang on. Let me do it again. P, project this line and this line. So now, if I hide the body, these are the actual body lines right here.
Uh huh.
Okay.
Those are your perimeters, your edges.
So now, if I said, I don't know if I can do it this way because I already made the line, but no, I can't. What I can do is I can just make a line that goes straight across like this. And then I should be able to dimension that from here to here or not. I'm not really sure if this will work. Yeah, it's not going to work that way. But I can do this. I'll make this line here. So what did you want? 1.85?
No, it needs to be conformal to the external shell of the nose cone.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
A continuous. The width of the line needs to be 0.15 millimeters, and it needs to be 0.9 millimeters away from the edge of the outer cone.
Yeah, yeah. So what you want to do is an offset line from the
Right.
outer cone.
No, it's not. I just dimensioned it. So I dimensioned this line here. So this line is now 0.9.
Your line is 90 degrees off axis.
No. You need a rectangle basically to go like this, right? To cut out, correct?
Oh, well, okay. There's a discrepancy in the two videos. That's why I'm behind you. Let me accelerate the video to get caught up to real time. Yes. Okay. I see what you're doing now.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now
So that needs to be 0.15 millimeters wide.
Wide.
so-
Okay.
well,
So you need that square to be 1.5.
just for shits and giggles, we'll say that.
0.15.
Just for
Zero.
shits and giggles, let's just say that that's the right size.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to do another rectangular pattern.
Yeah. All the way around the circle.
So do 10.
Yeah. There you go. Nice. Yeah. There you go. Good,
So do
good
an
call.
array.
Sorry, what did I just do? I'm going to do a circular pattern. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
10-point array.
Circular pattern.
Click all your lines. There you go. Yeah.
Can you join those lines together into one unit so you don't have to keep clicking each individual one?
But you don't have to
You
anymore.
can, well, actually, you could just like double click it, and they'll all normally click together, right? You know what I mean?
So now you want 10?
Yep. That should be structurally
Boom,
sound.
done. There you go. 10. There
Okay,
you
now how do you make that cut go all the way up to the top of the nose cone, stop at the flat point that we created, and be conformal to the outside edge of the cone?
Oh,
Oh,
so
it
you want
has to
those
go all the way
cuts?
up.
Yes. It needs to be a slot. That cut needs to go all the way up to the flat point, all the way up the cone and conformal, maintaining that 0.1 or that 0.9 millimeter distance from the outer edge of the cone.
So you want the cut to go on a curve?
The cut has to be conformal to the shape of the cone.
Yeah. So you want it to be? Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
All right, it's doable. I just have to figure out how you can
See,
do
that's
it.
the problem. I know exactly what I need, but it's figuring out how to make the program do it.
No, it'll definitely work. You can do it with like, shit. What's it called?
Splines.
No,
Can you just cut the nose cone 10 times and then instruct it to offset the cut 0.9 millimeters from the outer surface?
Oh, the constraint. You probably could do that. Actually, you probably could do that. So it never cuts into any.
Somebody
farther
is saying
into
something called loft.
Yeah, loft would be good too. Yeah, loft would
I
be
don't know
good
if a
too.
loft
Yeah.
would work in this particular
Michael,
situation.
creating a separate object and then subtracting, that's how I do it in Tinkercad. I'm trying
Yeah,
to figure out how to do it parametrically.
No, that's why we're not. Yeah, that's why you're not using Tinkercad for this situation. Yeah. Sweep,
Sweet, that's it.
Sweep. Yeah, it's sweep. Oh yeah, dude, it's 3D Jimmy. He's like, sweep the leg. He did say that, but I thought that was funny. That's my own ad.
Hey, 3D Jimmy.
Yeah, 3D Jimmy. What's going on, man? Yeah, that's funny though. Sweep
Well,
the leg.
he's gonna do it, Jimmy.
Yeah,
why are you
sweep the
making me
leg.
do this? At
Well, I might be
freaking
using the
10:30
wrong
at
word
night?
when I say parametric. What I mean
No, it
is
is.
I want to do it.
parametric.
I
No,
want to
it
do
is
it
parametric.
mechanically,
Yeah,
so
no,
that
it is
I don't have to individually create each cut. I can just punch in the appropriate numbers, and it'll make all the cuts for me.
Okay, well, we're
gotta-
not. This isn't Star Trek. If we could do that, we'd all be wicked designers.
Well, I know it can do that. I've seen people do it. It's just
it
figuring it out.
can. It can do it, and there is tools. But what I'm trying to say here, it's not as simple as just putting the numbers in. There is
No,
a
of course
sweep
not.
tool, and here's the other thing about you, and you'll notice this, Nursey, even in your chat. People are like, "Well, you could do," and as me and Chris is doing this, I'm like, I would do this a totally different way.
I would do this differently than he would, or whatever, you know. And
That's right, because 360 does, and that's where some people get confused. But here's the thing.
Hey,
You learn
wait. I've seen something
Yeah.
similar to this. If you might be able to do it similar to how you make a screw. So you create that offset line like you were just creating, and then you extrude your rectangular cut, and you tell it to follow the path of that
follow the
line.
path. Yeah.
Yeah, path. That's what it is. Yeah. That's
So,
what it is. That's
right.
what a sweep is. That's what a sweep is.
So, in a nutshell,
In a nutshell, yes, you could do this.
See, if I can find, right now the way I do this is I take my 3-dimensional shape and I flatten it to 0.15 millimeters thick. I then cut it in half, and then I push 1/2
Oh,
0.9
shoot.
millimeters this way, 1/2 0.9 millimeters this way, join it together again, turn it into a hole, center it, array
Holy
it.
crap.
But that's how you.
Gee, that- See,
And the problem is, if I have to change it, I have to
Yeah.
undo all that,
See,
make the
that's what
changes,
sucks.
and then redo all that. If I can do it mathematically in
Yeah.
Fusion, then all I have to do is change one parameter, and then the rest would change.
That's right. That's the great thing about Fusion. You just go back to your history, change that one parameter, and it sinks it into the whole design. That is like the golden thing.
That's why.
I want to say though too, as we're talking here, and Chris is saying,
Right,
so I
so
want to do this and I want to do that. It sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. It's just like a touch of a key.
Well,
and it's
like
really
anything,
not that hard.
it's
Kelly,
a lot
stop
to do it the first time, but if
Yeah.
you can figure it out, then it's not a lot to do it the second time.
Okay,
That's right.
so
Exactly, Chris. Exactly.
see what I did there? Again, I
Yeah.
just
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
arbitrary
it looks like it.
numbers
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah,
And you
that looks
stop it
good.
at that top plane. You cut it
Oh,
off.
you did do it. Yeah, you
No,
did
I
do
didn't
it.
stop
Nice.
there just because I used an offset just to do it quickly,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Mm-hmm.
Just to
But,
show
you know,
you
I
could
just-
do it. Yeah, that
I
looks
just
great.
cut that out.
Oh, you did do it along the curve. Nice, Chris. Nice. That looks great. Oh, it's not cut out though.
Oh, it's
You did.
inside. It's
Yeah.
inside. Never mind.
Yeah,
But
inside.
So it's there.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There, yeah. And then you could just and see
How do you
those
make it punch
lines.
the edge?
Well, those lines you can extrude for a cut now. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna click on that, highlight the body again,
Okay, now you're going to do the cut along the path.
create a sweep.
That's
And you can
sweet.
stop.
Yeah.
Can you stop the sweep at that plane?
You certainly can. But
But it
the
won't-
great thing is,
It won't let
so
me because I already did it.
that's right. But I was
What
going
I
to say,
can do-
Nerdsy, the great thing about that is when you sweep the plane, you don't have to worry about the plane. It will only mathematically go in or out as far as much as you want on the curve of the cone. Do you understand
here-
what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but that
Here's
curve
what
goes
happens.
all the way
This
to
is
the
great
tip of the
part
outer
about
cone.
Being able to go back and fix things.
Mhm.
Not when you're drawing on the inside, Nerdsy. It's only going to the flat of the inside of that cone.
But you can't do it to the inside. You have to do it from the outside. The offset has to be relative to the outside, not the inside.
Yes, but that's what okay, yeah. We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing, brother. We're saying the same thing.
Because if you do it from the inside, then it's not going to be conformal to the outside. It's going to vary.
No, but what I'm saying is the way he's doing that cut, okay,
Mhm.
he's going to do it from the inside, but the constraints from the outside to
Yes.
that are what you're talking about. So we're saying the same thing as what I'm trying to say here.
What I need is I need that cut to stop
Yep,
when it gets
right
to that
at
flat point,
that.
not
That's what I'm
continue
saying.
all the way up. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what it's going to do.
You have to start with custom parameters first.
And
Because you guys
he
are
is-
doing this the hard way.
No. Listen. We're doing it the hard way because we're doing it off the fly, right? We're just
Yeah, I know.
talking
I
here.
didn't-
Right. You know what I
This
mean?
was just a question. I didn't actually plan
Yeah.
on. But
Yeah. You know, if you gave me 30 minutes, to think about this, I could do it very easily. It's not a
So-
big deal, but we're just off the fly
But-
here. We're just
so you can see it's easily done.
It can be done, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of sit down, think about what you're going to do, and execute it.
Well, see, I know exactly what I need to
and,
do.
I
And
I
didn't.
just
by
don't know
the
how
way-
to tell the program how to do it.
and by the way, Jimmy, and by the way, 3D, once again, there's many ways to do it. You don't have to start with custom parameters. Yes, that is a better way to do it. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's first. I'm not disagreeing, but there's a lot of ways to go about that. But you are right. Like we said, right from the beginning, he could have did the revolve with the flat from the beginning. Right? We're just trying to go off the fly here. We're just kind of trying to show Nerdsy that it can be done and it's not that hard.
Well, it's never a question of whether it can be done. It's
Yeah.
a question of figuring out how to bend the program to your will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I mean, there's a ton of ways to do it.
Mhm.
If you had described exactly what you needed, like in
Yeah, I
every,
wish I had one to show you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have done it
And-
differently.
That's why I tried to show you this, because that does
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah. And like I said, once again, if you do that 30-day course, which really is only 2 weeks, you will have those tools to understand. And I don't know about you, Nerdsy, but I'm a visual learner. If someone was to, I hate forums for Fusion 360 because people are like, sketch this, put a plane on that. I'm like, I have no clue what the F you're talking about. But if they would show me, like, say, on their screen, boom, I got it. I'm a visual learner.
Now, can I add built-in mechanical constraints to this? So,
100%.
for example, can I tell it whatever size path cut I make, stop at this plane? So that, for example, if I were to stretch the nose cone longer, it would adjust everything else to fit it.
100%. Yes, that's exactly what you can do. Exactly what you can
Now,
do.
can some constraints be relative and some constraints be fixed?
They can.
Okay. So, for example, if I make the nose cone bigger by 20%, everything else increases by 20%. But I need the offset from the outside to always stay 0.9.
Yes, you need your holes to stay, 3 millimeters diameter. They will always stay that diameter, no matter how much if you constrain it to that, they'll always, doesn't matter what you do to the model, they'll always stay that same size. So, yes, you can do that for sure.
So yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Basically, what I'm saying is spend the 30 minutes a day.
Yeah, dude.
I know eventually I have to do it. It's just right now there's not a whole lot of time.
Well, we all got time now, though. We all got time.
Well, no, see, my time constraints haven't changed.
Yeah, his hasn't changed.
I work from home.
I know.
So
mine,
nothing changed for me.
Well, see, that's the thing. For me, I work at home too, but now the printers, like right now, normally there's fucking at least 50, there's a bunch of printers going on, right?
I always turn off all printers for any streams.
There's just, I just don't turn them on. So now that is, I will say, once again, trying to look at the positives. We are here for the zombie end of the world stream. One of the positives for me, and that's the thing, you got to look at the positives while we're all sitting here getting stir crazy, is I get to work on my own projects for once. Yeah. I'm actually printing stuff that I want to print. Woo! That's awesome. When's the last time you well, let's not talk about Chris. He just prints out stuff.
Turning on some heaters in the house to get a little chilly in here.
Yeah. Freaking Chris always I just printed a LaForge today, Actually, didn't you print 3 LaForges today?
2.
2. Oh, it was 2. Yeah, 2.
See, I could never print 1. I would have to print 10 to justify that purge block.
Well, that was one of the good things. If you check it out, Chris, we have a stream with the CEO of Pallet, and it was very good. We had just like this. We had lots of fun and stuff, but there was a lot of good information. And one of his main points is it doesn't matter if you print 1 or 100, that purge block's going to be the same. So print a bunch. Exactly. Right? You know what? Print a bunch of them, man. Print. Because if you print 100, that purge block's going to be this. And then the waste isn't that bad.
Exactly.
Right? You know what I mean?
People say, what's the big deal with the waste? Wait until you pay $50 for a 500-gram roll. Then you tell me you don't care about the waste.
Yeah, well, not only that, say, okay, well, I saved up for a pallet. Let's say that, right? Now, and I'm on a budget. Well, I can't afford freaking a half a kilogram of waste every goddamn print.
Yep.
I can't afford it. I don't know about you, but I can't afford that. You know what I mean? So then print a bunch of them out. Make it worth it. That's what it is. Make it worth it,
See, there's the kind of problem I have with using nice filaments. For example, imagine trying to make this 2-kilogram model out of protopasta.
Oh my God.
It's like, I can't do that. This would be a $200 model if I tried to make this out of protopasta.
I can't find the model right now, but I printed one of the element stones from Fifth Element and this amazing sandstone filament. And I mean, it looks like sandstone, right? But even with your lowest settings, if you want that to print out, it's pretty big. It's a lot. It would cost me like $120 to print all 5 out, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like I'm not trying to spend $125 to print that's not me. I'm not that guy.
I want a roll of Wizard's Voodoo, and I haven't used it yet because I only have the 1 roll. I can't afford to buy another roll, so I want the project I use it for to be really nice.
Really good. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I printed out a big, 6-foot tall model. And they wanted it to be in the Knights War Red from Alien 3D. And it's like, I can't do that. That's $250 in filament. It's a 7-kilogram model. It's like, I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm going to jump back into Fusion for a second and just show you. This is something I did for a client a while ago.
3D Jimmy with the caps.
So
we got your point, man.
He does caps because of a visual issue.
Okay.
He has trouble reading.
My bad.
So
my bad then. My bad. My bad. I apologize, Jimmy. My bad.
This is it's an e-juice stand for a trade show. So, but it's called drizzle cake, so they wanted it to look like a cake.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh, I wish didn't you print that out? I think I remember
Yeah.
seeing the print, right? Yeah.
this was a job.
Boy, a Palette 2S Pro, I would kill for one of those.
Oh,
No, this wasn't done with a palette.
shit,
Actually,
I would kill
I know,
for
but I would
original-
kill for one.
I would kill for an
I could do that
original
with a single
palette.
nozzle. That'd be easy. Just do it in multiple parts.
Well, that's the thing. This is all different parts. So, like,
Yeah, that's be easy to do.
so they're
So
all
when Chris first got into nerds, when Chris first got into multiple color printing, he did everything like we did. He would design stuff for it so it's a little bit, the one layer's a little bit higher, right? So you can make the pause, change the filament. Man, Chris made some amazing clocks both for Toronto Rat. You made some wicked Toronto Raptor ones, Chris. You made, yeah, but they were amazing.
Those were all
See, the problem is doing pauses and swaps is a pain
Were
in the
they
ass.
palette? I thought when you first started those, you were doing
no the clocks. I didn't start doing the clocks till I had palette.
Oh, my bad.
See, the layer
I had a
changing
wrap
to make
clock
a
right
print,
here.
and you change
Yeah.
the filament. That's a pain
That's-
in the ass. So I figured out how to do it using individual
Like,
STL files.
Here's a Raptor
That's
clock.
that's
all
what
in the
I do
same
now.
layer.
That's what I do now. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I
But
do.
this is-
Oh yeah,
this
see,
is palette print.
yeah, look at that. Ah,
That's
it's all
nice.
flat. It all flat too, right? You know,
No,
it's
it's
all
not
flat.
No, no,
This is
no.
all
Yeah.
flat.
No, these aren't. I did
Yeah,
these.
yeah.
in
I know I
on
did that.
purpose,
Anyway.
so you can see, and I did that purposefully.
Oh, yeah, on that.
In that
one.
case,
Yeah.
you want the depth. You want
So
the
it had dimension.
That's right.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Like a real sign.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But hang on, let me see if I can find a picture on this machine. I probably have it on Facebook.
Thanks, Jimmy. I apologize. I didn't know about the visual thing. Thanks, brother.
In fact, I know I have it on Facebook.
Michael Baker's dozen. I know, right? So, nerds, what time is it where you're at? Because for us, it's pretty late here.
It is 22:42.
20. So it's 8. What? Wait a second. It's only 8:42 there.
No, 22. It's 10.
Oh, 22. Oh, 22. Sorry, I thought you said 2022. It's only 10 o'clock there.
Almost
Shit.
11 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, it's almost 2 a.m. here.
Really? Where are you at? Oh,
Nova Scotia, Canada, man. So basically,
oh,
New
you're
York
on the
time.
East Coast.
I'm-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm New York. I'm New York time, basically. You know what I mean?
Yep,
New
yep,
York time, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it should be, you should only be 2 hours ahead of me then. No, 3 hours.
3
Mountain,
hours. Yeah.
Central, Eastern.
We're Atlantic.
That's 2 hours.
We're Atlantic.
So you're not even Eastern.
That's right.
I'm Eastern. He's
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
than-
Because New York is Eastern time.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
You're one of the islands out east in the ocean.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
I
right,
live
exactly.
like an hour north of Buffalo.
Yeah.
Kelly
So
lives
you're
He's
in-
like
Standard Eastern
he's
time.
like right across the border of Buffalo.
It's 5 a.m. for David Carter.
Damn.
He's crazy.
on him for being out here.
All
Well,
right.
this time frame is not good for my viewer base. That's why I do my streams at like 11 in the morning.
Here's some stuff that I've posted on my business page. Blah blah.
Oh man.
So here's that's the actual print of that model.
Pretty slick.
And then even still, like, this was a concept that ended up being this.
Oh, cool.
But what am I
Which
looking?
one's that?
Where-
Oh yeah, that one's awesome. We love it.
So all of these stands here, these were all before I ever had a palette.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Yeah.
We have a West Coaster here. Babak
Uh-oh.
Rezai is 9:44.
Oh yeah,
PM.
9:44. Oh, you
Yeah.
early. I hate you. No, I'm just joking.
But like all of these, anything you're seeing from here,
Look at all those pause ones. Look at all those.
from here down, these are all before I ever had a palette. This is why they started endorsing me, because they saw these and were like, wow, what can you do with a
Yep.
palette?
That's how you got
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, I have Fusion.
So, but you can see, like, although the quality on this one isn't the greatest, this is when I only had like 3 printers.
Nice.
But these were all designed in Fusion and then printed on different layers with different color swaps, LEDs
Yeah.
built in, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh,
See,
I
this
love
is-
that root beer float one. That one's
This one's
awesome.
ginormous.
That's a nice one too.
This is what I gotta get into. I gotta get into projects.
Yeah, well, and that's it too, right? Like you're saying earlier,
Oh,
you
this
know,
is the one I was looking
you only can have so many goddamn printers, right? And then sooner or later, you know, you
I was-
got to do something.
If
This
you
one
don't,
is one
if
of
you
my
don't spread
absolute
out,
favorites.
you'll stagnate.
Mm-hmm. That's legit, man. That's legit.
Yeah, this is one of my
Voltron!
favorites. And it's
I love
Oh,
Voltron.
I love that Monster Mash one. Is awesome, man.
yeah, it's one of my favorite ones, and it's tiny. It's
Mhm.
literally the whole thing was probably only about like this big.
Oh, really? Nice.
It was really small. Well, it only holds 2 bottles.
So, what does everyone think about all these new And don't get me wrong, they're like the Anycubic Zero, all these new resin printers that are coming out. Yes, they're not 2K screens, but man, these printers are printing out amazing models, man. Like they are looking really nice.
People
Really
people
I just
overestimate the
printed
need for.
head for this model right here
Yeah.
on my Photon Zero right there. It just finished.
Let's see. Pump that out again. Let me see.
What this? This is FDM.
No, I'm talking about but I'm talking about the Photon Zero, and
build plate right there.
and there's a lot of these printers coming out. They don't have 2K screens, but man, they are
I'll
pumping
tell
out.
you, the Photon Zero, I was really surprised.
They
Yeah,
are
okay.
pumping out nice.
Here's why these printers don't need all that resolution.
I
Because
agree.
the problem is not resolution. The problem is consistency.
Mhm.
Okay. One of the reasons, for example, Prusament works so well on a well-tuned printer is because your extrusions are consistent. And that's far, far more important than resolution. That's why
totally.
my 0.2 millimeter prints look better than other people's 0.1 millimeter prints.
I agree. Yeah,
Because
I
the
agree.
layers are consistent, because
Yeah.
your eye will pick up that difference when those layers aren't consistent.
Yeah.
The reason a low res resin printer can do so well, you know what layer height I use for my resin printer? 0.2 millimeter.
Yeah.
Okay, and yet the prints look phenomenal because the layers are exactly consistent every single time,
Mhm.
and that's why you don't need that crazy high resolution.
Yeah.
Now,
I
if you
agree.
want to get rid of that salmon skin on the skin, okay, you need resolution.
Yeah. Or and also anti-alias helps a lot. I was going to agree with you though. I always say especially in the lithophane kind of community, everyone's like, oh, you need to print at 0.1 millimeter. I don't print any of my lithophanes. I print them at 1.6 because all that's to me. Really, the difference is so minute, and all I'm doing is adding massive amounts of time.
Well, the
I don't need
advantage
to do that.
to lower layer height on lithophanes is overhang control. So the
There's
lower
no
your layer
overhang.
height, well, of course
There's
there
no
is.
overhangs on
You're
a lithophane.
projecting 3D space.
I get you, but they're very small overhangs, though.
Yeah, but
right?
it
You know what
Depends
I
on what
mean?
you're printing. Remember,
Yeah.
when I make a lithophane, it's this big.
Yeah,
so
but I
those
also
overhangs
make a
are a
lot
little
of
more
globes.
substantial.
But I also make a lot of globes, right? So that globe has a very kind of actually almost a round overhang. And I still, for me, like I said, I find a lot of people are like, you got to go so low. Like you said, if you have a great tuned printer, you don't need, like you said, 0.2 millimeters. You're not gonna, if it's well tuned, you're
looks
not gonna
fine.
see. It looks fine. That's right.
You're
That's
talking
kind of my whole.
1/5 of a millimeter. That's a very
That's my
tiny
whole.
amount.
That's my point there. That's my point there. Right.
When people say the layer resolution looks ugly, you're not seeing the layer resolution. You're seeing
No.
the extrusion inconsistency.
You're saying, yeah, I was going to say layer inconsistency.
Yes.
That's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've printed shit at 0.2, and people are like, "What's that? 0.8?" I'm like, "Nope, it's 0.2."
Yeah. All the time. Yeah.
Hell, half my prints are at 0.24 just to save time.
I was just because I'm a big Batman fan, so I was on a Batman group, and this one guy pumped out one of his prints of a Batman thing that he did. So I pumped. He's like, anyone else 3D printing Batman? So I pumped a couple mine. He's like, oh, is that resin or FDM? And I was on it. Honestly, I was almost I was like, wow, he thinks it's resin. I'm like, dude, that was literally the picture was on the plate of the printer, right? I hadn't taken it off yet. and it was printed at 2 millimeters, right? It's just
Well,
because
a lot of people, they get such crude prints out of their own printers that when
Yeah.
they see a truly good print, it just looks amazing to them.
Yeah, I know, and it's true. And they think, oh well, do I need to lower my layer height? No, you just need to tune your printer.
Now,
It's a
sometimes there's
tool.
mechanical constraints like this.
Yeah, no, totally.
I had to print this at 0.1 millimeter because there are overhangs in this that are just not vase compatible.
No.
But by
course.
using 0.1, I can kind of stretch compatibility a little
Yeah.
bit.
Of course, for some models and stuff, but in general, like
A Benchy does not need to be printed at 0.1.
no, it does no, and it should.
I
it
print
should-
all of my benchies at 0.04.
Yeah, that's
Really?
right. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And
Never
here's
once
the-
in my life ever.
You
Hey,
know what? And
I've done 0.05 layer height prints on an FDM printer, and it works great
Yeah, no.
Again,
One thing.
long as
Don't
it's
get me started on
for a
this
mini.
goddamn.
for a mini.
Yeah. Don't get me started on this goddamn benchy stuff because it makes me so mad when I like over the last 11, 12 years. Oh, well, I printed this. I'm like, okay, so what did you print your benchy out? Well, I printed it out at 7 millimeters per second, 25 infill. I'm like, you didn't even print it out at the suggested print. How did
Babbitt,
you-
for lithophanes, you want decent contrast. Decent contrast will give you a
That's
better
right.
result.
That's right. Absolutely. Spend 2 seconds in GIMP if you don't have Photoshop. All right. 1, you want to change it to black and white. 2, you want to change the contrast, and you don't have to do a ton of tweaking just to get those black and whites really pumping out. And you will have great lithophanes. Honestly,
I don't use Prusa Slicer variable layer because I don't get consistent results out of Prusa Slicer.
I agree.
And
Yep.
I can't control the variable
agree.
layer in Prusa.
Variable layer.
Okay. So listen, I am not going to hate again on all these slicers, but Prusa is another slicer where I try to learn it, but they have things enabled by default that just I don't know, man. Maybe I'm stuck in my old ways, but I open Simplify 3D default. I go from the default. I change a few things. I'm done.
When you print this with 3 perimeters and 25% infill, Prusa Slicer and variable layer height is going to work fantastically. When you try to print this in ABS with a single extrusion in spiralized vase mode, you need exact control over the process, or it's just not going to work.
And I'll admit too, and here's other things though too, I'll admit, while things sound good in theory, okay, real world practice, when variable, even with Simplify 3D with their variable layer height, well, their wizard, okay, and stuff, it still is not great. You know what? I'll just print the whole goddamn thing in whatever layer height I'm gonna do.
Well, no, for
Honestly,
example, this here, I printed the first 3 layers at 0.24 millimeters. I don't have
that makes sense.
I don't have to putz with leveling my fucking bed at 0.1 millimeters.
Yeah,
I get a nice strong base. Then I
big,
print
thick
the rest
layer.
at 0.1 millimeter vase mode.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
here
yeah.
I switch back to 0.2 millimeters with 25% infill in a layer.
To make it a little
So-
stronger.
Well, because you can't vase mode a tip.
That makes sense. Okay.
Your horizontal shift per layer and vertical movement is too great, and you end up with holes.
And it'd be super. Oh yeah, it'd be holes because it's so thin. Yeah.
Well, not thin. When you print a print, let's say this is 0.4 millimeter wide.
Yeah.
Okay? When you're printing a straight wall, this is no problem. One layer sits on top of the other.
That's right.
Okay, but when you print a curve like
Yeah, yeah.
this,
It's a little
That's not-
shifted.
it's not a curve. It's a
That's
step.
right. Yeah. It's
If
step.
your
Yeah.
Now that I call that horizontal translation. Okay, there's your step. If your step translation exceeds your nozzle width, there's
Yeah.
nothing to
It's
hold
falling
it
off. That's right. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
So that's why you lower layer height, because now if you have to do a 0.4 step translation at 0.2 millimeters, but if you do it at 0.1 millimeters, now it's only a 0.2 translation. Your layers stick. Okay.
Then that's right. Yeah.
And then that's also why you cannot do the top, because the top goes too horizontal, which means your layer translation is always going to exceed your nozzle width. And so you end
But
up
I
with an
did.
open
But I
spiral.
did rockets in vase mode, and they turned out fine though.
Those are rockets with a pointy nose.
Got you. Not
There's
a
no
curved
horizontal
nose.
translation.
Okay.
This-
Now that makes sense.
This comes to horizontal.
Because honestly, I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" But now that totally makes sense.
Like
so that makes
the
sense now,
nose
yeah.
cone he made in Fusion 360, that you can
Yeah.
spiralize.
That's
but then
right,
you have
'cause that's
another
the point.
But then you have another problem. you have to slow down dramatically as you get to that point because otherwise it keeps it too
That's
hot
right.
and it twists.
That's
and
right.
warps.
Cool it. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's right.
That's
Yeah,
why a
yeah,
lot of
yeah,
nose cones,
100%.
I'll just snip the top off.
Yeah.
I just let it print a couple of top layers. You just get a more
That's right.
consistent nose
Just,
cone.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Agree with you. Yeah. So what's going on? Anyone got questions? What's going on in the world
Prusa
of
Slicer
YouTube?
probably will end up overtaking most other slicers simply because they have an active programming base behind it making improvements.
Honestly,
So it'll take
I
a
will-
while, but eventually it's
Yeah.
going to get there.
I agree. And I think, honestly, while, and I think right now, free slicers are going the opposite way to simplify. They want to give you every goddamn option in the world. I personally think in the future, you're going to see slicers like Prusa, Cura actually go back and maybe take back a lot of that stuff. Because I'll be honest with you, I go into Prusa Slicer, thin walls is enabled by default.
It should
is
be.
No, but it screwed up so many of my prints. And once
Why would it screw it
again,
up?
because there wasn't thin, it put holes in. Anyways, it put holes in a lot of my models that shouldn't have been there. And as soon as I took that off, it was fine, right? But once again, but what I'm saying is a lot of these programs, they're throwing everything at the wall. They want to give you every option possible. Yep. Why do we use Simplify 3D? Because the first
it does most of that in the background.
That's right. It is in the goddamn title.
There are times where Simplify 3D does things that are not as I instructed it to do.
I'm not saying it's
simplify something, and I got to fight with the goddamn program. And then now this is something where I'm a little bit proud of Simplify 3D to a point, because there are times in the past where I would report a bug to them. And so that's not a bug. It's supposed to do that. I was like, well, that's not what my settings commanded it to do. Therefore, it's a bug.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, it's supposed to do that.
I told it to make a solid layer there, and it didn't make a solid layer. That's a bug, even if you intended it.
Now,
but
Chris,
lately, they have been saying, yes, we recognize that's a problem.
I know.
So they are changing.
Well, that's because they're trying to pump out 5.0 soon here. Now, Chris,
I hope it's an out-of-the-park hit.
God, I hope it is, man. Now, Chris, you always use Simplify 3D. Have you ever checked out any of the slicers? Have you ever used Cura?
I've tried. I've used them. I just don't. I don't like Cura.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't know. Maybe I started using Simplify 3D when I bought my first printer.
I think that's what it is.
3D. So I never bothered with Cura because at that point it was garbage.
It was. Oh, God. Right.
Cura's not okay. You can make Cura print as good as Simplify 3D.
Now you can.
That's an unequivocal fact.
But like
the problem is,
you couldn't.
You have to commit brain surgery to make it do it.
That's my whole point here. You got to be a brain surgeon.
Whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago, it was painful to do that.
Oh, God, it was garbage.
So, I honestly, if you want my honest opinion,
I think $150
slicer that's going to really, really slam once it goes live is Pathio.
Really?
Pathio.
I know Pathio.
The outside walls on Pathio are fucking gorgeous because of
I use the Pathio beta there for a long time, and then I stopped. I can't remember exactly why, but I agree. At that time, it was already looking good, but it was very limited in options. I haven't checked it out lately, but
it's still beta. That's the thing. Like
it's still beta. Oh yeah, really? Yeah.
Oh, they stopped development?
I don't think so.
Stephen Lightsby says they stopped developing Pathio.
Oh, did they?
Did they really? That's too bad, man.
Now, Simplify 3D is not expensive.
It's not.
It's $150.
No,
that's
it's
nothing.
Not.
Go look up what Photoshop costs. Go look up what Acrobat costs. Go look up what Lightroom costs.
Right.
It is dirt cheap software.
Go look up what Illustrator costs.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Cura and Prusa Slicer are open source.
Mm-hmm.
So they are taking open source software and they are modifying it.
Yeah.
Now,
well, let's all get
hold on. Cura does not have to profit from Cura.
Prusa Slicer is Slicer.
Yeah,
we all
like FreeArt.
Slicer.
Yeah, and they've put now they call it Prusa Slicer because
here's the problem.
Go ahead.
Prusa Slicer doesn't have to make money because they make money selling their printers.
Right.
Yeah.
Cura doesn't have to make money because Ultimaker makes money selling their printers.
Right.
That's right.
Simplify 3D only
Doesn't
sells
say-
Simplify 3D.
Sells their
They
software.
only sell software.
On
Yeah, that's
top
right.
of that, it's not a 10 billion person
No.
feeding ground
No.
that pays $2 a piece every time they get a new phone. It's something you buy once. Okay? So
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
trust me, 5.0 will have an upgrade fee and I'll gladly pay it. Because that's how else do they make money? How do they put out updates and continue to pay their
I'm gonna
programmers
say
to make
right
the
now,
software?
I have nothing against 5.0 as long and we
As it
all
delivers.
know this, as long as it delivers and we all know Simplify 3D support hasn't always been. If they are on the goddamn ball, I
You
will.
can't-
What?
You
I'll
can't
give you my money.
provide
Here's my
you
money.
can't provide support at $150. They don't
Hmm.
make enough money to provide that kind of support. It's just not possible. Why do you think Photoshop costs $1,600?
When you have
whatever it
over
is?
1 million users, you
Yes,
can
but it's a
supply
one-time
support.
payment. Support,
Yeah.
support
Well,
is a
that's
That's why
recurring
they're going
cost.
to that's
But that
why
was my.
they're paid
But
upgrade.
Nerdy, that was my whole point about 5.0. If it's a subscription, and like I said,
I'm out.
I'm happy. I'm happy
out.
to pay it
If it's a
as
subscription,
long.
I'm out.
If well, you said or upgrades as long as
I'll
the
pay one-time
support is
upgrade.
there.
But I will not pay for a subscription. I will not rent software.
That's what they're doing.
If
That's what I hear.
The
That's why I
What I
went to-
hear.
fact is,
then
I hear
I'm
I hear
done with
5
Simplify
point-
3D.
I hear.
Chris,
I hear
I'm the same
5.0.
way.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, guys.
I'm the same way. I hate the idea or the theory of renting software.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't do it.
That is sadly the way things are going. Like for
Then
me,
I'm
to,
done with the software.
Photoshop.
for me to not be able to go out and buy a new version of Adobe Creative Suite pained me. I would have happily paid $1,600 and said, "Thank you very much. Give me the new version."
I will not rent
But I
software.
have to rent their fucking software every month.
Well,
Because
Do you know
That's-
what
I need it.
I started using LibreOffice. Okay, LibreOffice is an open source office suite. Okay, I started using that when they started coming out with fucking the subscription 360 office suite. Shut
Now,
as if man.
if they want to charge a subscription for support, that's fine.
Fine, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm
because
down with that.
the support is a recurring cost, and there should be a recurring price for it.
And,
Right?
and honestly,
But
I'm
I
that
will
guy
not-
that, and I'm not,
I am
and
not
I'm
going to
that
pay
guy,
for software over and over
Yeah.
again. I'm just not going to do it.
and I'm that guy that's going to be on support. Hey, I found this. Because I'm running that software through all the paces, right? I'll be that guy. And if you give me support, I don't mind. It's like we're talking about before. I don't mind paying a little bit of the piper if the support's there, right? I don't mind that at all, right?
But I
But
don't
then
rent.
again,
I only purchase to own.
that's right. Yeah. Yeah. If I don't own the software, well, and that's one of the things that a lot of people, Fusion 360 is going through a lot of, they're growing. They're growing up. They're just a little kid right now. They're like 5, they're just a little 1-year-old. It's growing. And people got pissed off because now there's a subscription for professionals and blah, blah, blah. It's just evolving,
Don't
man.
claw my chair.
It's just evolving. And not only that, though, too, with stuff with subscriptions, it's honestly like, well, I'm repaying what I paid for already before.
And
Right.
I won't do it. You want to charge for upgrades? That's fine.
That's fine.
Right? Because the fixed price, I pay it once and I own it. Okay, see, this is a touchy subject for me because I don't recognize software licenses as valid. I don't recognize software licenses at all.
I agree. Yeah, yeah.
I
agree.
believe there are two kinds of property. You have IPR and you have PPR. IPR is intellectual property rights. PPR is possession is 9/10 of the law, personal property rights. This
Personal
belongs
property
to
rights.
me. I own this. I don't own the intellectual property rights to that design.
That's right. That's
But
right.
I
You don't
own this.
you-
It's my
that's right.
property to do with as I
You-
please.
You can't sell the STL to that, but you could sell the goddamn print that you just printed. You own that. That's your plastic.
I can sell one. I can sell my personal property
That's
for
what I'm
sale
saying.
doctrine, but
That's
if I
what I'm
go
saying.
into the business of selling this,
Manufacturing is the
now
way
I
to
am going outside
No.
of PPR
No,
and I'm
then you know-
violating IPR,
IP.
and I have
That's
to
right.
follow
Yeah,
their
yeah.
license.
That's
Yes.
right. Yeah. That's not what I'm
Right.
saying. Yeah, you have to buy an IP, but that's what
That's
I'm saying.
why
Like,
I have cracked copies of Simplify 3D on some of my computers. I don't
Mhm.
recognize their DRM as valid. I purchase the software. I'll use it any goddamn way I please. Now, if I go and put it on my sister's computer or my friend's computer, now that's outside of my personal property rights,
that's
and
right.
I'm violating
That's
their
right.
intellectual property
that's
rights.
right. Yeah.
But
If
I
you
am
put it on
one person. If I put it
Yeah.
on 8 computers and I am the only person using those 8 computers, to me, that is not a violation of any valid license.
And that was the shitty thing that S3D did. They're like, oh, well, you
2.
got it on like, you only can put it on 2 computers. Dude, really?
Fuck you. That's what torrents are for.
Yeah.
You want people to pirate your software? That's how you get
Yeah.
people to pirate your software.
Like, I own a farm, okay? Like, say if I own 100 printer farm, do you think it's all running off one printer? Shut the come on. I got like 6 printers. I need to slice all this shit. You're telling me I only could use 2 printers?
Well,
yeah.
that's a little bit differently because if you're running
Not
a
really.
farm, you're commercial.
But you're not. I have a 30 printer farm. I'm not commercial. I'm not a manufacturer. I'm an entrepreneur, home business dude,
You're
man.
a business.
I'm a business.
You are commercial. You're a
That's
business.
commercial. If you are in the business to make
Are you
money
making
from
money?
that farm,
You're commercial.
Yeah, okay. So you're telling me if I make money with 2 printers or 10 printers, I need to get charged more?
No,
That
I
makes
believe
See,
that is valid. I believe that is
see?
valid. I believe it
See,
is valid to say. I believe it is valid to have a different price for personal use and commercial use.
Okay, but if I'm commercial,
Now, that's not a different price for personal and for money.
But Simplify
There's a difference
3D,
between
but
making
Simplify
money
3D
and
does
commercial.
not have a commercial license.
Well,
They
I
have
think
one
the
license,
idea
you
is you
buy
buy
it.
a license for more machines.
Yeah, but that's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm okay with that because again, that's outside of PPR, and now you're bumping into IPR.
But
And
it's
the
all
IPR belongs to them.
It's all my own personal
But you're
printer.
doing it for profit. You're doing it as a business
Okay.
endeavor.
Yeah,
and that does change things.
I paid the piper. If I buy Photoshop, I could put it on fucking 1,000 printers that I own.
Yeah.
You can't put Photoshop on a printer. You can put it on a computer, though.
Yeah, well, you know what he means.
Sorry, you know.
I just love
Now,
fucking with him.
Here's another problem I have with the
When he's
Simplify 3D
overtired and
license
had
service.
too many drinks, I love fucking with him.
They tell me I can't provide G code to people. Fuck you. That G code's mine.
That's bull. I
own that G code. I can do anything I want with that G code. That G code is my IPR.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
own the PPR and the IPR for that G code.
Yeah, that's right. You made it.
Right? That's no different than me opening up Microsoft Word and typing out a document.
That's
I own
right.
that document.
That's right. Or making a PDF. That's right.
Yep.
You own that PDF, man.
You're damn
if
right.
You write a whole book and you put that out that on a digital intellectual property. You own that PDF, man.
Now, they have a
yours.
provision in their terms that says that you cannot give out the G code. And that's my G code. Okay.
Who's that?
Simplify 3D.
No way, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Now,
I didn't know that.
Now, there is an exception to that I agree with. The problem is their license doesn't make a distinction. Okay.
Okay.
Now, for you to open up a business service of slicing files for people,
Okay.
that's different.
Okay.
That's
I
different
agree.
because
Yeah, that's
now
way different.
you are creating a commercial service. That means
Yeah.
that person does not have to
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
the Simplify 3D software.
That's
But
right.
if I am selling a model and I include G code with that model, I am not replacing Simplify 3D because I'm selling my model. And I would say to your license that says I can't include G code with that.
Oh, but that's a thin line though too, right?
No, it's not because I'm not selling a G code slicing software service to
You're not.
avoid you
You're not.
having to buy
Yeah, right.
Simplify
Yeah.
3D.
Well,
My
you're
G
right.
code
It's like
is
it's like
only
someone.
for my
No, you're
model that you're purchasing from me.
No,
You can
you're right.
actually-
It's like someone
almost
giving
equate
you a
that to
photo.
assembly
Hang
You
on.
edit
Say
it. It's like someone giving you a photo. You edit it. That doesn't change that you had the original photo.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Like it's the same type of thing. You know.
No, you
Go
could
ahead,
almost
Chris.
equate. You could almost equate that to like including instructions with something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. It's what it
great-
is.
That's a
So
great analogy.
a good
Great
analogy would be I sell you a Word doc file.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my Word doc file. I can do whatever I want with it. Versus You send me a text file, I'll automatically convert it into a Word doc file and send it back to you.
Right.
That gets a little gray because now I'm not selling my works. I'm selling a conversion service using their software.
Right.
That's different.
But
So
that
I
would be
can-
like if you designed, let's just say, a dice box. Ooh, see what I did there? I watched that video.
yeah.
And you wanted to, there were 7 parts and you had to glue 4 of them together. So, okay, here's the 7 parts, and here's a PDF with the instructions on how to glue them together.
But now you got to pay for the
Here is the
PDF.
instruction for your printer on how to print those, including the G
Yeah.
code. I feel that those are interchangeable.
Well, the problem is the G code's mine. It's my property.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
you-
right.
Their license
That's
cannot
because you
take my
created-
property from me.
Right. You
Yeah.
created that G code file.
That's right.
It's nothing more than an
Well,
instruction for your printer.
Here's the thing about that too. For me, and I understand what you're saying. Fuck that. It's my G code and stuff. But I also, I think it's like to me, it's like really because there's a lot of like designing, because it's really like we're talking about IPs and everything. It's like Jeff Wicks, all right, on his Patreon. He puts out some of the most amazing Star Wars models out there. And you know what? He has no tier to sell his models. He's like, you put the plastic, the time in, that's your shit.
Yeah.
Don't sell my STL. Okay. You printed it out. So do whatever you fucking want.
On
I don't
top of
give a
that, he
shit, man.
probably can't sell the STLs because he doesn't own the IP for Star Wars.
Well, and the other thing is, of course, everyone does CD Trader, but you're right. That's what he says. He knows he took it from someone else.
What you're
Right.
paying is for his
Yeah.
skill to make the models.
That's it.
Right.
That's it. That's it. Right. And he's like, okay, you sell a million of my Mandalorian helmets. What do I care, man? What do I care? You put the plastic, the time, the finishing work into it. You by the time you're done with 3 helmets, you probably put more time than I did in designing them. You know what I mean? Like honestly, right? Like you sanded that thing for a week. Fuck. It took me 5 days to design the helmet, you bastard. You know what I mean? Like, so, and that's why I like those people's those type of attitudes, right? It's because some people get on their high horse. They're like, oh well, I see he's selling Nico's stuff on Etsy. You're talking about the Batman helmet that he stole from another IP? Shut the fuck! Like, give me a break, man. Like, come on, get off your high horse.
We're using intellectual property rights to usurp personal property rights, and that's a problem. We're basically converting everything into rental,
Yeah,
but we're still charging people for buying.
Yeah. And I always find it funny when you see people, Chris, I'm sure you've seen this a million times, especially because I know you like design, you did a lot of trademark stuff, Toronto Raptors, you did a lot of trademark stuff, and people are like, oh, well, this and that, and it's like, are you really killing me about this? First of all, I got this model off a guy that literally designed it off another IP, and you're trying to bust my balls about selling it on Etsy? That's why.
Now,
do you know who the best computer company in the world is? Blizzard. Because
why?
because they say any 3D model we have, you rip from our games, you want to do whatever you want with it, go ahead.
The G
They're
code.
not coming
Bev.
over after you like Disney.
The G code is personally owned document.
That's right.
G code is my customized instructions for how to make that machine make that part.
You
That's
basically
different.
Yeah.
That is no different whatsoever than you purchasing a Word document from me with the recipe for how to make banana bread.
I was just
Okay.
going to say,
Oh, do you have
One
one of those?
has
you basically create.
Wait, stop.
Go ahead.
no,
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
don't have a
Chris.
recipe.
Because I love banana bread.
Okay, there's no
You-
difference. The G code is my property. I
Mhm.
own it 100%, lock, stock, and barrel, PPR and IPR. I don't own the IPR to the STL.
That's
But
right.
I own the IPR to the instructions for how to make
Yeah.
it because
Well-
I put in the work to make that. That's my creative
That's
work.
right.
If
You
you were
made-
to open up
you made a
Simplified 3D
notepad file.
and slice that file, your G code
Yeah.
will not be the same as mine.
That's what I'm saying. You made a notepad file, basically. You can open it up in
It's
Notepad.
literally a notepad file.
Yeah,
literally
it's
what
a
it is.
notepad. That's what I'm trying. You made a notepad file. No one owns that but you because you made it.
Yes, that's
That's it.
exactly how that works.
That's it.
This has
That's
gone to
it.
court, and
Yeah,
these companies
yeah.
have lost. Microsoft
Yeah.
tried to say that they had intellectual
They
property
tried.
ownership
Yeah.
of people's creative works that they generated with Photoshop, that they generated with Word,
yeah.
and the court
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
no, you're dead wrong.
And see-
Now, if you have an online service where you give it an STL and it gives you back G code, and you have no input to how that
That's
G
right.
code is made, that's different. They
No,
can
you don't
apply
own that.
license because you
That's
didn't
right, though.
create it; they
That's
created
right.
it.
That's
Okay?
right. Yeah.
But if
that's
you
right,
go
yeah.
into software where you have to instruct that software how to make it, which is no different
Yeah.
than going into Word and typing in
No,
your letters,
typing some
it's
shit
the
in.
exact
that's
same
right.
thing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
yeah,
difference.
yeah.
I'm just using a mouse instead of a keyboard. In fact, I
That's
use a
right, yeah.
keyboard too. Okay.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
instructions belong to me, and that's exactly how it works.
Yeah. Exactly.
They're
Now-
allowed to tell me I can't make. They are allowed to tell me that I cannot use their software for a commercial slicing service.
Yeah. That's
Because,
and
again,
that makes sense. That
that's-
makes sense.
That's me using their software
And
to
to make-
auto-generate G code.
That's right.
That's
That's
not
right.
a
Yeah, yeah,
customized
yeah.
individual
That's right.
document. But when I slice this file, those instructions are mine. They are my
Yeah, yeah,
intellectual property right.
That's
Not the
right.
file,
It's yours.
The
No.
instructions.
No, that physical property, not only that, besides the instructions, that physical property you're holding in your hand right now, that's yours. You paid for the
This is
plastic.
my Jordy.
That is your Jordy. That's right.
Well, that's
Exactly.
completely different altogether. Now you're talking about actual property, a physical piece of property.
No.
And it's
But
actually legal for him to sell
Yes.
that Jordy.
Yeah.
Because
I wasn't
first
going
sale
that- I
doctrine
wasn't
says
going
that I
that
have
way.
the
Yeah.
right to sell my property. But there's a difference between me selling my property and me being in the business of
That's right.
selling that item.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
right.
very
Yeah.
different. Okay?
Totally. Yeah.
So, for example, the Philadelphia college people who were stealing everybody's models and selling them on eBay, that's not legal, okay? Because
No.
that's not them saying, okay, now, but I could do the exact same thing that Philadelphia people were doing and be 100% legal. If I open up a 3D printing shop and say, I will print whatever you want,
That's right.
that's no different than you going into a Kinko's and a photocopy machine.
That's right.
Okay?
It's no different.
Because I am not enticing you. I'm not saying I can print you this model I don't own. And that's what the Philadelphia people were doing. And that's why
I can go into
But
Staples
if you
right now.
come to me with no
Yeah.
impetus from me, and you
That's
say, "Hey, Chris, I want you to print this for me," as long
That's
as
what I was gonna
you
say.
have legal possession of that model, it is legal for me to print it for you, and I can charge you for that.
That's what I was going to say.
But my charge
Say-
has to be for the service, not
say
for the
if I
model.
design, let's say if I say, even if I use a bunch of other stuff and I design like this killer photo, all right, like say it's a Star Wars photo, and I like put fades, I did design it in Photoshop. Then I go to Staples and get it printed out. Staples don't own my photos. I own those. Like you're just a service printing those photos out for me. Do you know what
Yes.
I mean? Right?
Yes, you can go to Kinko's and print out copyrighted work. There is no law
Totally.
stopping you from doing
There's
that.
no law
The
against
company-
that. That's right.
The company might have a policy of saying we are not going to do that, and that's
Yeah,
their
that's right.
choice. They can refuse service to anybody they want for any reason they want for the most part, but there is no law saying they cannot duplicate that for you. Now, I
Oh,
do
big kitty.
believe if a person is using a service to violate copyright, that there should be some onus
Of
on
course,
the
of
service.
course, of
Like
course.
if
yeah.
you come to me and say print Adelinda's Dragon for me, I'll say no problem. If you come to me and say print 50 Adelinda's Dragon, I'm going to go, wait a minute, that
Yeah.
model's non-commercial. What are you doing
Yeah,
with
yeah,
50? To
Yeah,
me,
yeah,
that's just a moral responsibility on my part to say,
I've had that.
what are
happen.
you going to personally do with 50 dragons?
I've had that.
I'm
happen.
gonna put them
I've had that
all
happen to me.
on the walls.
Yeah, I've had that
Negative.
happen to me, and I've honestly gone to the designer and asked him, and honestly,
It's not-
90,
hang on a second.
90, no, 95% of the
hang on.
time.
Christian,
That's right.
it's not auto-generated code. It does not make any code until I program it with the parameters for making
That's
that
right.
code.
That's right. It's not
If it was
auto-generated.
auto-generated, you're talking about what I just described earlier. You give a website your file, it spits you out code that you have no
That's
input
right.
on. That's auto-generated. Okay, that would be their IPR.
That's right.
Simplify 3D is a manual program like
I
Word.
can change any
Word
setting in there.
doesn't-
That's right.
Word does not make your Word document for you. It does not auto-generate your banana bread, just like Simplify 3D does not auto-generate my code for me. I have to tell it how I want it to make it.
Nerdsy, that's why you have to tune a S3D profile.
There are not laws photocopying copywritten works because it is perfectly legal for me to
Unless
get.
we're talking about money.
That's a different thing altogether. That's actually still perfectly legal unless they can show.
I know
intent
it
to
is.
defraud.
I know it is. But I was just trying to use an example, right? Like, yeah.
So here we go. Let's say this is a book, and I own this book. I am legally allowed to make as many copies of this book as I want. I can make
That's
one
right.
copy, 10 copies, 100 copies. That's called fair use. Now, if I try to hand those copies of the books out to other people, that's not fair use. Because now I've gone from personal property to intellectual property rights, and I'm violating their IPR. It is 100% legal for you to take this Blu-ray movie and to rip it, copy it, convert
right,
it,
it
do
is.
whatever you want to it.
Yeah.
But there's a catch. They did an end run around the law, and they created a new law called the DMCA that makes it
DMCA,
illegal
yeah,
for
yeah.
you to bypass encryption. So
Yeah.
what that basically says is you are legally allowed to copy this movie if you can figure out how to do it without bypassing the encryption,
That's right.
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
bullshit.
Because
But
the only
the
way you
copying
copy
of
it
the
is by
movie-
biasing the encryption.
The copying of the movie is not the illegal act. The bypassing
Okay.
of the encryption is the
Encryption is
illegal act.
illegal act. Yeah. So what
Which
are we
is
all
bullshit.
doing tomorrow? What are we all gonna do tomorrow?
I'm gonna rip a whole bunch of Blu-rays. I'm gonna buy.
I just go to yiffy.com and download them all.
Oh my god, so do
Yeah.
I.
I don't even download, guys. I can't believe you guys get in the 20. I don't. Why
you can
download?
You can copy
I
a
can-
book
I
for
can
any
have a
purpose
Plex
you
server.
want.
I can
as
stream.
long
I can
as it's for
stream
personal
anything
use.
instantly to me. I can honestly. I've been involved in
Wait.
torrents and all that stuff.
So can I.
Why would you download
But I
anything?
also have
I
a
can stream it
server.
instantly
Hang on.
to any
on.
device.
If
If
my
you
internet service
if
is
you-
down, I
Yeah.
need something to watch.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yes, that's
TK
true.
asked a question that's very valid. Okay.
All right.
The STL has both intellectual property rights and personal
That's right.
property rights.
That's
okay.
right.
When I download an STL legally, I own the personal property rights for that STL. The let's see, who'd you say? Make Printable owns the intellectual property rights for that STL. As long as I am using this file for my own personal use without any commercial usage, and commercial
Right.
usage includes free. You don't have to charge
right.
something. You don't have to charge for it to be a
to make
violation.
it commercial.
okay?
That's right. Yes.
All
So
right?
a lot of people
it just
don't
has to be
understand that.
for the business of. Even if you do it for free, you could still be violating their copyright. Okay.
You
Now,
could.
The
Yeah.
G code is not the same thing as the STL. The
Mhm.
G code is my intellectual property right.
That's right.
Now,
Because
there's a
I
catch
slice it.
here. There's a catch here. If I download an STL that has intellectual property right license, the G code I make belongs to me. It's my property. But if that file is a restricted access file, giving you my G code would still be violating the original author's
Yes.
intellectual
Yeah.
property rights, because you would need to have the STL in order
The
for it not to be a
original
violation.
one. That's
Okay.
right.
So
Because you would have to
if
own
this-
that file
Yes.
to actually
yes,
get the G code from it, and that is legit.
yes.
That's legit.
Because
yes.
now you're doing something that you
That's
still own the G code. The G
Right,
code
yeah,
is
yeah.
your intellectual property right. But if
So
you give it
basically,
to somebody
Nerdy, what you're
else
saying.
and you
Yeah.
don't have the right to
Yeah.
give them that file,
That's
then
right.
you
Yeah.
could be violating their intellectual
That's
property right by
So
giving them the G
Nerdy, because the thing is what we're saying here is, so I buy, like, say I buy an STL, okay? I freaking slice that file and give it to, say, my buddy that doesn't own that file, never bought the file. He has no rights to that file. So now
If it's
I'm
legal for you to
Yeah.
give him the STL, it's also legal for you to give him
Yes.
your G code.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about beforehand. So that means I have no rights to give you that G code because you do not own that file.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. It's very simple. If you don't own the file, like if we both own the file,
Well,
you're like, hey man, give
perfect example.
me your G code. Your G code looks way better than mine. Do you own the file? Cool.
Let's assume there's no encryption on this, so I don't have to violate the DMCA, which is a bullshit law anyway. Let's say this is an unencrypted movie. I can make a backup copy of this movie, and that is 100% legal. Now, here's the problem. If I separate the backup copy from the original copy, and I try to sell you the backup copy without the original to go with it, now I'm breaking your intellectual property right. Because that backup is permanently attached to the original.
And that's why you can sell used DVDs, because you're selling or Blu-rays.
No, that's for sale doctrine. That's something completely different.
But you know what?
I could make copies of this movie, and I can sell the copies of this movie as long as I include the original with each copy.
That's what I'm saying, though.
But you're talking about for sale doctrine. You have that no matter what. We're talking about selling the copies.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, what I was putting the boat to is, if you're given the original copy, you could sell a backup. The whole reason, because some people will be like, well, then why can people just sell used Blu-rays? Well, because you're selling them the original copy. That's all I was trying to say.
Now, TK, I'm going to refuse to answer your latest question. I'm going to make you answer the question yourself. When you take your car to the mechanic and the mechanic fixes it, does your mechanic own your car now? Okay.
So yes, but if you so let's see. Yes, but if your STL has errors, so you upload it to their software and they fix the STL, then export it. Yeah, but you already own the STL. Okay.
All they're doing is fixing it for you. When you go to the mechanic and get your car fixed,
do they own your car?
They don't take ownership of your car. You still own your car.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Now,
you can keep the backup if you sell the original, as long as you destroy the backup. You don't have to give the person you sell it to the backup, but you can't keep the backup. You have to destroy it.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly it. So, what time is it there in Jersey? You're
11:30.
11:30.
It's
Chris, where are you at? 1:30
for you.
All right, well, I'm cutting a 10-minute countdown. 10-minute countdown. I know
that's different. They don't take ownership of your car. They're applying a lien on the car in order to secure payment for service. That's different. That's like you not paying your hospital bill, and they put a lien on your house to make you pay your hospital bill. They don't own the house. They own the amount that you owe them.
Now, I see Bart Rizal asking. Now, I'll be honest with you. This is why...
fixed STL is no different than a fixed car. If you owned it before it was fixed, you own it after it was fixed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's not gray at all. There's no gray here. They're trying. The software developers are trying to make it gray, but there is no gray. They're creating gray that should not be there.
Yeah, that's right. They want to tell you, we might have no, but that doesn't work that way. Listen, it's exactly like anything. So you buy, let's say, a vacuum cleaner, all right? Your vacuum cleaner needs to be repaired. Do they own your vacuum cleaner now? That's not the way it works, right? It's just like.
Yes, 3D Jimmy, that's called homestead protection, and most states don't have that. That's one of the reasons I moved to New Mexico. In Pennsylvania, here's something I haven't told people, and I haven't even told my sister this. I had a medical bracelet that I wore in Pennsylvania. Hope she's not watching. And it's okay. It's okay if she knows now. Inside that medical bracelet was, I refuse all services. Do not help me.
Yeah.
Because I would rather die than watch them take my house from me and everything I own because I can't pay the hospital bill.
Yeah, that's right. Okay? You're in medical bills.
My most wonderful activity I had when I moved was when I left that house and I signed the paperwork to sell that house, and I tore that piece of paper up and I smashed that bracelet into the ground. Okay, because here in New Mexico we have homestead protection. They cannot take your house for medical debt.
So, what is the next step for all of us now? We're sitting here. It's freaking COVID. We're chilling.
Well, that would be a negotiation between your insurance and the business insurance.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, yeah.
That's an insurance issue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. So now we're sitting here. And once again, I want to say, guys, check it out. Nerdsies, we're all going to have the links to everything we talk about tonight, 3D print, all the guys with the dioramas, Wesker. We're going to have all these versus versus look, he's dying. He's dying. He's dying. He's
All I
dying.
know-
Look at him. Look at him. He's dying. He's dying.
Where's
He's
that?
like, oh God. He's like, fuck, would
Where's
you
that
guys
remote
stop?
control taser? Okay, get ready.
He's like, would you guys
10,000
stop?
volts.
He's like, would you guys stop fucking talking? Shit. Just go. That's why I said 10 minutes. We got 5 minutes now. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chris. All right. But we really do appreciate. I honestly, hey, I wanted to say in the beginning, Nerdy, thanks for coming on our show, man. Listen, we're while in Canada, we might be something, but we don't have we don't have 14, 15K followers, so we really appreciate you coming out and hanging out with us.
We have like 7.
It's 7 followers. 7 followers. Well, hey, maybe after this we'll have 20. Shit.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to Joel Telling.
Yeah.
All right, he made my channel.
Hey,
I
Joe
had
Telling
like
started
I
me
had
on my
something,
path.
I
too,
had
man.
something like 2,500 subscribers,
Yeah.
and he picked my channel to be one of a group of channels to give some
Oh, no
attention
way.
to on his channel.
Cool. Oh, so
And-
like the guys to watch.
Yeah, he's like, hey, check out these channels and what these up and coming
Cool, right
people
on.
are doing. He
Yeah.
doubled my subscriber base.
Nice.
In less than a month. I went from
Oh.
2,500 to 5,000.
I couldn't
And
even imagine. Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know how. It was basically it was a giveaway. If you subscribe to
Yeah.
these channels, you get an entry to
Oh,
give
yeah.
away a free printer.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, guess what most people did after the giveaway?
Yeah.
Unsubscribe from the channel.
So yeah. Oh, I know, right?
They didn't
That's-
unsubscribe from mine.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
viewers that subscribed to me stayed. I think I lost
Nice.
maybe 5% of the people that were added.
That's not
So,
too bad.
I appreciate that.
Because those don't you guys? Oh, hey, here's another thing that I find funny. Before we leave, do you remember all those fucking what did everyone use for those freaking contests? What was the website?
Oh,
Remember?
Gleam or
Right.
something like that?
Gleam.
Yeah.
Yeah. now, did you notice all those?
Hey, here we go.
all-
8 printers, man.
yeah. Now, did you notice all those faded because companies realize the Gleam contests don't do shit? Because you'll be like, oh, well, that got like 10,000 subs. And then like literally like 999 subs, like as soon as the contest is over, like unsub.
No, that's dead wrong.
For you,
For
it was different.
For the 10 people that he promoted, or 5 people he promoted, 2 of us kept our subs.
I wasn't
right.
saying about you. I was saying
You know,
that's
what
why
I'm
a lot
saying
of guys don't use Gleam now.
Well, that's not a Gleam problem though. That's an individual person problem. All right.
Well,
I
that-
could tell 2,000 people to go to your channel, and they'll
Yeah.
go to your channel, but you have to hold on to them.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
And if you don't produce, if you don't
Hashtag
deliver
truth.
and hold on to them, they're
Yeah,
gonna leave.
yeah. All right, I got
Now,
you. Okay.
I'm
okay,
lucky.
all right.
I seemingly did something right, and the people liked me, and they stayed. Okay.
Well, you
But
talk about
I get
poop.
people.
You
I
talk
get
about poop. You have there you go. Pump,
Oh, we talk about
Subscribe there.
everything.
pump that. Pump that.
Subscribe there, 'cause I'm
there.
fucking fun.
Yeah. Pump right that. He is
Go down
fun.
there and subscribe.
He is fun.
There you go.
Yeah,
Go for
fun.
it, guys.
Yeah.
There's a lot of videos with me and
Our Canadians up there need some help,
Yeah, man.
but now you gotta deliver. Okay.
me and my
I got
tiger.
people
Club.
Shit, that's all we do.
I got people complaining. Well, how come I can't get a free printer like you get a free printer? I was like,
Oh, I hear that all the
I
time.
was like, GearBest didn't send me free printers because they liked me.
Yeah,
GearBest sent me free printers because I got them $180,000 in sales.
that's right. Because they thought
Okay.
they would make money off
Do
you.
you know how much I make for GearBest now? About that. Do you know how many printers they send to me now? About that.
0. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
They're not in business to send out free printers.
No,
they're in
no.
business to make money.
Oh, and their
Okay.
affiliate program.
So
is
if you
so
want
brutal.
people to send you money, you have
Yeah.
to provide a service to them
yeah, that's
of
right.
value equal to that. You know, for
Yeah,
example,
if you
this
want
guy-
someone,
let's see,
literally,
this
to
guy
go
right
on
here,
PayPal.
okay, he doesn't produce any direct sales. He doesn't have affiliate links,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
he does amazing things that is valuable to the company.
That's
People
right.
will
Yeah,
see his work and go,
that's right.
holy shit, I want to do that. How are you doing that? Palette. And
Yeah.
now
Ooh,
they might
palette,
go and
yeah,
buy a
that's right.
palette.
Yeah.
Okay?
Palette. Yeah, that's
You see
right.
what I mean?
Chris, the master
No,
of palette.
GearBest was wonderful. I love. A lot of people hate GearBest. I loved GearBest
Oh, I
The
loved
reason
them
I
forever.
loved GearBest was because they were agnostic.
Yeah.
I could make a video and say, gentlemen, this printer sucks. Please
yeah.
don't buy this printer. Buy this one instead. And
See, I
GearBest
can
is
do
okay
that
with
too.
that because I still got sales.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead,
Okay.
Chris.
That's the delightful thing. Like, I have several companies that send me all their stuff, and I don't have to like it.
Yeah, that's right.
They want me to be honest. That's
Yeah.
all they care about.
Yeah.
They want my honest opinion. But I mean, like, most of them, I have to say, I like them. Like the Mega's not the
Most,
Zero,
yeah.
but the Mega X.
Oh,
What a fucking workhorse that thing is! What a great printer.
man. Okay, listen. This
I
printer
was-
could print a full helmet and doesn't take up the space. Like, because you have a Chiron, right? You have two or like, yeah. That thing is a monster. This thing could.
Yeah,
be
but I make
all-
monster prints.
Yeah, you do.
That's
But
the
it
thing.
is
I have
such
a
a
Chiron, I
beast.
have an S4, I have an S5, I've got a T-Rex, a Raptor. I have a
I can't wait to take out my
the
S5.
fuck do you call that thing? The Mamarubot SX4.
Oh yeah.
Marobot,
You know, what a great fucking printer once you upgrade the shit out of it.
Now,
Yeah.
I've turned down printers from companies
So
Me
have I.
too. Yep.
because
Me too.
I know the printer's not going to be great, and
Yep.
I don't want to have to be in that situation where they want me to say it's good, but I know I can't say it's good.
I told
Yeah.
Artillery no.
I don't want to be in that position, so
No,
turned
I
down.
don't want to be in that position. Yeah.
I told
And I'm just-
Artillery no. I told Arion no.
Yeah, I told Arion no.
There's
I
a
told
bunch of just
I
over the
always-
past few weeks that
what's
I've
that
said.
laser that you guys Arthur or whatever that laser
Ortor?
company?
Yeah.
I told them no because I was like, I'm sorry. I listen for me, and I've been saying this for like 5-6 years, ever since everyone wants to put a laser on their fucking 3D printer. I'm like, do not put a laser if you do not have an enclosure.
Yes.
You are and I
That's
don't
why
care.
I tell people this is dangerous as fuck. Please
Yeah.
be careful with this.
Works
You know, it's
works
not
great.
yourself with
No,
this.
no, it works great. It works great.
It does.
That
This
Arthur, don't get me wrong. I know
Is
Arthur
not
works great.
dangerous as fuck.
Yeah.
Until I bash you over the head with it.
Is
Yeah,
what,
that's
yeah,
right. Yeah.
if I hit you
Yeah,
with
yeah,
it,
yeah,
it
yeah.
hurt.
Now, something I'm
But-
working on is I designed a cradle for this thing.
Let's see it.
This is the original prototype. The new one's a little bit different.
Yeah.
So this is a thing that I made for this laser cutter. Do I have the new one?
You love that no bottom layer, no top honeycomb, don't
Are you
you?
kidding me? It saves me 3 hours of printing.
You love that shit. You love it.
So look at this. The printer fits inside of here.
Nice.
And now the printer is always in the
Ooh.
exact same position relative to this plate. And then you take your insert, and this is your build volume right here. This is your cut volume. And you can put a piece of foam in here, cut out the shape you need, and now every time I want to print one of these, cut one of these, it just fits right in the insert, and it's in the exact same place every time.
Do
Well,
you know
my
what
next,
it doesn't have?
what's that?
You know what still doesn't have?
What?
An enclosure.
No, well, you gotta pay attention because now that I have this designed, my next step is to 3D print a framework that you can put a very affordable enclosure on.
That's right.
Get down.
You know, it's not dangerous.
Get
What?
down.
Superman.
This is not dangerous.
That's right. Get down. Get down.
Oh, I love the bass on that too. Is wicked.
Cat
just-
loves
you know-
chewing the plants.
I love
I know.
it.
He's like, look at me with my palette prints.
Well, the next step is to design a simple 3D frame that you can then put a material on to make an enclosure for this.
Ooh yeah.
And
Like
I'm
a
hoping
fabric, like a fabric.
I'm gonna give the files to the company for nothing and say use these.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay me a
Yeah,
dime. But
yeah.
include an enclosure with this printer.
You build
My only-
around it.
The,
Yeah.
the trick I need to find now is I need to find out, that material that the glasses are made of that blocks the light. I need to get a piece of it like this big.
The whole frame.
So-
Yeah.
Just
So
a
you can
piece,
see
just like that
through it.
big.
Just
Just like
so
that
you can
big.
see.
So you
Yeah.
can see in there and see what it's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because
All right, guys.
it is dangerous without an enclosure.
We're out. All right, let's do this. All right, guys. Hey, once again, I'm gonna say, Nerdy, thanks a lot for coming on us, man. Hanging out in
No
Canada.
problem. It was
You
fun.
know, we're all, I really appreciate it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Chris, I always appreciate when you deal with me And
I have to
yeah,
deal with this.
yeah, I know, right?
All the time.
I know, like daily. He's like, we'll have coffee in the morning, and he's like,
Well,
Sally,
I
I'll be
eat
all
people, so he's probably easier to deal with.
I
don't know.
Maybe. All right. But you know what? I really appreciate it, guys. Hey, I just want to say, everyone that's watching, hey, be positive. I know it sucks. We're all sitting here. You're, but look at the positive things. You get to spend more time with your family. You're hanging out. I know things might be desperate, and you might have lost your job, and things are going bad. But look at the positives, and you know what? We'll all get through this, right? We're all going to get through
Look at
this.
the positives.
It's not going to be that bad.
Watch 3 idiots ramble
Yeah,
for 4
Just remember,
4.5 hours.
when you go to the polls, you don't vote Democrat.
That's right.
You don't
That's
vote
right.
Republican. You vote
Yeah.
Yum Yum. Our motto is
Yum,
ETP.
Yeah, that's
Eat
right.
the politicians.
Yeah. Oh, ETP.
ETP.
Hashtag.
Eat the politicians.
That's my new hashtag. ETP, man. Eat the politicians, right?
Wait, you're
We got
wait,
hashtag
oh,
Optimus Prime and ETP.
Hold
brother.
on.
Oh,
You're waffling about the Photon S? What's wrong with you?
oh, don't
What's the
believe
matter?
the hype. All the shit same works with it. It's so brutal.
beautiful.
The Photon
What?
S is a great machine. Photon S is a great machine.
Yeah, the only problem I have with the Photon S is slow.
I did
Oh,
this on the Photon.
Yeah. Well, and here, okay,
My
so
Sonic Mini is so goddamn fast.
yeah, okay, so we were talking. So before we leave,
Hey, wait, we have boobs.
ooh, nice news.
We were looking for boobs like 3.5
Yeah.
hours ago.
Yeah.
I got a full size
So-
Naomi.
Fuck
I
yeah.
will say though, Photon S, they're the OGs, they're wicked. But the Photon Zero, what did you say, Nerdsy? The
Sonic Mini.
The Sonic Mini. These guys, yes, you look at, it's low resolution. It's gonna print out amazing models, and I think we all agree on that. Honestly.
Actually, the Sonic Mini
It just
has
blew both of his arms off.
the Sonic Mini only has a 1080p screen,
Yeah,
and it's also $200.
yeah.
The advantage is it's a monochrome screen, which
Monocle.
means
And
it
that-
allows significantly more light to pass through, and it's got
Yeah.
a 2,000-hour lifespan.
Okay, now that we're talking about this real quick, I think that's going to be the next big
Yeah.
thing. Could you imagine the frozen fucking thing with a monochrome screen? Oh,
Could you imagine
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 printing
an
a
Eligo
helmet.
Saturn?
Yeah,
Imagine
Imagine
Eligo
printing-
Saturn with a monochrome
imagine-
screen.
yeah. Imagine printing a resin full helmet in like the frozen or whatever it is, right? In 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Because you could do
Come
up to
on.
0.3 millimeter layer height, and it's fucking bloody fast.
Just pump it, and no layer
Actually,
line.
the layer time becomes
Yeah.
irrelevant. Motion
Irrelevant.
time is your limiting factor.
That's
the
all
movement
your
up
own
and down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and that's the good thing. Hey, we're talking about the progressive. What's the innovations? That's great that you mentioned that. Monochrome screens, I think, in resin printing, you're going to get large format monochrome screens, and you literally will be able to print a whole resin helmet in 4 to 5 hours. Whoa,
Here's my prediction for the future.
blows my mind. Yeah.
If they can solve the toxicity,
Yeah.
and if they can solve the price point, which they're already pretty much solved.
Yeah,
okay?
I got you.
But the
Yeah,
big
yeah.
thing is the toxicity. You will see resin printers replace FDM printers for a home printing solution.
Once they get that big and that fast, I agree. I
Just-
think that
just
that
because-
might happen.
FDM printers are never going to be turnkey.
Yeah.
Not at any kind of price point we can afford.
That's
Okay,
true.
if you want to spend $20,000, you can make it turnkey. All right, but for $300, it's never going to be turnkey. It's always going to be
Yeah.
very DIY.
Yeah,
Resin
that's right. Yeah.
is turnkey.
Yeah. That's
You
right.
literally
no one's
lower the
really
plate, put
modding
your
resin
finger on it.
printers.
Tighten the bolt,
That's right. Yeah.
fill
yeah.
it with resin, and hit
Yeah,
go.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
right. Yeah. And that's the
But
one thing I
They
will
got to
say.
fix the price and they got to fix the toxicity.
And that's one thing I will say when people go to resin printers, like, oh, the number one problem with anyone that has a problem with the resin printers, just learn how to fucking level your freaking plate and you're done. I've leveled my plate on my Photon. It's an original
easy.
one.
It's stupidly
it's
easy.
actually, yeah, and it's actually an Amazon return. I've only leveled it once in 3
Yep.
months, and I don't print it on all the time, so it does sit there and do nothing. I go back.
The only
Boom.
reason they use color screens is because the color screens are off-the-shelf parts. It's basically a
Well,
cell
that's-
phone screen.
That's right.
That's
right.
why
Well,
the
they're
printers are so
disposable.
cheap.
They're disposable, right?
Well, that's
And
why
then-
they're able to make these printers for
That's-
$200.
That's right. Once monochrome screens become the same way, that will be a massive revolution in resin printing. I agree. All right, you guys.
And also, plant-based resins doesn't help. The problem is not the resin. The problem is the
Yep.
photopolymers. The
That's right.
photopolymers are what is toxic.
It's like washable too. Washable doesn't mean you could put it down your drain.
Yes, it does. If you want to kill everything in the ocean.
or plug your drains. All right.
Oh, it shouldn't do that, but
Yeah.
I
All right,
wouldn't
guys.
put them down a septic tank. I would not advise that.
We're out. It's freaking almost 3 a.m. for me. All right.
Yeah, 11:45
Wow.
here.
All right, guys.
I
Hey.
still got to eat dinner.
I'm
Yeah,
hungry.
yeah. Well, now I do
Hitting
too.
the end
No, I do.
broadcast button.
Yeah. That's right.
Any
Tell me
final
something.
words?
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for
And
coming.
And thank you. And I would just want to say, everyone, be safe, stay home, and look at all the positives when you're. I know it's frustrating while you're home, but look at the positive, guys. All right.
And
Just
also,
remember,
the internet
mean people
is full of
taste good.
porn.
Yeah. People taste good on
Mean
barbecue.
people. You got to be like Dexter. Only bad people.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
All right. And by the way, I want to say one more thing. Check
Oh
out
my
all
God,
the
my
links.
fingers on the button.
Check all the links. Take the button, push it.
Send me the friggin' links so I can post them.
All right, I will.